Chapter 25:51, Fragments of a Broken Soul. A vast and somber expanse of white mist sprawled beneath a bleak, stormy sky. The surging storm clouds were heavy with rain, ready to explode with thunder and lightning. The sea of white mist was restless, flowing on the currents of ghostly winds. A pale light was suffusing the clouds and pouring onto the misty sea below. There, in the tempestuous sky, 7 radiant spheres were shining like suns, their cold rays falling through the tears in the veil of the storm. It seemed as though vague symbols were carved into the surface of the pale suns, hiding beneath it like shadows. A man was sitting on the surface of the sea, surrounded by mist, looking up at the silent tempest. The surging clouds, the rays of pale light, and the 7 radiant spheres reflected in his eyes as if in a mirror. His gaze was solemn, and his expression was distant. He was Mordred. The fragment of Mordred who had spent most of his life in the palace of imagination, living among people who he knew were no different from illusions, in a world that he knew was a mirage. Now, even that mirage had been taken from him, and he found himself imprisoned here, in the hidden heart of his twin brother's mirror realm. Looking at the raging clouds, he sighed. This mirror realm was vast and nebulous, reflecting the tumultuous world back upon itself. However, its very heart, the place he was inhabiting, was different. It was hidden deeper and defended better, isolated, like a fortified inner keep behind the walls of a great fortress. It did not reflect the world. Instead, it was a reflection of his brother's soul sea. There was a living space set up for him here. It was sparse and pragmatic, but also not without a note of fancy. His brother must have collected various items and amenities in preparation for their eventual reunion in the span of many years. Some of them were opulent and luxurious, worthy of belonging to a member of the most affluent legacy clan. Some would fit a mundane soldier better. There was a modest manor with a tastefully decorated back garden standing in the mist. There was a massive military APC and camp kitchens set up in the mist nearby, as well as several alloy water tanks. There was a vast library full of books, writing and calligraphy utensils, elegant tea sets, and a large storage of varied food supplies. There were paths to take walks, with various curios placed in the mist along them, rock formations, sculptures and relics found in remote regions of the dream realm, strange machines and mundane artifacts from Earth, towering carcasses of fantastical nightmare creatures his brother must have slain. And much more. Mordred was discovering new things every day. It was a bit of a letdown compared to his previous lifestyle, but he was comfortable, if a little lonesome, for now. After all, his brother did not have time to visit at the moment. The raging clouds, the restless currents in the sea of mist, the powerful winds that blew across the vast expanse of the mirror realm, as if trying to tear it apart. It was not how things were supposed to be. Instead, it was a sign that his brother's soul was under assault. He was at war, fighting for his life. Even the innermost part of his mirror realm was in a tumultuous state, its walls trembling, so there was no saying what kind of fury and devastation was reigning outside. As Mordred looked up, subtle cracks appeared on the surface of one of the 7 suns. Malignant tendrils or revolting darkness spread in those cracks, marring the radiant surface of the sphere and consuming it from the inside like a tumor. Before too long, the light of the soul core dimmed, and it came to resemble an appalling, diseased star that seeped grotesque black tears. A moment later, the soul core shattered like glass. A rift opened in the sky, and its shards were forcefully expelled, taking the mass of spreading darkness with them. The winds howled, and the mist surged. A twisting white pillar ascended into the sky, connecting the vast sea with the furious tempest above like a twisting tornado. As more mist poured into the clouds, a new, pristine soul core was slowly formed to replace the shattered one. That was a reflection of his brother's soul becoming infected with corruption. He had tomed one of his soul cores out, callously mutilating himself to prevent the corruption from spreading. Then, using the vast reservoir of power he had absorbed after slaying the Castellan, he created a new one. This way, the Prince of Nothing saved himself. But it was of little use, because before too long, a different soul core dimmed, rotting with vile darkness. That one was shattered and expelled as well, and a new one eventually took its place. The somber expanse of his soul serialed, the white mist surging under the assault of cold winds. This was not the first or second time Mordred had observed the dreadful spectacle transpiring in the sky above him. And it wasn't going to be the last. This battle had been going on for days. For now, his brother was managing to balance the price of continuously sacrificing parts of his soul to carve out corruption, but how long would it last? He had gained a great deal after absorbing the essence of the Castellan, but that stolen boon was not endless. The sea of mist was overflowing for now, but it already seemed thinner than it had been before. What would happen when it vanished entirely, revealing the still water beneath? What would happen when Mordred saw a flawless reflection of the tempest above on the placid surface of his brother's soul sea? What would happen when even the storm clouds vanished? He was worried. He was restless. He wanted to help, but what could he do? Mordred was merely an awakened after all. Even then, he had lived most of his life as a mundane human. The scope and terror of the battle happening outside the walls of his comfortable shelter was far beyond his ability to comprehend, let alone affect. He was of no use to his brother. To anyone, taking a deep breath, Mordred finally looked down. Then he closed his eyes and concentrated, a resolute expression appearing on his face. Nothing happened for a long while. And then, a tiny tendril of white fog slowly rose from the surface of the misty sea, being drawn to him by some invisible force. Some time later, there was another. Soon enough, dozens of thin streams of white mist surrounded him, being slowly absorbed into his body. Mordred was not as capable as his powerful, dreadful brother, but at the core of their being, they were the same person. So he could become someone capable as well. Chapter 2552, King of Nothing. The Eastern Quadrant had been one of the four great strongholds of humanity once. It was perhaps not as large and populous as the Northern Quadrant, but hundreds of millions of people still called it home. Now, mere years after Antarctica had fallen, Australia itself was on the verge of being consumed by the powers of corruption. The difference between the two was that while the Southern Quadrant had fallen to an endless tide of monsters birthed by the chain of nightmares, the Eastern Quadrant was being devoured by a single, insidious abomination. The Great Terror, Skinwalker. Of all the horrors brought to Earth by the nightmare spell, this one was perhaps the most dreadful, not because it was the most powerful, but simply because it could mimic human behavior almost flawlessly and blend in with mundane people without raising any suspicion. And even worse than that, the Skinwalker had shown a frightening ability to learn and adapt with terrible speed. Its first appearance had gone unnoticed, and by the time the powers watching over humanity learned of its existence, it was already too late. The Skinwalker had infected many cities in the Eastern Quadrant, embedding its vessels among the mundane population, the awakened warriors, the government forces, and even the private armies of the local legacy clans. There were few of these vessels, at first, maybe because the abomination was biding its time and learning the ways of humanity before starting to spread like a plague. Some of them were eventually hunted down and destroyed, but not all of them. Even if the sovereigns reigned supreme, they could not fight a nightmare creature that they could not find, and their forces had been pulled away to fight an internal war, regardless. By the time the original sovereigns had fallen and changing star of the immortal flame took the throne of mankind, it was already too late. Humanity managed to prevent the Skinwalker from spreading to other quadrants or consuming the human settlements in the dream realm, but the sinister fiend became too deeply rooted in Australia. A single settlement fell first, all of its citizens becoming vessels of the eerie abomination. Then another one, and then another one still. Before too long, the whole quadrant had been washed over by the spreading plague, and a full-scale war against the Skinwalker started in earnest. That war was not going well for the humans. The Eastern Quadrant siege capital still stood, and they still controlled most of the coastal area facing the Indian Ocean. However, the inner expanse of the continent and its southern reaches were fully conquered by the Skinwalker. And almost every day, the Great Terror took more lives, gained more vessels, and conquered more land. The spread of the abominable plague seemed unstoppable. The humans were slowly retreating toward EQSC, losing one city after another. In fact, they had not been rooted entirely only because changing Star herself took to the battlefield as often as the laws governing the waking world allowed her, pushing the Skinwalker back from time to time. But even with her support, and with the best saints of humanity joining the war effort, the abomination continued to spread. Eventually, it became clear that the continent could not be saved. So, a grievous decision to evacuate it was made, and the Dream Gate opened in the heart of EQSC to take the refugees away, the naval convoys arriving to ferry them north. The arrival of Soul Reaper Jet and the Night Garden helped stabilize the situation. A fragile balance was achieved in the eastern quadrant. For a short while, the Skinwalker had taken millions upon millions of vessels by then. Among them were millions of humans, both mundane and awakened. But there were millions of lesser nightmare creatures from the wild reaches of the continent as well. No one really knew how many vessels the abomination possessed now, and even if someone did, there was no way to defend the vast expanse of the continent from that terrible, ever-growing force. And worst of all, both the academics and the diviners in the service of the human domain were unanimous in their suspicion that the Skinwalker was on the verge of evolving, either to the Cursed rank or to the Titan class. Or maybe both. If it did, neither Soul Reaper nor the Night Garden would be able to hold it back anymore, and the entire population of the Eastum Quadrant, including the military forces of humanity concentrated there, would be consumed without having time or opportunity to evacuate. The situation was dire. And it was in that dire crisis that something odd began to happen. There were isolated reports at first, then a wave of them, all saying the same things, that the Skinwalker was behaving strangely. As if something was attacking the terrifying abomination from within, fighting for control of its vessels. That something was Mordred, the Prince of Nothing, the banished son of the King of Swords, the traitor to the fallen clan Valor, and the executioner of the House of Night. Mordred had gained a lot in the Palace of Imagination, even if he lost a powerful new vessel of his own at the very end. He managed to retrieve his only weakness and escape the fury of the Lord of Shadow relatively unscathed. However, that was not enough. Not nearly enough, considering what was coming and how little time he had left to prepare for the approaching calamity. So, he decided to play one last, desperate gambit, something for which he had been preparing for a long time. He, who was nearly immortal, put his life on the line and left himself no way out but success. Mordred challenged the Great Terror to a soul duel. There, in the dreadful darkness of the Skinwalker's profane soul, surrounded by the unfathomable expanse of corruption, Mordred fought the eldritch abomination tooth and nail, not holding anything back. His own soul was mangled and poisoned, but he tore pieces of it out and continued to fight. And in the process, he did something else. His own daring, impossible act of defiance. Ever since becoming a saint, Mordred had been struggling to maintain his sense of self. Unwilling to become a demented and broken thing like the Soul Stealer, he limited the use of his transcendent ability to only separating himself to inhabit a handful of vessels, a dozen or two at most. Now, he abandoned all caution. Mordred needed to splinter a fragment of his soul to create an independent incarnation, so now he shattered himself into a million pieces. He, who had always dreamed of becoming whole again, tore himself apart completely. That was the only way for him to defeat the Skinwalker. Because with each vessel Mordred stole from him, the power of the eerie fiend lessened a little. In a sense, trying to keep his shattered self from crumbling was as difficult as battling the Great Terror. No, maybe more so. That was the limit he had to overcome. Mordred's and the Skinwalker's horrid, relentless, unseen battle lasted for a long while. Hours turned into days, and days turned into weeks. Each of his soul cores had been destroyed and reforged anew many times. The pool of power he had absorbed in Mirage City slowly exhausted itself, and then ran dry completely. That was when Mordred finally broke through his limit. He destroyed the Skinwalker and took over all of its vessels, millions of human vessels, and millions of nightmare creatures. And somewhere along the way, Mordred became the seventh sovereign born from humanity and the third one to attain supremacy without the help of the nightmare spell. However, his domain was unlike those of the other six. That was because Mordred had no citadels, no territories, and no subjects. His reign was not founded on anything, and he ruled nothing. Only himself. With his millions of vessels, Mordred was like a nation in and of himself, self-sufficient and self-reliant, depending on nobody, beholden to nothing. With no weaknesses the Dreamspawn could exploit. As the sun rose above the devastated eastern quadrant, the world welcomed a new sovereign. Of course, his emergence caused a great stir among other powers governing the dying world. Now, unexpectedly, they needed to decide how to deal with the new king. The king of nothing. Chapter 2553, A Monster with 10,000 Heads. The graceful silhouette of the Ivory Island drifted among the clouds above Bastion. Contoured against the golden sun, it looked both beautiful and peaceful from the ground. However, the atmosphere within the walls of the Tower of Hope was far from tranquil. In fact, it was tense and somber despite the suffocating power of the 5 people gathered in a spacious council room on one of the great pagoda's 7 floors. Sunny, Nephis, Cassie, Effie, and Kai were seated around a table, wearing grim expressions. Cassie was talking, and the more she said, the heavier the mood in the room became. Sunny heard each word clearly and grasped their meaning flawlessly. At the same time, he found himself getting distracted as his newly altered mind spread far and wide, absorbing thousands of different perspectives with the same degree of focused clarity. It was a strange state of being, and one he was still failing to get used to. The reason for his current state was, of course, the fragment of Weaver's lineage he had collected in the Palace of Imagination. Mind weave. No wonder I was out cold for so long. The 4 previous fragments had put him out of commission for a short while and caused him indescribable agony. Absorbing and assimilating them had been a torment, but the mind weave was different. Maybe it was because it had altered his mind on a fundamental level, or maybe it was because the suffering had been too great to endure even for someone as used to pain as Sunny. But he simply passed out as soon as Weaver's awful reflection fused with his own. So he did not remember experiencing any pain at all. That was a wonderful boon, without a doubt. However, Sunny had remained unconscious for 2 weeks as a result. The chaos his absence had caused was significant. The conquest campaign in the burned forest had almost collapsed, the restoration of the Dark City had fallen behind schedule, and the numerous projects he had been busy with had stalled. Nothing he couldn't salvage had transpired, luckily, but there was plenty of catching up he had to do. If there was one silver lining that had come out of this mess, though, it was that Nephis seemed to have thawed after their recent spat. In fact, she was more attentive to him now than she had been before, albeit in a subtle way, which secretly pleased Sunny a great deal. The body of a sovereign was enormously enduring, meaning that a few weeks of coma were not going to harm it in any way, so Nephis had not really nursed him back to health. But staying by his unconscious body for many days, not knowing when his condition would improve, must have rattled her quite a lot, or at least forced her to put things into perspective. No, not even an unconscious body. With Sunny out cold, his incarnations were released and reverted back to being independent shadows. That must have been even more difficult for Nephis to endure. As a result, the distance between them disappeared, almost making it seem like there was no disagreement between them. Almost. Sunny sighed slightly. In any case, he did come back to his senses eventually. And when he did, the world was quite different from how it had been before, or at least Sunny perceived it differently from how he had before. The difference was so startling, in fact, that he had spent a few more days entirely disoriented. It was difficult to describe the tectonic shift that had happened to him with words. Mind weave. It did not exactly make him smarter, wiser, or more intelligent. However, it did increase the volume of his mind immensely, making it seem almost limitless. Sunny was not unfamiliar with this trait, since he had achieved something of the sort himself over the years. First learning to perceive and process the world from both his own point of view and that of his shadow. Then slowly expanding the scope of his mind to encompass all of his incarnations, while at the same time learning to cope with the increasing reach of his shadow sense. Later still, his mind expanded even more, adapting to receive sensory input from all the shades of the Shadow Legion and every member of the Shadow Clan. Sunny had always perceived what transpired around them passively. Most of the conduits of his perceptions simply blended into the background, but he could bring dozens of them to the forefront at will, even hundreds, if he really tried. He had thought that to be quite an accomplishment at the time. Now that he had mined weave, though, he felt that his previous achievements were merely child's play. As soon as Sunny regained consciousness, he had been assaulted by a crushing avalanche of sensations. The strangest thing, however, was that he had not felt crushed. Instead, he was suddenly able to clearly perceive and concentrate on each of these sensations, as if he was a mythical monster with 10,000 heads and 10,000 arms. Or would that be 20,000 arms? In any case, Sunny had been quite startled. And ever since, he often found himself getting distracted, but also not distracted at all. It was not that he could not concentrate on something while concentrating on 1,000 other things at the same time, it was just that he sometimes failed to put meaning into any one point of view while simultaneously perceiving countless others with the same intensity. His mind was drifting. Was this how gods felt, I wonder? Only on a much, much vaster scale. There were benefits to having a mind spacious enough to encompass limitless inputs, of course. Sunny's control over the Shadow Legion had increased tremendously, for example. His ability to envision and execute impossibly complex and intricate patterns while weaving had taken an enormous leap. As well, so much so that it felt like he had been crippled before, and was only now experiencing weaving as it was meant to be. He could pay much more attention to each member of the Shadow Clan, too. But, still, Sunny was somewhat uneasy. He was having a bit of trouble maintaining his former way of thinking in this new, startling reality. And he was not sure that he was meant to. Sunny felt more distant from the mortal man he had once been now, and that feeling slowly grew. But wasn't that exactly what Yuri's had told him had to transpire as one approached apotheosis? Talking to navi's and especially Cassie had helped him, somewhat. Both of them were experiencing their own version of that strange process, albeit not quite on the same scale, navi's because of her domain and the sun god's lineage, Cassie because of her aspect and attributes. But it was still a big adjustment to make. Oh, and he had been quite busy ever since regaining consciousness, putting mind weave to the test. Sunny? He remained motionless for a few moments, then raised his head and looked at Cassie. Yes, I am listening. She lingered a little, then nodded. As I was saying, the investigation into the Church of the Moon has produced quite concerning results. Let me share the report. Chapter 2554, Info Hazard, Sunny had been able to sense what his other incarnations were doing in Mirage City. Similarly, his other incarnations had been spectators of his strange adventure. Therefore, the information shared by Mordred reached navi's and Cassie almost immediately after he himself received it. The news of a supposedly immediate threat posed by Asterion was not a great shock, even if they had to reevaluate how dangerous he truly was. In truth, both Sunny and navi's had a feeling that they would have to confront the third sovereign sooner or later, so they had taken steps to prepare for his eventual emergence. Mordred's warning came mere days before their own network caught the traces of the dream spawn. In fact, if not for the chaos caused by the winter solstice, they would have received the report containing the first clues even earlier. But now that they knew what they were looking for, the investigation had been accelerated. The members of the Shadow Clan, although few in numbers, were spread all across both the waking world and the dream realm. Similarly, Cassie had her own network of informants, some of them voluntary, some unknowing, and kept an eye out for anything strange. The first odd thing that had led to concerning results was one of the many spreading cults, the Church of the Moon. The cult began quite innocuously. Its members are in the habit of joining merchant caravans and offering blessings for safe travel. Blessings of the moon, not beast god, though, simply the moon. What is strange about the Church of the Moon, however, is the speed with which its following grew. Cassie paused for a moment and gestured to a paper report compiled by Eiko. People of the nightmare spell era are usually not easily led astray by superstitions, even harmless ones. But the followers of the moon gained recognition both swiftly and widely. It is still quite a minor sect, all things considered, but there lies the problem. She frowned. After noticing the suspicious pattern, we used the government personnel to run an analysis on the other minor cults in the database. The results are quite worrying, to say the least. There are at least half a dozen similar sects spread around the world. They are in each of the 3 quadrants, the basin of the River of Tears, as well as the former territory of the Sword Domain. And these are only the religious cults. Cassie's expression darkened. There might be other unassuming groups loitering on the edges of society, criminal gangs, private clubs, black market enterprises, and so on. At the moment, there is no way to tell how many people exactly are. Let's call them sleeper agents for now. Kai, who had been listening to her quietly, asked in a somber tone, "How have we not noticed them before? And, even if they are indeed secret followers of that man, the Dreamspawn, what does that entail exactly? What do they do? What has raised our suspicion, apart from an abnormal rate of growth?" Sunny smiled darkly. "That is the question, isn't it?" Cassie let out a sigh. "The second question answers the first. What do they do? Ostensibly, nothing of any importance. That is why we have not discovered anything suspicious about them sooner." Effie raised an eyebrow. "If they have done nothing wrong, how do we know that they serve our favorite scarecrow, Mr. Lunatic?" Cassie lingered for a few moments. "I said that they have done nothing of importance, not that they have done nothing. From the outside, their activity seems quite benign, if a little misguided, offering blessings, giving troubled people a sense of community, and holding sermons from time to time. However, once we dug deeper." She paused, then sighed again. "Well, really, we still did not find anything sinister. At most, some members of these sects are guilty of minor vandalism. Our agents could not discover more because they do not know what they are looking for. But when I took a look personally and concentrated on the areas where the members of these cults are active, I saw something eerie." Cassie paused, then continued in a grim tone. "Those minor acts of vandalism were mainly things like painting graffiti on the walls of various buildings. And those graffiti all contain the name I am not going to say aloud, the name of the Dreamspawn." Effie looked at her, then at Nephi's and Sunny. "Do their paintings possess some kind of beguiling power? Are they using runic sorcery, perhaps?" Cassie shook her head. "The graffiti possess no power. They are just mundane drawings. The name itself, however, the name itself does." Kai frowned. "What kind of power can a name possess?" He paused for a moment and then added in an embarrassed tone, "I am sorry I misspoke. Names obviously possess power. There are true names and shaping, after all. But I don't think you meant that kind of power, Cassie. So, what can the Dreamspawn's name do?" Cassie remained silent for a while, then said with a subdued expression, "It has the power to spread." She lowered her head and exhaled slowly. "Once someone learns that name, it seems to take root in their mind. Then, they start mentioning it from time to time without even realizing. And while that in and of itself does not seem too worrisome, the frightening part is that the name spreads like a virus. Anyone who hears it becomes a carrier, as well, and therefore, helps it spread further." Her expression turned grim. "We caught it early enough, so the virus has not spread too widely yet. This is the good news." She did not seem too happy, though. Cassie lingered for a few moments, then added evenly, "The bad news is that there are no countermeasures. We can destroy the graffiti, but the Dreamspawn's name has already been seen or heard by countless people, and we can't destroy people. Or rather, we won't. There is no way to identify all of the hosts anyway." Nephi's nodded silently. Cassie turned her way briefly, then said, "More than that, although I compared the Dreamspawn's name to a virus, it is not. Not in the traditional sense. It is an idea that acts as a virulent virus. And therefore, there is no cure that we can come up with, no vaccine, no easily reproduced way to treat the infected." She fell silent for a few moments, then sighed heavily. "So, even though we caught it early, there is no way to stop it. The rate with which it spreads will grow exponentially." Cassie faced them then and said in a grave tone, "It's a pandemic." Chapter 2555, Nameless Menace. A heavy silence settled in the council room. No one spoke for a while, considering her ominous words. Eventually, Effie leaned back and rubbed her temple. "How troublesome." She sighed. "What about us? We all know his name. Are we infected as well?" Cassie shrugged. It is difficult to tell. From what I have been able to observe so far, not everyone is susceptible to his influence equally. The more powerful a person is and the more mental fortitude they possess, the less frequently they mention the name, which can be seen as them resisting infection. However, there is a difference between resistance and immunity. We also don't know if they are resisting the infection itself or merely a symptom. F grimaced, dissatisfied with the answer. And that's the problem, isn't it? We just don't know enough, we hardly know anything, really. Kai's song and anvil were too thorough in eradicating any and all knowledge about the dream spawn from the world. Hell. She looked around the room and said in a somber tone, "We don't even know why his name being known to people is dangerous. Does the dream spawn draw power from those who are infected by the idea of him? Is he rebuilding a foundation of his domain that way? What happens when the virus reaches critical mass?" Effie shook her head. How are we supposed to fight an enemy we know close to nothing about? After another bout of heavy silence, Kai spoke in a hesitant tone. Still, how dangerous can that man be? Sure, he is a supreme inheritor of a divine lineage, maybe even several of them, if Mordred is to be believed. But he is not a wielder of a divine aspect, unlike Nephi's and Sunny. More than that, he has been sealed on the moon for 2 decades. It is already a miracle that he has survived for that long, so how powerful can he still be? Even though the question was not directed at Sunny, and his flaw did not force him to answer, he still responded. Let's not get careless. It does not matter how powerful we are, power is merely a weapon. And just like a weapon, it won't save you unless drawn and pointed at the enemy. Truthfully, Sunny did not think that Asterion could contend against him and Nephi's in terms of power, either of them, let alone the two of them together. However, raw power was not a universal answer. One had to express the power they possessed shrewdly to make use of it. Even then, 1 second of complacency could spell disaster. And further still, there was always someone or something that countered your aspect in the vast and dreadful world of the nightmare spell. A bad matchup could bring down even the strongest beings, awakened and nightmare creatures both. Sunny knew all this better than most because he had triumphed over numerous foes who were far more powerful than he and should have utterly crushed him. So, he was not going to underestimate Asterion, especially not after seeing how spooked Mordred was by his former caretaker. Calling the Dreamspawn his guardian would have probably been too big a stretch. Sadly, that did not change much in the current situation. Effie frowned. So what now? What can we even do? Cassie remained silent for a while, then said, "One option is to do what the Kai Song and Anvil did. Find a way to identify everyone infected by the Dreamspawn, then cull them all. Naturally, that would be a slaughter of horrifying proportions." Nephi's shook her head. No. He looked at them and said in her even, dispassionate voice, "We are not going to slaughter thousands, or maybe even hundreds of thousands of innocent people. If we do, we would be no better than Song and Valor. What was the point of overthrowing them then?" Sunny studied her silently. Behind Neff's calm facade, she was actually a person burning with passion, more than anyone he knew, perhaps. Nephi's wanted to conquer all nightmares and destroy the nightmare spell with a passion so fierce that it bordered on obsession. So, it was easy to overlook the rest of her behind that blazing ambition. But Nephi's herself was never blinded by her incinerating desire. Even though she was pursuing it with obsessive persistence, for her, the end never justified the means. Sunny had learned it many years ago, near the crumbling gateway of the Crimson Spire, that Nephi's did not simply want to destroy the spell, but also did it in a way that she considered right, without compromising her values. It was just that her personal sense of right and wrong was so strange that most people often failed to recognize her intentions. Sunny knew, though. So, he knew that Nephi's would never order a massacre of thousands of innocent people to prevent her enemy from growing Strongtiger. She might send them into a bloody battle against a tide of nightmare creatures, since that would fit her understanding of what was right and righteous, but she would not simply sacrifice them to further her goals. That conviction was what made her so strong. But it was also something she lacked when compared to Anvil and Kai Song, a limitation that, if exploited, could be turned into a weakness. Was that what Mordred meant when he said that we have too much to lose? Sunny was troubled. The dream spawn has not even revealed himself yet, and it already feels like our hands are tied. Nephis looked at him briefly, then sighed. There are still initial steps we can take, to learn more and hopefully work out countermeasures based on that information. She remained silent for a while, contemplating, and then turned to Cassie. Cassie, continue to monitor the zealots and broaden the scope of the investigation to include other marginal groups. Request as much resources as you must, conscript the entire intelligence arm of the government, if need be. Additionally, I need you to pay a visit to Godgrave and have a conversation with the disgraced patriarch of the Dagonet clan, Saint Jest. Sunny nodded quietly. Old Jest had outlived his king and was now living in exile, confined to a remote citadel in Godgrave with the other staunch loyalists. If anyone knew about Asterion, it would be him. After all, he had been the most loyal enforcer of the great clan valor. He would have certainly learned a lot about the members of his young master's cohort. Whether Jest would be willing to talk was a question, of course. But Sunny had no doubt that Cassie would succeed in getting valuable information out of him. She could be quite persuasive when she wanted to, after all, and if that did not work, she could simply plunder other people's memories. Nephis turned to Kai. Morgan is back in Ravenheart, isn't she? Speak to her as well. Anvil had probably been wary of exposing her to knowledge about the dream spawn, considering how dangerous it is, so she would not know as much as Jest. But she can still know something. She also unearthed a part of the secrets left behind by Kai Song's Sation, too. Learn all you can from them. A odd shadow ran across her face. She lingered for a while and then looked back at Cassie. Oh. And get me the casualties list among our awakened warriors, everyone who fell in battle ever since the war. Sunny raised an eyebrow. What's that for? Nephis remained silent for a while. Her face did not show any emotion, but he could tell that she was troubled by something. Eventually, she said, all of humanity, most of it, at least, is encompassed by my domain. I can feel the longing of billions of people day and night, washing over me like an ocean tide. Sometimes, too often to count. I can vaguely feel their brilliant sparks being extinguished. That means that one of my subjects died. The flame of their desire is gone forever. Her expression grew a little wistful. I've been sensing more and more people dying as of late. The increase in the mortality rate was not significant, so I assumed that it was just the natural course of things. After all, war is raging on all sides. A war to subjugate new regions of the Dream Realm, a war for the Eastern Quadrant. Many people have become refugees and settlers too, and their lives are far less stable than before. Nephis frowned. But now, I think that there might be a different cause, so I want to check. Kai looked at her in confusion. A different cause. You suspect that the Dream Spawn's followers are responsible for these deaths? Nephis slowly shook her head. No, I suspect that these people, some of them at least, might not be dead at all. There is another reason for me to lose the ability to sense someone's spark, after all. It is if they have ceased to be a part of my domain. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Meaning that they became a part of someone else's domain. Like the members of the Shadow clan, who could not enjoy the grace of Neph's flame due to bearing his mark. He scowled. Do you mean? But before Sunny could finish the sentence, Cassie suddenly flinched. Her eyes widened a little, and she turned to them with a complicated expression. Wait, there is a message from Jet. Cassie paused for a moment, and then said in an urgent tone, something strange just happened in the Eastern Quadrant. Chapter 2556. The Sovereigns, a desolate wasteland, was basking in the blinding light of high noon. The sun was like a small silver coin in the azure sky, melting as its rays bathed the world in heat and radiance. The shadows were small and formless, hiding under the rocks and rusting carcasses of ancient war machines. 3 gargantuan gates towered above the wasteland, facing each other. Each formed an apex of a triangle, and there was considerable distance between them. One of the dream gates was dark and nebulous, ripping the world like an inky black rift. The second one was pure and radiant, shining like the sun. The last one was like a mirror, reflecting the wasteland back upon itself. No one was here, in the ravaged heart of the eastern quadrant, to witness them. No one except for the millions of figures who stood still under the cruel rays of the blazing sun, covering the wasteland behind the mirror gate like a vast sea. Some of them looked like humans, while some looked like nightmare creatures. Of course, all of them were a single being, Mordred, the king of nothing. As the sun moved across the azure expanse of the boundless sky, the shadows slowly crawled out of their shelters. The darkness of the shadow gate seemed to flow forward, too. Then, it surged and swelled, and a tenebrous legion rose from its lightless depths. Tens of thousands of shades marched onto the wasteland, with several titanic figures lumbering among them like dark giants. The Shadow Legion assembled into a flawless battle formation, facing the king of nothing and his myriad vessels silently. Finally, a sole figure appeared from the sun gate, landing on the ground in front of it like a radiant spirit of pure light. Her beautiful wings folded, and her brilliance dimmed, revealing ivory skin and hair that was like a torrent of liquid silver. Regarding the sea of vessels with an aloof expression, she took a step forward and walked to the center of the triangle formed by the three dream gates. Of course, she was Nephi's of immortal flame, changing star, the ruler of the human domain and the guiding star of humanity. Almost at the same time, a figure rose from the shadow of the second gate. It was a young man with porcelain skin and raven-black hair, with eyes so dark that they almost seemed like two glistening onyx gemstones. He was sunless, the lord of shadows, the sovereign of death. He headed to the center of the triangle as well, and everywhere he passed, the shadows seemed to grow deeper. And finally, a third figure appeared out of the rippling silver surface of the mirror gate. It was a tall man with a slender figure and strange eyes that reflected the world back upon itself, wearing the tattered remains of a stylish Viridian suit. Smiling easily, he folded his hands behind his back and went to meet the other two sovereigns. He was Mordred of Nowhere, the king of nothing. Slightly past noon, the three demigods met on the scorched sands of the barren wasteland in the eastern quadrant. Sunny was the first to speak. He studied Mordred for a few moments, then looked at the millions of motionless vessels behind him and smiled darkly. My, oh my, I did not think we would meet again so soon. I guess congratulations are in order. Mordred looked. A little eerie, really. There had always been something subtly unnerving about him, a vague sense of wrongness caused by the absence of something that all humans were supposed to possess. But now, a new layer of inexplicable strangeness was layered on top of that. It was as if Mordred was even less related to anything human than he had been before. As if he was a myriad of broken shards that had been a person once hiding under human skin. Why thank you, Sunless. Mordred smiled and inhaled with a full chest. Ah, it feels good to be king. In an utterly unnerving display of unity, the millions of vessels behind him all smiled at the same time. Sunny struggled to maintain a composed expression, feeling a cold shiver making its way up his spine. Never thought there would come a day when I'll see nightmare creatures smiling. Granted, their attempts at mimicking Mordred looked more like frightening snarls than the pleasant smile playing on his lips. Nephi's spoke at that moment, her even tone showing no sign of being disturbed by the eerie scene. You should be feeling it by now. The laws of this realm rejecting you, pushing you out. So let us not waste time on meaningless pleasantries and get to the point. She was right. Staying in the waking world for a short while was not impossible, but they were weakened here. More than that, it was straining. The longer Sunny lingered, the more the pressure on him mounted, and the harder it was to push against the walls of the world that seemed to want to crush him. It was easier to do for Nephi's, who shared an inherent connection to both worlds, but only relatively. All that meant was that she could return more often and stay for longer, not that she wasn't affected in the same way. Actually, there was no telling what relationship Mordred had with the waking world. The war realm. After all, he had inherited the lineage of war god, and more than that, his powers had to do with mirrors. As someone who reflected the world in front of him, he could possess an inherent advantage when it came to adapting to its laws. Then again, he could be having it as rough as Sunny. Mordred chuckled. What is the point, changing star? Are you two going to attack me? Nephi's stared at him evenly. At first glance, it looked like they had gathered here to fight. However, the millions of vessels, the Shadow Legion, and the 3 Dream Gates, it was all just for show. A statement of their power, and a silent reminder of what would happen if they were to clash. In truth, the continent would probably not be able to endure the harrowing forces unleashed by a battle between 3 supremes. And with its fall, the entire ecosystem that allowed humans to survive on Earth would inevitably follow. That was why they had chosen to meet here, in a place that rejected them and suppressed their power. When Nephi's did not respond, Mordred smiled. "I thought not. A wise decision, after all. There is no reason for us to become enemies." Sunny glared at him silently for a few moments. "Tell that to the survivors of the House of Night, bastard, and to the numerous people who suffered when the naval navigation in the waking world all but collapsed in an instant." Mordred considered him for a short while, then grinned. "The proper address is Your Royal Majesty, King Mordred, not bastard. Please have some decorum." His expression suddenly turned pitiful. "And if I might add, is it not in bad taste to call someone a bastard after having made them an orphan? Ah, how callous, how cruel." He let out a laugh and then looked at Sunny with an amused smile. "As for the House of Night, what exactly am I being accused of?" What happened was their own fault. The elders of the House of Night could have submitted to the Song domain of their own free will and become honored vassals of the Queen. Instead, they chose their own pride and arrogance. They committed the gravest sin of all. Mordred's gaze turned cold. They were weak and tried to hold onto something that they couldn't protect in a world that doesn't tolerate weakness, let alone arrogance. So they brought it all upon themselves. He shrugged. "Plus, I merely removed the elders, or rather, replaced them. There was some collateral damage, of course, but most of the ascended and awakened members of the House of Night, the actual Nightwalkers who guide the ships across the ocean, survived." Mordred sighed. "Ideally, I would have accepted them back into the fold after the war. The House of Night would have become the House of Nothing, with little disturbance to the infrastructure of the waking world. Even the power of the saints would not have been lost, since I'd be wielding it. So, don't paint me as some kind of mad monster." He smiled. "I am a very reasonable monster, if nothing else." Sunny glared at him darkly. Ah, how aggravating. He couldn't even erase that irritating smile from Mordred's face. Nephi's finally spoke, breaking the tense silence between them. "I've been told that trying to make you regret your actions is a meaningless endeavor, Mordred, so I won't try, however." She looked at him calmly. "The 3 of us are supreme. I do not want to repeat the mistakes of the previous generation and embroil humanity in another civil war. We sovereigns must find a way to coexist instead of fighting each other. I doubt that you want to be destroyed, and since you have attained supremacy without the help of the nightmare spell, there is no reason for us to fight for territory either. So, let us negotiate." Mordred studied her for a few moments, then smiled. "Ah, finally. A civil discussion. Goodness gracious, how refreshing. Sure, changing star, let us negotiate indeed." Chapter 2557, Lesser Evil. Sunny did not like the idea of negotiating with Mordred at all. Not because he was particularly inflexible and wanted to kill the bastard no matter what. Although the idea of cleansing the world of Mordred did seem amazingly alluring, but simply because he knew from experience that striking any kind of deal with Mordred was a dangerous gamble. At best, the chances of being betrayed were too high. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. Wait, how many times have I been fooled by this damned miscreant? He frowned, then looked at the sea of motionless figures standing behind the mirror gate. A chill ran down his spine again. Sunny had felt an inexplicable sense of unease ever since beholding the eerie sight of this silent myriad. Truth be told, he did not even know if the Mordred he knew and the creature standing in front of him were the same being. By now, they knew that Mordred had attained supremacy in the process of battling the Skinwalker in a soul duel. That was how he was able to inhabit millions of vessels and destroy the Great Terror. Granted, even Cassie was not clear on which came first. The cause and the result were too closely intertwined to be discerned. Perhaps, in this case, they were one and the same. Regardless, Mordred had somehow managed to manifest a domain encompassing no one but himself, which went against the very idea of supremacy. The authority of a sovereign was supposed to be expressed by exerting it upon something, after all, be it living beings or territory. Even that was not a problem, though. The problem was just how many vessels Mordred now possessed. It was simply beyond the realm of reason. If Sunny did not confirm it himself, he would have confidently stated that it was completely impossible. He knew the pressure of trying to separate his mind across tens of thousands of conduits better than most, after all. And his shades weren't even true incarnations. He could only perceive the world around them and issue commands, not control them directly as he would his own body. Even that had put an enormous strain on him before he acquired Mind Weave. And mere weeks after acquiring Mind Weave, he was already struggling with maintaining his previous sense of self. All that stemmed from having to split his attention between every shade of the Shadow Legion, and Mordred possessed millions of vessels, not merely thousands. Even Kai Song had not been able to control such a staggering number of puppets. Even Soul Stealer, a version of Mordred twisted by corruption, had been driven mad by shattering himself into a million pieces to consume Twilight. But Mordred did not seem mad. At least he was not madder than he had been before. He did not seem quite human either, though. The face was the same, if made even more sublime by the rebirth of rising to a higher rank, and the manners were the same, too. But there was something unfamiliar hiding in the depths of Mordred's gaze. How would having millions of bodies change someone's consciousness? Especially if that someone had a tenuous claim to personhood to begin with. Sunny did not want to show the subtle feeling of being disturbed by this new and unfamiliar Mordred. One thought disturbed him even more, though. Is something similar happening to me and Nephi's? It was an eerie thought. In any case, as much as Sunny did not like the idea of negotiating with Mordred, they had little choice. Despite all his deviousness and complete lack of remorse, Mordred could try to downplay the hideousness of the massacre he had perpetrated upon the House of Night all he wanted, and it would still not convince anyone he was a sovereign now. And a sovereign could never be treated lightly, least of all one wielding a divine aspect. Sunny and Nephi's could probably destroy him and his millions of vessels, but they would not escape that battle unscathed. At best, they would be severely weakened, which could prove fatal before too long. There was another sovereign they had to worry about, after all. There were 4 supremes in existence now, and one of them was almost certainly both hostile and a dire threat. So, as long as it could be avoided, they had to make sure that Mordred joined the battle against Asterion, and, ideally, the war for the future of humanity on their side. So it was not just that destroying him would cost them too much. They had little reason to destroy him, to begin with, or at least more reasons to keep him alive than to kill him. As long as Mordred could be reasoned with, and as much as Sunny wanted to deny it, Mordred had told them the truth. He was a very reasonable monster, indeed. He had betrayed and fooled Sunny a few times, but he was not a pathological schemer. He had fulfilled his promises quite faithfully when it suited him. In the Tomb of Ariel, for example, he had played a key role during the final battle at Verge, a battle in which Sunny himself had not participated, having betrayed and abandoned his friends. Damnation! It's driving me insane. Sunny looked at Mordred, sighed, and asked in a resigned tone, "What exactly is it that you want?" He had an idea. Mordred had already expressed that he needed Sunny and Nephi's for no other reason than to be his meat shield against the Dreamspawn. Now that he was the king of nothing, that seemed like more of a strategy than before. For no other reason than the fact that a sovereign could contend against Asterion, while a saint couldn't. At least Mordred had not seemed to believe that he stood a chance. Neither had he believed that Sunny and Nephi's stood a chance. Therefore, their usefulness as cannon fodder had an expiration date. That, in turn, would mean that Mordred expected Asterion to defeat them eventually, and therefore had to have a plan for what was going to come next. Now the outline of that plan was starting to take shape. Mordred was going to attack. The world, even 2 worlds, seemed to be too small for 2 supremes, as long as one of these supremes was Asterion. So, Mordred had to have an intention of destroying the Dreamspawn eventually. Not only because he believed that he would have to in order to survive, but also because he hated Asterion almost as much as he had hated the King of Swords. He just needed Sunny and Nephi's to buy him time. Mordred smiled. What do I want from the two of you? Well, in one word, nothing, absolutely nothing. He laughed. Chapter 2558, Mirror Domain. Mordred's laughter echoed above the wasteland. Then, it suddenly turned into a haunting, deafening roar. That was because the millions of vessels behind him all laughed as well. That scene was so otherworldly eerie that Sunny could not help but grimace. Cut the theatrics, will you? Mordred chuckled once more, then looked at them with a faint smile. The sea of motionless figures behind him grew still, as well. Nephi's shook her head. Saying that you don't need anything from us is a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? She looked behind him at the horde of vessels, some of them human, some of them monstrous. Among the humans, there were a number awakened, but most of them were mundane. They were the ordinary citizens of the Eastham Quadrant taken by the Skinwalker in the past, only for their bodies to be stolen by Mordred in the end. If nothing else, you will need a place to settle. Now that these vessels belong to you, they will be banished from the waking world before too long. And every area of the dream realm that is not a death zone currently belongs to us. So, unless you want this sea of vessels to tum into a shallow pond, you will have to find a place for them to live. Mordred let out a wistful sigh. A place to call home, is it? What a wonderful sentiment. Why, this is indeed something I would not refuse. So, how about you give me the Stormsea? Nephi's tilted her head a little. Out of the question. It was indeed impossible for them to surrender the Stormsea to Mordred. Not only because there were 24 citadels there, almost half of them conquered by Mordred while impersonating the elders of the House of Night, but it was also the connective tissue between the former territories of the Song and Sword domains. Except for the Road of Shadow far north, in Godgrave, it was the only way to travel between the two parts of the human domain, unless one made use of a dream gate opened by a supreme who ruled Night Garden. Mordred sighed. How disappointing. And after I spent so much effort conquering those citadels, no less. He shook his head, then smiled. You seem to think that you have the upper hand in these negotiations, changing star, but let me remind you of something. In truth, I don't really need a region of the dream realm to settle my vessels, so you have nothing to offer me, your hand is empty. Nephi's frowned and studied him for a few moments. The mirror realm? Mordred chuckled. Indeed, you do remember after all. In fact, Sunny remembered too. It was just that neither Mordred nor Nephi's remembered that he had been there with them, as well. It had happened back in Twilight, when Mordred pulled them into Soul Stealer's mirror realm. His own only encompassed the reflection of his soul sea at the time, but the minor mirror domain of Soul Stealer encompassed the reflection of the entire city. Now that Mordred was supreme and his domain had fully manifested, there was no telling how vast and lifelike his mirror realm was. Vast enough for millions of vessels to inhabit, perhaps. I'll be damned. Mordred was not just a one-man nation. He seemed to be carrying an entire kingdom within himself, as well, and every mirror could become a door to that kingdom, a door that only he could open. Nephi's shook her head. Most of your vessels are fragile and mundane. They will need to be fed, sheltered, clothed, and cared for. Even if you have a space to store them, you won't have the resources to keep them alive. Not without vast hunting grounds and trade routes. Not to mention that you will want to expand your domain by usurping more bodies. She smiled faintly. You are not reckless enough to plunder my people, so you will have to hunt down nightmare creatures. Therefore, you will still need a territory to call your own. Mordred sighed. Goodness, fine, I will admit it. I do indeed want to control a territory in the dream realm, but not just any territory will do. Something was telling Sunny that Mordred would not demand to receive Bastion. What piece of land does he have his eyes on? Mordred believed that Asterion was coming, and that the human domain, as well as the shadow domain, would eventually fall into his hands. He was also prepared to wage a war against Asterion and destroy him. So, in other words, Mordred was preparing to wage war on the human domain, just not yet, not while it still belonged to Nephi's. This insane bastard. In that light, it made a lot of sense why his first choice was the Storm Sea. If one wanted to launch a military campaign against all of humanity, there was no better option. Not only did the storm sea wash over the southern shores of both human enclaves in the dream realm, it was also nebulous and difficult to navigate. With his knowledge and experience of sailing its misty waters, Mordred would be able to launch unexpected attacks all along the coast, as well as use the estuary of the River of Tears to advance north rapidly, almost all the way to Ravenheart. He would also be able to storm Rivergate for the second time and reach Bastion in a matter of days, if not hours. Best of all, he would be able to retreat into the mists of the Stormsea after each raid, saving himself from Astarian's retaliation. The House of Night had existed for so long without being protected by a sovereign in large part, because invading the Stormsea was an inherently dangerous endeavor. It was almost impossible to conquer it unless you felt at home in its deadly, nebulous waters. It was a perfect fit. So perfect, in fact, that Sunny could not help but suspect that Mordred had always kept the eventual return of the Dreamspawn in mind, and aimed his sights on the House of Night in large part for that very reason. However, it was for that reason as well that Nephise and Sunny would never let the newly risen Supreme usurp the Stormsea. What other region of the Dream Realm could compare, though? What other place could serve Mordred's goals? He smiled. Give me the Hollow Mountains, then. Chapter 2559, Uneasy Alliance. Mordred wanted the Hollow Mountains. Well, it was no surprise that he did. All the reasons why the Stormsea suited his goals applied to the Hollow Mountains. As well, the mountain chain stretched from east to west, bordering the human territories on both sides of Godgrave. The endless expanse of white mist shrouding the jagged peaks made it all but impossible to invade them, while those who could survive its cold embrace were free to launch unexpected raids on the lands south of the mountains, or north of them. That was where the Forgotten Shore, Sunny's lightless kingdom, was located. In addition to that, Mordred had an affinity to the source of the white mist, to nothing, so he would have an easier time surviving there than almost anyone else. Of course, his aspect had to do with mirrors and reflections, which were kin to nothing creatures, but not exactly the same thing. In a sense, the Hollow Mountains were to Mordred what the Shadow Realm was to Sunny. Perfect hunting grounds that were as full of promise as they were perilous and deadly. Granted, that only encompassed the surface of the hollow peaks, not the dark depths inside them, the underworld. Out there, in the realm of true darkness, Mordred would be just as helpless as Sunny. After all, there could be no reflections without light, so his powers would be rendered useless. Mordred seemed to be getting exactly what he wanted. However, Sunny and Nephise had no reason to refuse him, or at least no reason that was good enough to deny him the Hollow Mountains. They themselves had no use for them, and there were no human colonies being built within the mist, all in all. Things could have been worse. A new sovereign had risen from the ranks of humanity, and while he was not exactly a reliable ally, he was not inherently hostile either. Mordred might have been a monster who knew neither regret nor remorse, but he did not usually act without reason. Otherwise, it would have been the entire population of EQSC consumed by him instead of the Skinwalker. On the bright side, humanity had another supreme now, and an immensely powerful one at that. If there was one predictable thing about Mordred, it was that he always acted in self-interest. And in the grand scheme of things, his interests coincided with those of Sunny and Nephise. After all, the destruction of their world was imminent. Once Earth was fully consumed by the Dream Realm, everything that was not corrupted would be besieged by the nightmare creatures, including those fallen deities of the cursed and unholy rank. When that happened, Mordred would have little choice but to fight side by side with other human sovereigns in order to survive. Sunny understood that rationally. But still, negotiating with the bastard was exceedingly frustrating. Ah, I want to rip that damn smile off his face. He had dismissed the Shadow Legion. The endless sea of Mordred's vessels was disappearing into the rippling surface of the Mirror Gate. Too, they were entering the Mirror Realm, leaving the desolate expanse of the eastern quadrant behind. Mordred himself was still here, though, looking at them with a polite smile. Ah, yes, I do agree. We should continue this conversation in a more comfortable setting. His smile was the same, but his face betrayed subtle signs of fatigue. The War Realm was straining to expel them, and by now, the pressure was crushing. On top of that, Mordred had only recently concluded the dreadful battle against the Skinwalker and undergone the evolution to supremacy. He had not had the chance to rest and recover yet, so he was in rough shape. The negotiations were far from being over, of course. They had only set out the very fundamental principles of their future coexistence, so the details would have to be decided later, in the presence of people who could formulate a proper treaty. It was not a question of authority, but merely of convenience. Mordred would need building materials and a steady supply of clean drinking water and food to establish his kingdom in the Hollow Mountains. For example, since it was going to take him some time and a lot of effort to make it self-sufficient. Therefore, some kind of trade agreement would have to be established, and Sunny and Nephis were not the best people to define it. There were countless small details like that. There was the question of what they would be getting in return as well. And above all else, they were not going to agree on anything with Mordred unless Kai was present in the room, and could confirm that the King of Nothing was being sincere in his willingness to, if not cooperate, then at least coexist with the human domain. So he was invited to Bastion. The negotiations would continue on the Ivory Island, with most members of the cohort, as well as a team of relevant professionals present. As for Mordred, he did not have a cohort, close companions, or talented subordinates. Therefore, he would have to oversee the entire process himself. I can believe this is my life now. Sunny blinked a couple of times, thinking that he had never expected to negotiate a trade agreement with Mordred one day. Life was, indeed, full of surprises. They were also going to discuss the Dreamspawn in more detail then. Granted, Mordred did not seem too keen on the idea of cementing an alliance to deal with Asterion. Despite everything, he was entirely convinced that Sunny and Nephis were a lost cause. So, he wasn't inclined to help them understand what his former caretaker was capable of. All knowledge Mordred possessed would have to be exchanged for something. That was what Sunny and Nephis were getting in return for building materials and food supplies, above all else. Well then, I'll depart first. Mordred gave them a perfunctory bow and vanished without a trace. His dream gate disappeared, as well, leaving Sunny and Nephs alone on the desolate wasteland. Sunny studied the landscape around them for a long while and then suddenly laughed. I realized something just now. He looked at Nephis and shook his head in disbelief. This is now the safest place in the world. Both worlds, really. Chapter 2560, Sudden Peace, the Eastern Quadrant had been ravaged by war. The peculiar thing about the Skinwalker, however, was that the Great Terror did not discriminate between people and nightmare creatures. It took every vessel it could find, striving to grow and spread as much as possible, no matter whom it consumed. And while humans were still resisting the dreadful fiend, the nightmare creatures populating the wilderness of the Eastern Quadrant had all been wiped out and absorbed by the Skinwalker some time ago. Their bodies were then inherited by Mordred, who took them into his mirror realm. So, at the moment, the Eastern Quadrant was the only place in either of the worlds that was completely void of abominations. There were still nightmare gates here, of course, which meant that new monsters would wander through them sooner or later. But for now, this continent was completely safe and cleansed of corruption, like all continents used to be. Nephis remained silent for a while, then sighed. Indeed, it is quite ironic, isn't it? Although his motivation was entirely selfish, Mordred had done a great service for humanity. He saved an entire quadrant, and maybe much more, considering that the Skinwalker was on the verge of evolving. Sunny let out a bitter laugh. You are right. He did something that neither of us had managed to do. Mordred, of all people. Nephis possessed great power, but that power was largely straightforward. Sunny wielded a subtler aspect, but he still could not have eradicated the Skinwalker without shattering the entire continent. Even then, a few vessels would have survived and hidden themselves somewhere else, so that plague would have began spreading in a different corner of the world before too long. But Mordred possessed a power that was uniquely suited to destroying creatures of exactly that kind. By challenging the Skinwalker to a soul duel, he had destroyed the very root of the Great Terror without the need to annihilate each and every one of its vessels. And now, a sudden realization hit Sunny. The war is over. A lion's share of humanity's forces were currently concentrated in the Eastern Quadrant, mundane soldiers and awakened alike. The same went for saints. Even Jet was here, as well as the Night Garden. Now, all these people had nothing to do. The military forces would have to be relocated to other flashpoints, some here on Earth, some in the dream realm. All of this had happened so unexpectedly that there was no plan in place. Many strategic meetings would have to happen to adjust the resources of humanity according to the new reality. There was the question of the evacuation, as well. The population of the Eastern Quadrant was currently being evacuated to other quadrants and the dream realm. Now, the primary reason for that exodus was gone. Were they going to stop the evacuation and abandon plans of leaving the Eastern Quadrant, or continue to ferry people away? The dream realm was waiting, after all, and everyone would have to abandon the waking world sooner or later. There were many things to decide. Sunny could already feel his head hurting. naviSgate gave him a guarded look and then suddenly asked, "Do you think that we really are no match for the Dreamspawn too?" She seemed to be displeased and somewhat uneasy because of what Mordred had said. Aster, Song, Vale, these were the three names that had defined her childhood. Song and Vale were dead now, but Aster remained more than that. naviSgate now knew that, in large part, she survived because Asterion had held the other two sovereigns back and prevented them from trying to dispose of her too openly. Not out of concern for her or some twisted shape of sentimentality, but simply because he had needed her to awaken to harvest the lineage of Sun God. Sunny pursed his lips and considered his words for a while. Eventually, he sighed. The Dreamspawn seems to possess powers that have to do with mind manipulation. Among all the nightmare creatures that I've faced, those that mess with your mind were absolutely the worst. So, I do believe that dealing with him will be a troublesome affair. Sunny's expression darkened. I guess what I am trying to say is that we should not be expecting a clean victory. This one, we will have to bleed for this one, I think. He paused, then looked at naviSgate and asked, "What do you think?" She studied the desolate landscape around them for a while, then shrugged. "It is, as you said, it will be a tough fight, and we will not win it without paying a price. But we will win it, I believe it." Sunny nodded. "So do I." "I don't think it's going to be very pleasant, though." He shook his head dejectedly. What was it with Supremes and fighting each other instead of focusing their ire on the nightmare creatures? Out of the 7 sovereigns born from humanity up to this point, 3 had already perished, and all 3 of them had been killed by other Supremes, not by powerful abominations. Broken Sword, Kai Song, and Anvil. Asterion would join them eventually, and by then, not just some, but most human Supremes would have fallen to a human's blade. Children of war, indeed. Perhaps Yuri's had a point in disliking Sunny and his kind. Looking at the oddly tranquil landscape of the Eastern Quadrant, naviSgate inhaled deeply. Perhaps she was thinking about how this was her eventual goal, a world free of the nightmares. Perhaps she was simply thinking about the mountain of decisions she would have to make regarding the relocation of her armies. Turning to the radiant dream gate, naviSgate looked at her shadow, where a different incarnation of Sunny was hiding, and then back at him. "We should return to Bastion. Are you coming?" Sunny hesitated for a little while, then smiled. "No, I think I am going to catch a ride with Jet. She is going to take the Night Garden back to Stormsea soon, isn't she?" naviSgate studied him for a moment, then nodded and headed toward the gate. "Don't fall into a coma this time, please, if you don't mind." Sunny smiled as he turned the other way. "I can't say that I won't, but I will definitely try." Chapter 2561, A Leisurely Ride. Soon, naviSgate and her dream gate were gone. Sunny dismissed his as well and found himself standing alone on the scorched earth of the desolate wasteland, beneath the vast blue sky of the Eastern Quadrant. The idea that he was completely safe, for once in his life, felt alien. What a strange day. Sunny knew that the world was going to be shaken quite soon. People would learn that the desperate war against the Skinwalker had come to a sudden end. That alone was enough to cause quite a tumult. This news would be followed by the shocking revelation that a new sovereign had risen to the throne of supremacy, and that he was none other than Mordred, the wayward son of the King of Swords. The public did not know much about Mordred. Except for the fact that he had betrayed his clan, destroyed the House of Night on the Queen's orders, and nearly conquered the Sword domain all on his own while the war was raging in Godgrave. Actually, now that Sunny thought about it, perhaps people would not be as surprised that Mordred had become a sovereign as he was. What mattered more was the fact that the general public was not aware of his own continued existence, and neither did many people know that Asterion was alive and supreme as well. So, for most people, the King of Nothing would seem to be the only sovereign in existence apart from Changing Star. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he would seem like the second most important person in the world. And that person was an eerie fiend who possessed 1,000,000 bodies and chose to dwell in the cold mists of the Hollow Mountains instead of living among people. Poor humanity. It seems to only have 2 demigods, and half of all demigods it has are completely insane. The saddest part was that if everyone knew that there were actually 4 Supremes alive today, the proportion would not get any better. Arguably, it would only get worse. Not to mention that people who regarded Nephi's as a sane person were woefully wrong. So really, all of the human demigods were some kind of unhinged. Ignorance is truly bliss. Shaking his head, Sunny looked around and took in the view of the cleansed continent. The sun was falling toward the horizon by then, so his shadow lay long on the ground. He called, and a tenebrous steed rose from his shadow, casting the chilling gaze of its crimson eyes down at him. The sun glinted on its wolf-like fangs and adamantine horns. Nightmare snorted quietly, and the resulting gust of wind made Sunny's hair dance chaotically. He grimaced, then brushed his hair away from his eyes and looked at Nightmare with a smile. "I missed you too, buddy." Climbing into the saddle, Sunny sent his destrier toward the coast. He was currently near the very heart of the eastern quadrant, so the 2 of them would have to cross the entire continent to reach the water where the night garden rested on the waves. So, Nightmare could cross it in a few hours at a leisurely pace. Of course, Sunny himself could reach the coast even faster if he used Shadow Step. However, he was not in a hurry. His other incarnations were already quite busy, but this one could take a well-deserved break. After all, it was not every day that one encountered an entire continent devoid of nightmare creatures. That never happened, in fact. The eastern quadrant was like a park at the moment, so Sunny was in the mood for a little sightseeing. He wanted to gather his thoughts before meeting Jet, as well. A lot had happened in the last couple of months. His incarnations had not been idle during his stay in the Palace of Imagination, and he was quite busy in the weeks after regaining his senses as well. Now there was this whole story with Mordred. Gods, that devious bastard was really supreme now, and Asterion was looming over the world as well. Somehow, Sunny had a feeling that he would not experience a moment of peace like this one in a long while. I might be forced to change my plans. 2 fragments of Weaver's lineage remained unclaimed, the Spirit Weave and the Shadow Weave. The former was presumably hidden somewhere on the Night Garden, or at least connected to it, while the latter was lost in the dark depths of the underworld. Sunny had made a tentative plan to recover all parts of Weaver's lineage one after another, or at least attempt to. Now, however, it seemed like an expedition into the underworld would have to be postponed until after Asterion was dealt with. That saddened him a little. "I've grown so much stronger after assimilating Flesh Weave and Mind Weave." There was also the peculiar case of the Blood Weave, Bone Weave, and Flesh Weave fusing and enhancing each other. So, he had reason to believe that a similar kind of synergy, perhaps even on a much larger scale, would happen when the entire lineage was reassembled. And he was also sure that absorbing both Spirit Weave and Shadow Weave would hurt like hell. Sunny sighed, already uncomfortable by simply thinking about that inevitable future. Once I collect all 7 fragments, though, then he would be ready to challenge the 5th nightmare. If he was going to challenge it, after all, instead of searching for a way to reach apotheosis without the help of the spell. As Nightmare galloped across the wasteland, Sunny thought back to what had happened in the last few weeks. I actually can't believe how much transpired in that short amount of time. It had really been a month full of all kinds of happenings. Let's see, what had happened first? Oh, right. It was the little gift he sent to teacher Julius. The crowning achievement and the last nail in the coffin of his academic career. his magnum opus as far as academic research went. Chapter 2562, Magnum Opus. While one of Sunny's incarnations was experiencing the strangest things in the palace of imagination, like PTVs that drove on tiny explosions, and a whole city of people who had no idea what a nightmare creature was, the rest of him was busy with other endeavors. In fact, he had more free time than usual. That was because Slayer was still resting in the dark flames of his soul, evolving, so there was no need to fight her every week. And neither was there a need to recover from those brutal fights, either. So, Sunny decided to do something he had been thinking about ever since returning from Ariel's game. He wanted to write a research paper, and not just any paper at that. Sunny wanted to write a paper to end all papers. The best and most comprehensive report on the history of the world, its inception, its end, and all the things that had happened since. After all, he was in a unique position. Sunny was the person who knew the most about the truth of things, the gods, the demons, the nine, the void, the forgotten god. Most importantly, he knew the most about Weaver and the purpose of the nightmare spell. Of course, there were still gaps in his knowledge. Other people possessed pieces of knowledge that he did not, as well. The sovereigns, for example, had known much more than he did about certain things. Among them, Asterion probably knew secrets that Sunny could not even dream about. But nobody had such a structured and comprehensive knowledge of the framework that formed all of existence, as well as the main characters of history and the roles they had played. Knowledge was power, so it was no surprise that the sovereigns had hoarded their knowledge, refusing to share it with anyone. But Sunny was of a different mind, Nephi's was the same, or she would not have given her fateful speech about how Earth was doomed to be consumed by the dream realm. Since he possessed precious knowledge, he wanted to share it with the world. He had an obligation to let people learn as much as possible about the reality they lived in, not only because he knew how fervently those curious about the truth strived to quench their thirst for knowledge, but also because he wanted as many people to be as powerful as they could be. After all, Sunny was not the only person with a keen mind out there. If many people were armed with the knowledge he possessed, some of them would use it as ammunition to make their own discoveries and help humanity in their own way. That, in truth, was the greatest power humanity possessed, the ability to accumulate knowledge and, therefore, solve problems collectively. Every new generation of humans was the culmination of everything the numerous previous generations had learned and achieved, so their growth was exponential. At least that was what Sunny wanted to believe as a former academic. His tenure at the academy might have come to an abrupt end, but the spirit of exploration still burned in his heart. And it was in that spirit that Sunny sat behind a desk in the dark castle and stared at an empty journal in front of him. The journal in and of itself was a mythical artifact. That was because Sunny had been too lazy to go find writing paper and just manifested shadows into a semblance of one, making each sheet permanent. Then, he bound the white sheets with black thread and fashioned a leather cover from the hide of a nightmare creature he had slain in the burned forest. The ink was made from the materials scavenged here on the forgotten shore. And since Sunny was now a demigod, everything he made was technically a mythical item. That said, he would have vastly preferred to just type the entire research paper on a communicator, but sadly, that would require writing it in the waking world. And while Sunny could very well spend some time there, it was never pleasant. So, with a sigh, he began writing by hand. The first thing he wrote was the title, of course, which was quite simple and to the point. On the first page of the journal, a few words appeared under his pen. The letters read, "The Exploration Report on Everything by Nobody." Many days later, having already received Mind Weave, Sunny did travel to the waking world, after all. The journal containing the exploration report felt heavy in his hand. He put all of the knowledge about the history and fate of the dream realm onto these pages. The exploration report on the tomb of Ariel concentrated on the nature of the Great River civilization and on the stories of Weave told to him by Anank, omitting the truths learned by him in the estuary. But this time, Sunny shared everything he knew. He wrote about the inception of the world, the gods and their forgotten sibling, the origin of the demons, the cause of the conflict between the demons and the gods, as well as the calamitous end of their war, Weaver, and the birth and purpose of the nightmare spell. He wrote about the 7 divine realms as well, about how the dream realm came to be, how it consumed the mortal realms, how the nightmare spell infected the isolated divine realms, one after another, and how they still ended up being swallowed by the growing realm of the forgotten god, with Earth, War Realm, being the last, and much more, so much more, in fact, that his hand still seemed to be hurting from holding the pen. And that's considering that he had manifested a few additional hands out of the shadows to hasten the process. In fact, Sonny had written 2 versions of the exploration report on everything instead of one. The first contained all that knowledge in its pure form. The second replaced the name of the forgotten god, Dream God, with a rune for someone or something unknown. That was because not just anyone could retain the forbidden knowledge about the forgotten god. Actually, few people could, and even for them, it was somewhat dangerous. Even mentioning his existence put a strain on the souls of living beings, because the world was still denying his existence. So, Sonny only intended to share the full version of his report with those of higher ranks. Now, all that remained was to deliver the fruit of his decade-long quest to uncover the truth into the hands of the public. Standing in front of the colossal gates, Sonny looked up and studied the familiar shape of a towering alloy wall. After so many years of having been away, he returned to the awakened academy. Chapter 2563, Old Haunts. Sonny and Nephis had stood on this exact spot 11 years ago, waiting for the gates of the academy to open for them. Well, it had been 11 years for the world, but a full dozen for them, considering the time spent in the tomb of Ariel. It was funny to think that they had not even known each other back then. They had not paid much attention to each other. Either Sonny had been busy thinking about the advice given to him by Jet during the drive from the police station, while Nephis was listening to music and looking at the walls of the academy with an aloof expression. They had just become sleepers, and now, 12 years later, they were both supreme. They were demigods wielding power so terrifying that the towering walls of the Academy, which had seemed impossible to breach once, were not even worth thinking about. Sonny and Nephis were capable of conquering all of Earth now, or destroying it if they so wished. How times have changed. Sonny could not help but think about how much that short conversation with Jet had shaped his life. She had shared a few pieces of priceless wisdom with him back then, wisdom that she herself had earned by making mistakes and paying for each one with blood. Among other things, Sonny would have never chosen to dedicate his time at the academy to learning how to survive in the wilderness. He would have spent those few weeks training uselessly with a sword instead. Then, he would not have had the knowledge to piece together the past of the Forgotten Shore, which was the start of it all. In fact, he would have drowned immediately after entering the dream realm on the winter solstice. It was teacher Julius, after all, who had insisted that Sonny learns how to swim. It is odd to think that my life could have ended so ingloriously all the way back then. A future sovereign died as a sleeper because he didn't know how to swim. That would have been quite a twist of fate. Shaking his head, Sonny looked at the gates of the academy. The sea of candles in front of them still burned. They had been placed there by those who hoped for Changing Star's safe return after the siege of the Crimson Spire initially. But people continued to light new candles even now that Nephis was supreme and ruled the entire world. If anything, there were more candles burning in front of the academy than ever before. The sea of fragile flames was very much like humanity itself, each one representing someone's hopes and dreams. Individual flames could be extinguished and snuffed out, but the radiance of the candles as a whole never dimmed. If there was a physical representation of the human domain, this was it, the immortal flame that refused to go out, fueled by longing. And, of course, each of the countless candles had a shadow. No one was going to open the gates of the academy for Sonny this time, and he did not need them either. Instead, he simply stepped through the shadows and entered the academy grounds unannounced, moving unseen. This soon after the winter solstice, there were not many sleepers attending, so Sonny did not need to exert himself even a little to remain unnoticed. He cast his shadow sense far and wide, easily encompassing the entire academy, and sensed every person within its walls, the students, the instructors, and the staff. Then, following an odd impulse, Sunny spent some time visiting his old haunts and remembering the past. The assembly hall where he had met Cassie for the first time, both of them assumed to be no different from Walking Dead and relegated to the corpse corner, his small room in the sleeper dormitory. Gods, it had felt like the pinnacle of luxury back then. The cafeteria where he had enjoyed good food for the first time in his life, the lecture hall where he had taught a class of unruly sleepers as a guest lecturer. The fortified room on one of the underground levels of the Academy's medical center, where Nephi's had been kept while wandering the dream realm alone. That one had been renovated after being blown up, and a few more places. All of them contained memories that were meaningful to him. These memories were like ghosts. No one else remembered to cherish these quiet moments, and they only continued to exist in his head. All traces of the life Sunny had lived were erased from the world, and the places he visited did not mean anything to anyone anymore. Not in the same way they meant the world to him, at least. Sunny was not exactly a sentimental person, so it was odd to find himself wasting time on a walk down memory lane. But it was just that. He had a feeling that he would not return to the awakened academy ever again. Entering the waking world was getting hard now that he was supreme, and it would only get harder in the future. Earth itself was changing, too, dying, really. So, Sunny had a feeling that the next time he saw the academy, it would be as a ruin lost in some godforsaken corner of the dream realm. But that was all right, as well. Time was flowing, and humanity was doing its best not to fall behind its current. The nature of the awakening was different now compared to when he had been a sleeper. More and more of those infected by the nightmare spell resided in the dream realm, and so, the way they were taught was changing as well. There were already branches of the academy in the dream realm. The first one had been opened in Ravenheart, while the second one was located in Bastion. Granted, they focused more on preparing young men and women who wanted to challenge the first nightmare for its terrible demands. The trial of the winter solstice itself was going to become a thing of the past before too long. After all, there would be no distinction between the dream realm and the waking world anymore, so the spell would have no need and no reason to send sleepers on a deadly pilgrimage. Awakened live long lives, and someone like Sunny was almost immortal. When he looked at the world in 100 years, would there be anything left behind from the one that he knew? Letting out a quiet sigh, Sunny looked around one last time, then made his way to the wilderness survival classroom. Actually, teacher Julius did not teach here anymore. He and his family resided permanently in Bastion now, and the old man spent his days building a new education system for the brave new world being built in the dream realm by the human domain. But he still visited NQSC occasionally, and when he did, this classroom served as his office. Walking over to the desk, Sunny placed the journal on its surface and studied it for a few moments. Then, hearing someone opening the door, he dissolved into the shadows. His job here was done. He had submitted his last research paper to the man he trusted to treat it caringly the most. And what a research paper it was. Sunny sighed bitterly. Oh, gods, all the contribution points I am missing out on. Ah, my heart hurts. Chapter 2564, Wayward Student. Teacher Julius had never expected his twilight years to be so very busy. He remembered thinking of retiring a few years back. The world was constantly changing, and he was afraid of not being able to keep pace with it. And as much as it pained him to admit, his lessons, which had been vital for numerous young sleepers in the past, had not had high attendance in a long, long while. That was only natural, considering that awakened of the second and third generations. Gods, were they on the fourth generation already? Had absorbed most skills necessary for survival in the wilderness of the dream realm as children. Granted, those school curricula were quite shallow, never delving deeply into the subjects he felt passionate about. So, Julius had thought about hanging his hat. Who knew that he and his family would become so involved with building a brighter future for humanity on behalf of the new domain? His wife was doing important work, helping refugees settle in Bastion, for example. Julius himself, meanwhile, had found himself in charge of developing an entire new education system for youths residing in the dream realm. There was so much he and the team of academics under his leadership had to consider, envision, and implement. After all, they not only needed to make sure that children taken to the dream realm learned everything they needed to know about that dangerous world and developed into competent adults. They also needed to make sure that children that would be born in the dream realm in the future did not forget their roots, inheriting the knowledge and culture of Earth, which, apparently, was not long for this world. Soon enough, Earth would become a part of the dream realm, too, a fact that he was still trying to come to terms with. In any case, Julius had spent most of his time in Bastion, since that was where the governing institutions of humanity were slowly migrating. His life there was both eventful and meaningful, but he still enjoyed his rare visits to NQSC. After all, this was where he had spent most of his life, especially the familiar grounds of the Awakened Academy. Julius took his time walking along the paths of the Academy Park before entering the sleeper compound and making his way to his former classroom. This was where his NQSC office was now located. Despite knowing how many calls and communications with valued colleagues who still resided on Earth awaited him, his gait was ginger and energetic, and he was humming a boisterous tune. Better finish everything quickly, get all the planned social engagements out of the way, and get back home. There was something new and exciting happening in Bastion every day. Not too long ago, young Bethany finally managed to launch her ambitious hydroelectric power plant. Now, a magical tramway was being built along the main thoroughfare, and there were numerous other things being created and invented as well. Julius did not want to miss anything. Sadly, he knew that many of his colleagues were quite stubborn and cantankerous. So the scheduled meetings were probably going to run late, especially because his old academic rival, Sando, who was not as smug these days but still a complete hack, would be participating in one of them. Let's see. It's almost time for the call with the Song Foundation. Huh, what is that? Julius blinked a couple of times, which caused his bushy eyebrows to perform a complicated and slightly frightening dance. There, on his table, lay something that he did not recognize. It was a leather-bound journal that looked quite mundane, but emanated a daunting feeling of something uncanny, almost mystical. There was also a handwritten note placed near it, with neat cursive filling it. The paper was black, and the ink was silver-white. The note looked like a piece of the dark sky that someone had cut carelessly from the fabric of the night, taking the stars and starlight with it. Julius scratched the tip of his nose. Did I forget to lock the door? The Awakened Academy was a restricted area with heavy security, so no one was supposed to be able to enter his office unannounced. His curiosity won over his caution, though, well, of course, and Julius picked up the note after sitting behind the desk. His eyebrows climbed higher and higher as he read it. The neat handwriting read first on asterisk. Org teacher Julius. You probably don't remember me, but I was once your student. Many years have passed since the days I attended the Awakened Academy, yet I always remember your lessons fondly. They are the reason I survived long enough to write you this note. As I grow older, I often reminisce about the past. Many things have changed, and I have changed as well. That, too, is a privilege I earned thanks to you. You promised to make me immortal on the first day we met. Please forgive your incompetent student, teacher Julius. I am not quite immortal yet, but I am working on it. Meeting you was truly my great fortune. I don't think I ever thanked you properly for everything you've done for me, so please allow me to express my gratitude in this modest way. Below, you'll find an exploration report I compiled after traveling far and wide in the dream realm. Visiting places that no human has ever reached and unraveling mysteries that no one has ever been able to solve, which in hindsight was quite a foolish affair, considering how many times I almost fell victim to my curiosity. However, as Professor Obel used to say, humanity needs a bit of stupidity to survive. So please enjoy the fruits of my stupidity. Best regards, Nobody. Teacher Julius stared at the note in bewilderment. Nobody, the nobody. Had the author of the exploration report on the tomb of Ariel actually been his student once? I would have remembered such an outstanding student, surely. Completely forgetting about his schedule, Julius grabbed the leather-bound journal and read the title embossed on the cover. The exploration report on everything. Opening the journal with a trembling hand, he read the first few lines. His eyes widened like saucers. W what? L, Chapter 2565, the exploration report on everything. Teacher Julius spent almost an hour starting just at the first page of the exploration report on everything. The first paragraph alone was enough to shatter reality as humans knew it, turning every known axiom upside down. It read, "In the beginning, there was only the boundless, eternal void. From that dark abyss, the creatures of the void were born. Just like chaos itself, they were endless and everlasting, vast and forever changing. But then came desire, and with it came direction. From it, the 7 gods were born." Julius took a shaky breath. 7 gods, but there were only 6 gods. Granted, countless people had suggested the existence of the 7th god before, for no other reason than the prevalence of the number 7 in everything that had to do with the nightmare spell, as well as with the bygone civilizations of the dream realm. In fact, many assumed that the mystical significance of the number 7 was connected to the fallen pantheon, that there had been 7 gods, and everything was inclined to come in sevens because of them, like a sacral echo. Of course, there was not a shred of evidence to support this fanciful theory. People just liked orderly things, and the strange contradiction of there only being 6 gods made them feel uncomfortable. So, they stretched the truth to support the conclusion they had already made. Needless to say, such conduct was woefully unscientific. Well, at least they were better than the hapless romantics who claimed that there had only been 6 gods because the 7th was yet to be born. That alleged 7th god, unsurprisingly, was supposed to be born of humanity and become its savior, which smelled suspiciously like religion, not science. Teacher Julius frowned. Can nobody be one of those hacks? No, surely not. He took a deep breath and delved into reading. The more he read, the more he was enthralled by the exploration report. Just a few minutes later, it became apparent that number. Nobody was not a hack. The report was written in a clear, crisp language. Everything was relayed in simple words and left no room for ambiguity. The picture it painted was wonderfully coherent, so coherent, in fact, that Julius could not help but feel that what he was reading had to be true. Best of all, the exploration report was not merely a collection of curious musings. It was a proper research paper that drew from and referenced countless established works and historical documents, as well as providing sources for every unsubstantiated claim it made. Granted, some of those sources were quite fantastical, like the description of a memory that contained a drop of shadow god's blood or a poem written by the demon of dread on the surface of a mystical lake. Julius doubted that anyone could receive such a memory again or travel to the estuary of the great river in the tomb of Errol to confirm nobody's findings. So, theoretically, the exploration report on everything could still turn out to be a fabrication. But Julius doubted that it was. The facts nobody presented and the arguments they made fit together too well, and everything clicked together too perfectly, as if falling into place. More than that, the discoveries made by the mysterious explorer flawlessly filled the holes in the contemporary understanding of the dream realm and its history. Many things had never quite fit together before, but now, Julius saw that it was because the puzzle had been missing pieces. Nobody provided these pieces, and so, it all makes sense. He felt as if he had been blind all his life and now finally gained sight. That was the best feeling in the world. The thing that had drawn him to science and academic work to begin with. Wonderful, simply wonderful. Not too long ago, Julius had felt like an old man, but now, suddenly, he felt like a little kid again. The exploration report on everything was broadly divided into 3 parts. The first dealt with the cosmology of the dream realm, exploring the relationship between the void and the flame, and therefore the war between the void creatures and the gods born of desire. It explained how the universal laws of existence had been created and how the gods used them to contain the void, while imprisoning one of their own, the unknown, with it. The second part was dedicated to the unknown and his 7 children, the demons. Demons had always been the strangest and most mysterious deities among the lesser pantheon, so learning that they were fragments of a god's shattered soul was quite a revelation. One that provided a perfect explanation for why they seemed to have appeared out of nowhere and why they had been feared by the gods. Forbidden knowledge? Nobody explained in detail why most information about the seventh god was censored in his exploration report. According to him, the world denied the existence of the unknown, as willed by the gods, and no knowledge of the seventh god's identity could be retained by ordinary people. In worst cases, beholding the forbidden truth could even be a danger in and of itself. That said, the uncensored version of the exploration report on everything existed as well. It was just that gaining access to it required passing a mysterious trial. Julius did not know what the trial was, since that knowledge was shrouded in shadows. Discovering it was a test in and of itself. So, only those who were powerful, persistent, determined, and possessed an inquisitive mind would gain the right to know the full truth. One thing Julius did know, however, was that the exploration report on everything would become a motivation to walk the path of ascension for some people. There weren't many of them, but each one was special. They were the kind of people who did not care for glory and were indifferent to the promise of power, but were burning with curiosity and the desire to solve the mysteries of the world. To those who burned with the spirit of exploration, the report written by nobody would become the Holy Grail. How exciting! At that moment, Julius recalled a particular student for some reason. His memory was quite vague, enough so that he could not even remember their face or name, but that student would have definitely asked something like, "What the hell is a Holy Grail?" if they heard this. Nevertheless, they were the exact type of person who would endeavor to become transcendent simply to get their hands on the uncensored version of the exploration report on everything. In fact, if Julius was not too old to spend months on end in places without good plumbing, he would have been tempted to challenge a nightmare or two himself. In any case, the second part of the exploration report described the origin of demons. Went into detail about the trials and tribulations each of them had endured, and concluded with the explanation of how the Doom War started, as well as describing the role a mysterious group as the Nine had played in fanning the flames of the conflict between the demons and the gods. It was one startling revelation after another. A true paradise for a researcher and a bottomless well of shocking new truths. And then there was the third part, which was even more earth-shattering than the previous two. Julius actually dropped nobody's journal when he read the first sentence. It was quite a provocative statement indeed. The nightmare spell is a lullaby that Weaver sang to tame the unknown. Picking up the exploration report with trembling hands, Julius continued to read as if possessed. No, it can't be. Can it? The spell. This is the explanation of the nightmare spell. The third part of the exploration report on everything was dedicated to Weaver, the demon of fate, and the nightmare spell they had created. To lull the unknown to sleep and forge new gods to slay him. This was the most shocking collection of revelations written down by nobody, by far. The nightmare spell was the closest thing people had to a god. It governed all of the world, deciding fates as it saw fit. It was also the greatest secret in the world. But not anymore. This is... Utterly speechless, Julius closed the leather journal and stared at its cover in stunned silence. The bold title did not seem so bold anymore. The exploration report on everything. Awak's smile appeared on his face. That nobody. They weren't kidding. Chapter 2566. Nobody knows. Teacher Julius did not waste any time and published the exploration report in open access. He also shared the news about the groundbreaking new research paper with his fellow colleagues in the academic circles. As a result, it gained traction quite swiftly. Its veracity also did not come under too much scrutiny, considering the reputation of the man who published it. Countless people in the waking world were reading the exploration report on everything on the network, while those in the dream realm fought to get their hands on a printed copy. Some even copied it by hand, and these handwritten copies then changed hands as they were lent and borrowed from friends and acquaintances. The result was explosive. In a short while, the many mysteries revealed by nobody were all that people talked about. And it was no surprise. After all, nobody had gone and revealed the greatest secrets of the world in one fell swoop. It was no different from receiving divine scripture from a messenger from the gods. From how the world had been created to how it ended, from what forces governed all of existence to why the nightmare spell existed. There were these great revelations, and countless smaller ones, as well things that some people here and there knew, but had never been systematically explained and placed into a coherent framework. Like which powers of the awakened came from the awakening itself, and which ones were gifted to them by the spell. Why nightmare creatures burned with a demented determination to destroy anything untouched by the corruption, what the shadow realm and the afterlife were, and so on. The mere fact that a thorough explanation of what happened to human souls after death did not make the front pages was insane. But it did not. The exploration report on everything was simply too astonishing. It was indeed a clear and concise explanation of everything. For a few weeks, the world has gone completely mad about the mysteries solved by nobody. Countless gatherings and televised discussion panels took place, with attendance and viewership breaking records. It was comparable, and at times more sought after, than the fateful speech made by Changing Star. These conversations were carried into the private lives of everyone, as well. Everyone was talking about nobody and their report, at the dinner table, while drinking with buddies at the bar, and even while sparring on a training field. The publication of the exploration report caused an explosion in scientific research, as well. After all, countless academics who had been stuck in their own research gained priceless new information and a broader context that allowed them to make instant breakthroughs. Others were passionately expanding on the themes and topics touched upon in the exploration report. There were already several additional, startling discoveries made, and new ones were coming out every day. One mystery the exploration report on everything did not solve, however, was the identity of its author. Nobody knew who nobody was, but everyone wanted to find out. The discoveries made by this anonymous individual seemed too great and groundbreaking for a single person to make. And yet, all signs pointed to the fact that nobody was, indeed, a single person, a fact that was almost as astonishing as the contents of their report themselves. Speculations were abundant, and rumors about nobody quickly went from simply far-fetched to completely ridiculous. Some said that nobody was Changing Star herself. Some pointed to Song of the Fallen. Some believed that nobody was the ghost of a long-dead champion of the first generation, and some even insisted that nobody was none other than the unknown himself. And that was before people even learned that there was a secret version of the exploration report that only those who passed a mysterious trial could gain. When that piece of information was revealed, for a short while, it seemed as if the whole world became obsessed with searching for nobody. Sunny was observing all that in a dazed state. The stir caused by his academic swan song had gone far beyond his already outrageous expectations, but that wasn't even the reason for his bewilderment. No, but he looked at the daily newspapers published in Bastion. All of them were full of articles and ridiculous insinuations about who nobody was. What the actual hell? How come every persona he created for the sake of anonymity ended up being more famous than he was? First mongrel and now nobody. Was he doing anonymity wrong? Shaking his head, Sunny put the newspapers away. Crap. Now I'll actually have to come up with that trial. He had sort of assumed that there would be plenty of time to set something up, but that prediction was proving to be woefully incorrect. Well, it was not too troublesome. Sunny already had experience creating secret trials. The Shadow Clan recruited new members through a similar process. So, he could simply come up with the main points and push it off on Echo. Taking a deep breath, he looked down at the sprawling vista of Bastion. His bewilderment slowly gave way to a wistful mood. I wonder. The exploration report on everything was merely a small project he poured his mind into in his free time. Albeit, it was also the culmination of his decade-long pursuit of the truth, and of all the dreadful trials he had survived. Despite that, Sunny had a strange feeling that even if he became sacred, or even divine, This would be the achievement most people would remember him by. Something that would be taught in schools hundreds of years later and become the foundation of common knowledge, and therefore known to everyone, everywhere. So, it was more than a little bit ironic that nobody knew who nobody actually was. That nobody was a man named Sunless. But maybe it was better that way. A particular sentence suddenly came to his mind. Sunny looked to the sky and exhaled slowly. No one knew where Weaver went and what they did. Chuckling quietly, he turned around and went about his business. As if nothing had happened. Chapter 2567, Staring Contest, the exploration report on everything had certainly caused quite a stir. Sunny had expected that he would be dealing with the consequences for quite some time. But who would have thought that something else was going to steal the spotlight in a matter of weeks? Riding across the barren expanse of the eastern quadrant, Sunny looked at the sky and let out a wistful sigh. Mordred was a supreme now, which meant that from the point of view of the public, he was the second sovereign of humanity. The news would spread among the population soon, and it was bound to take at least some of the attention away from the exploration report. After all, most people were more interested in the happenings of today than they were in ancient history. Come to think of it, Sunny's sigh was followed by a quiet groan. The king of nothing. With a title like that, as well as the timing of his ascent to the throne of supremacy, Mordred was bound to be mistaken for nobody, wasn't he? Sunny remained silent for a while, swaying in the saddle. Then he let a chuckle and said with a hint of vindictive amusement in his voice, "Good, good, let him draw the fire away from me." Honestly, the idea of Mordred becoming the protagonist of countless ridiculous rumors and having his name dragged through the mud by unscrupulous gossip columnists was kind of appealing. The best part, though, was that the bastard would have no idea how he had ended up in that situation. And who was to blame? Imagining Mordred's expression when crowds of misguided fools kept accosting him improved Sunny's mood a lot. Wouldn't it be fun, him attaining supremacy only to find out that all people want to talk to him about is a research paper written by someone else? Knowing Mordred, that would certainly throw him for a loop. Not only because people would keep seeking him out for strange reasons, but also because he had no idea who nobody truly was, either. Sunny let out a wicked laugh. Hearing it, Nightmare looked back and stared at him for a moment, then turned away and let out an absolutely terrifying, chilling neigh. It seemed like he was expressing solidarity or simply did not wish to be left out. Sunny smiled. "Right, you make a good point, buddy." Sadly, his horse was not the best conversation partner, so they continued their journey in silence. And speaking of silence and bad conversation partners, Sunny's thoughts turned to a different event that had happened soon after he regained his senses. Oh, yes, there was that as well. He thought back to a particular day on the forgotten shore. This is interesting. A few days after regaining consciousness, Sunny found himself in the underground hall of the nameless temple, far away from the bustling streets of Bastion. Granted, the streets of the Dark City were bustling. As well, having been absent for a couple of weeks, he was behind schedule on the reconstruction efforts, so thousands of his shades were currently hard at work. He was using the simple tasks of preparing the Dark City for potential settlers to get accustomed to how vast his mind had become due to mind weave. Before, Sunny could only issue simple commands to his shades. If he wanted something more intricate to be done, he had to actively observe and instruct them. Needless to say, that slowed the work down. But now, Sunny could observe and instruct countless shades at the same time. So, the pace with which they were cleaning up the Dark City had increased tremendously. From the simple tasks like clearing the collapsed and unstable buildings to sorting out the rubble and recovering stones that could be used for constructing new ones. From digging pits to lay foundations to laying bricks, he could give thousands of commands at the same time and monitor how the shades performed to correct most mistakes before they happened. It was dizzying, wondrous, and most of all, far more efficient. I'll be able to move on to battle testing soon. The burned forest awaited. Before that, however, Sunny looked around the vast expanse of the dark hall. Eventually, his gaze settled on the two others who were currently in the nameless temple with him. There were two taciturn beauties standing some distance away, far up at. staring at each other. They were Saint and Slayer, of course. Sunny could not really say that their gazes were heated. After all, Saint was always aloof and indifferent, while Slayer cast her dark gazes at all living beings as if they were prey. But there was definitely some kind of strange atmosphere in the air. Sunny considered it for a few moments, then turned his thoughts back to what he had been contemplating before. Slayer had spent a long time evolving in the dark flames of his soul after killing and consuming the shadow of condemnation. Her evolution only concluded during his venture into the palace of imagination. Saint, meanwhile, just finished hers today. They were both supreme now. And that was not all. Although Saint did not quite become a tyrant, some of her attributes have evolved, and she gained a frightening new ability. Slayer, meanwhile. After learning the name of the woman whose shadow she had been from Sunny, she showed a subtle but poignant reaction. Her gaze grew distant for a short while, and then returned to its usual feral darkness. But something about her was slightly different now. There was a difference that was unseen and hard to define with words. However, there was also a difference that was quite apparent. Slayer seemed to have regained her aspect, or a shadow of her aspect at least. I am still trying to wrap my head around the implications of her abilities, of her transformation ability most of all. Shaking his head, Sunny turned to the Onyx Saint. No, not anymore. He turned to the Jade Saint. Chapter 2568, Jade Saint. No matter how I look at it, it's weird. It wasn't supposed to be, but it unmistakably was. Saint's fearsome armor was still as black as the lightless expanse of the underworld, but underneath it, her smooth, stone-like skin had become flawlessly white, like sublime jade. And although Sunny knew that it was not unreasonable, he just could not get used to the idea of it. Her skin had been gray as the stone saint and alabaster white as the marble saint. But she had been the Onyx Saint for so long that he grew accustomed to it. The jade nature of her supreme body was not the only different thing about Saint's appearance, though. She had returned to her usual height now, but immediately after completing her evolution, Saint was at least 10 meters tall, towering above him like a stunning monument. He had a suspicion that even that was not the limit of how tall Saint could become as long as she wished to. She had gained the ability to change her size and mass at will after absorbing the essence of one of Mordred's reflections. Now, Sunny knew that Saint could achieve that by using the negative quality of nothing. And since she had absorbed far more nothing in the Palace of Imagination, there was no telling what her true height was now. It was a far cry from the small living sculpture he found on the Forgotten Shore, who had been the same height as he was. For what it was worth, though, Saint herself seemed to prefer her usual height, which was just above Sunny. She can weigh as much as a mountain of jade, though. Quite literally, that would, without a doubt, come in handy in battle. What am I even thinking about? The changes brought about by Saint's evolution went deeper than her appearance, of course. Sunny summoned her runes, which had already been adjusted with Cassie's help to reflect the current state of Saint. They read, Shadow, Jade Saint. Shadow rank, Supreme. Shadow class, Devil. Shadow attributes, War Master, Stalwart, Flame of Divinity, Heart of Darkness, Vessel of Nothing. 2 of Saint's attributes had evolved, and a new one seemed to have appeared. The Flame of Divinity was the simplest. Saint had possessed a spark of it even as an awakened. Now that she was supreme, that spark had grown into a towering flame. War Master, however, was more interesting. It was an evolution of the Battle Master attribute, and from what Cassie could glean, the change was quite intriguing. The description of the Battle Master attribute read, Born on the battlefield, the Stone Saint is proficient in all forms of combat. However, the description of the War Master attribute was different. Sunny looked to the runes. War Master attribute description. A veteran of numerous battlefields, the Jade Saint is proficient in all forms of warfare. He was not sure what exactly it meant. However, if he was to hazard a guess, the War Master had to do with strategy and tactics as opposed to personal combat skill. It was an attribute fit for a general, not merely a foot soldier. Which was quite good news, considering that Sunny happened to be in possession of a legion that needed someone to command it. We'll have to see about it in the burned forest. And then, there was the new attribute, Vessel of Nothing. Sunny looked at the runes. Vessel of Nothing Attribute description. Nothing dwells in this shadow's body, granting her the power of annulment. It was quite a mysterious description, no doubt. Of course, Sunny had already known what it meant. That saint had gained a measure of control over nothing, which allowed her to contain it within herself and make use of it to pursue her goals. How exactly the ghostly mist could be used, though? Apart from her ability to reduce her size and mass, the answer lay in the new ability she now possessed. Sunny glanced at Saint, who was still staring at Slayer with indifference, and then turned back to the runes. Shadow abilities, Weapon Sage, Underworld Armament, Mantle of Darkness, Blade of Darkness, Shield of Nothing. Shield of Nothing. Sunny concentrated on the new ability and read its description. Shield of Nothing, ability description. Nothing protects this shadow, and as long as it does, no one can harm her. These words were both vague and provocative. The reality of what Shield of Denial did, however, was both less grand than what the description implied. And far more fearsome. The Shield of Denial was not a literal shield. Rather, it was a power that Saint wielded now, a field of annulment. And what that field did was deny everyone their own powers when they faced her in combat. As long as Saint sustained the Shield of Annulment, the aspects of Awakened and the unholy powers of the nightmare creatures, as well as their attributes, the very things that made them extraordinary, would either be heavily suppressed or outright negated around her. It was a bit like what Moonville could achieve as long as she made her target bleed. It was also a bit like the foundation the War Realm had been built upon. Needless to say, it was a terrifying power. Saint had always excelled in defense, but now her conservative battle style had reached its culmination. After all, was there a better defense than denying the enemy their offensive ability? Sunny, for one, would not want to clash with someone like Saint while denied both his aspect and his attributes. Not that there was anyone like Saint out there, in either of the worlds. And on top of that, she now possessed the strength of a supreme creature. Her will was also exceptionally strong enough that she had been completely immune to most shapes of mind and soul attacks as a mere awakened. Sunny smiled. I think we will raise hell, the two of us. The last change was not written in the runes. Rather, it was the lack of runes that had been there before that announced it. The counter of shadow fragments that used to be at the very end of the field of shimmering runes was gone. It was not replaced by a new one, either. It was simply not there anymore. Sunny was not sure what it meant, but it seemed like Saint, or any shadow perhaps, would not be able to become sacred through usual means. That made sense, sadly. Apotheosis was not something one could achieve through quantity, after all. It was the quality that mattered. Throwing one last look at Saint, Sunny failed to suppress a smile and turned to Slayer. His smile grew a little strained. This one had grown quite a bit more powerful as well. Chapter 2569, Demon Slayer. Sunny often wondered what powers Orphan of the Nine had wielded. After all, her shadow was already one of the deadliest things he had ever faced without them. It was no coincidence that Sunny called her Slayer. Just how fearsome the original had been. Orphan was one of the two known beings in all of history who had managed to kill a demon, after all. The other one was Weaver. And she had killed Weaver. In fact, she had killed Weaver twice, so what did that make her? To his surprise, though, her aspect was not at all what he had expected. Sunny had thought that she would possess an immensely powerful combat aspect, or at least one focused on death and killing, but that was not the case at all. If anything, Slayer's powers were the antithesis of that. Her aspect was focused on utility, with hardly any combat applications. More than that, at its core, it was an aspect meant to promote understanding and harmony. At least that was the impression Sunny had got after Cassie transcribed the runes for him. Of course, the powers Slayer had reclaimed, after remembering the name of the woman who had cast her, were not entirely the same as Orphan's aspect had been. After all, Orphan had been a human. Slayer, however, was a shadow creature. Had been a shadow creature before Sunny killed her and made her his shadow, rather. It was a bit complicated. What it is ridiculous, not complicated. He smiled faintly. Orphan of the Nine had been a mortal woman, and like all mortals, she had a shadow. Shadows traveled to the shadow realm after the death of mortals who cast them, but Orphan had descended into the shadow realm alive and died there side by side with the demon of fate. Her shadow remained in the shadow realm, but it did not surrender to the laws governing the afterlife and refused to be annihilated. Instead, it roamed the dark expanse of the realm of the dead for thousands of years, hunting down other shadows to sustain itself. Eventually, the feral shadow of Orphan of the Nine became a shadow creature, a kind of being who were born from the shadows of the dead, but were distinctly different from them like Nightmare. That shadow creature was eventually killed by Sunny and turned into one of his shadows, and his shadows were all shadow creatures themselves, by definition. Sort of. They were apparently incomplete, whatever that meant, and were neither mere shadows of the dead nor independent shadow creatures. Sunny winced as if in pain. Shadow God was truly a great and awesome god, but his naming sense was outright terrible. Perhaps that was one of the reasons Sunny had ended up receiving his blessing and becoming a shadow slave as well. Wait, if Slayer is the shadow of a shadow creature of a shadow of a mortal woman, then what the hell was Sunny himself? He made a face, trying to define his own existence. It seemed that he was a mortal man who had become a shadow creature with the help of the Nightmare spell and a blessing from Shadow God, then killed himself and became a shadow, then made himself into a shadow creature once again while attaining supremacy. Coincidentally, he had once descended into the shadow realm alive, too. Now, though no trace of his mortal self remained, he was truly and utterly a creature of shadows, born from the shadow of a dead man. In any case, as a shadow creature, Slayer did not wield a true aspect, and neither did she possess a true flaw. Rather, she wielded powers that were derived from the aspect of her original source, Orphan of the Nine, the God Slayer, the Demon Slayer. Orphan did not have a title because no one had been alive to tell the tale of her incredible and terrible deeds. She had performed them at the world's end. After all, in fact, it was her hand that had set the end of days in motion. Few beings could boast of causing the deaths of all the gods and all the demons with one strike of their blade, but Orphan could, which only made the fact that he aspect had nothing to do with death and combat so much more poignant. Slayer's first ability was quite an odd one. It allowed her to understand and communicate with all manner of beasts and living creatures, as well as comprehend human languages. Humans were beasts as well, after all. An ability like that certainly had its uses, and while Sunny had benefited greatly from having learned a few dead languages himself, how could he put it? He would not have wanted to receive an ability like that as a sleeper. The world was too violent and cruel a place for a power that only encompassed communication. It was an ability suited for peace, but life was war. Slayer's second ability greatly enhanced all her senses. That one was far more useful, and could explain how she was so eerily accurate when shooting a bow over vast distances, great and laying ambushes, and almost impossible to catch unaware. Her third ability was the only one that could be considered a direct combat one. It allowed her to imbue her attacks with soul essence, making them more potent. That one reminded Sunny of Samara and her powerful rifle, so he felt wistful while reading the runes. The method is similar, but the result should be different. I will have to watch Slayer fight to understand more. Samara's ability had been straightforward. It allowed her to charge objects with her essence and then convert that essence into kinetic or heat energy. Slayer's ability, however, was more mystical. So he could not immediately understand its nuances. It was curious, though, that Slayer had not used that power before. She seemed to have retained some measure of her first two abilities as a feral shadow, but not of the other ones. Now that she had regained more of her former self, though, that was going to change. And then there was Slayer's fourth ability. That one intrigued Sunny the most. Chapter 2570. Shapeshifter Slayer's fourth ability, which corresponded to Orphan's transcendent one, was simple at first sight. In fact, Sunny could have already guessed what it was, having seen it in the visions bestowed upon him by Ariel's game. It allowed her to take the shape of beasts she had seen, heard, smelled, touched, or whose flesh and blood she had tasted. She was a shapeshifter. Such a transformation ability was certainly versatile, and could be a powerful weapon when faced with a certain kind of enemy. But that was not what piqued Sunny's interest. Instead, it was the fact that Slayer was a being who had existed for thousands of years, and had therefore met and killed a great number of beasts, and the fact that the definition of beasts the runes described was quite vague. Their direct meaning was bestial things, which was not exactly precise. He had seen her take the shape of a hawk, as well as of a fearsome black leopard powerful enough to kill one of the sacred spirits of Heart God's forest. Who knew what other shapes she could assume? Could she tum into a nightmare creature? Most monsters fit the definition of a bestial thing despite not being beasts. Humans, meanwhile, were beasts, but not bestial things. Most humans weren't, at least. What about other kinds of creatures? Could Slayer take transcendent forms of human saints as long as they were bestial? Could she take the shape of mythical beasts, for example? Could Slayer tum into a dragon? Sunny gave her a long look. It was full of suspicion. I'd better keep her away from Kai, just in case. He shivered. And nightmare, one hellish horse is enough. Slayer ignored his pointed gaze, continuing to stare at Saint with her usual air of cold malice. Sunny smiled and leaned back. She had a fifth ability as well, although it was unlike those of human supremes. Slayer was not a sovereign, after all, and neither was she a tyrant. So, she had no domain and did not rule over anyone. Her fifth ability was connected to the very essence of supremacy, instead to the will. Just like the supreme abilities of sovereigns, it seemed like the extension and culmination of her other powers. It allowed her to clearly sense and understand the will of other beings, as well as communicate her own better. She could imbue her weapons with her will in a direct manner, for example, making them that much more deadly. It's interesting. Slayer's powers, unlike her personality, were more subtle and understated rather than furious and ferocious. Despite the nature of her aspect, though, Orphan had been far more deadly than any other human Sunny knew of, and had achieved far more terrifying feats. An aspect was not complete without a person's attributes, though. It was Slayer's attributes that made her powers shine. One of them, in particular. Sunny knew that Orphan of the Nine had possessed an attribute similar to his own. His former greatest benefactor and most awful foe faded. However, Slayer did not. Whether it was because Slayer was not the same being as the original Orphan or because she had already fulfilled her fate, he did not know. In any case, he was thinking of a different attribute. An attribute that seemed to explain the unique composition of her soul, the deadly purity of her battle technique, as well as why she had been able to persist in the Shadow Realm for thousands of years, without being consumed by it. It was called Pure Soul. Orphan of the Nine had possessed a pure and unyielding soul that shone with beautiful light and refused to be blemished. That perhaps was the source of her tenacious resolve and single-minded determination, as well as why Slayer was always able to be true to herself, both in thought and in action. And that, in turn, was the reason she had been able to persist in her quest to slay the demon of fate until both of them perished, even as the world was coming undone around them. That was also the reason why her soul shone with pure light even after she became a shadow, and why she had been able to withstand the jaws of the Shadow Realm for thousands of years. That attribute had a more practical side to it, as well. After all, one of Slayer's powers allowed her to imbue her attacks with soul essence, and her soul essence was similarly pristine, and therefore far more potent. Her will was pure and sincere, too, and thus could be expressed more effectively. Who could have thought? The most accomplished killer in the world was also the most sincere person in the world. Sunny was not sure if that was deeply fitting or reflected poorly on what kind of world they all lived in. Regardless of that, he felt lucky that Slayer had not possessed these powers when they fought atop the shadow of condemnation. Feeling fortunate to have survived that encounter, he looked between Slayer and Saint with a thoughtful expression. Sunny was quite curious which of these two supreme shadows would win if they were to duel. His money was on Saint. Probably, since her powers lent themselves better to direct combat. Slayer was a fearsome fighter as well, but she excelled in subterfuge more than she did in direct confrontations. She was first and foremost a huntress, not a warrior. That said, he could not be sure. After all, Slayer could simply summon wings and fly high into the sky, then unleash a barrage of arrows at Saint from dozens of kilometers away. If Saint summoned her true darkness to blind her, she could continue to fight by relying on her other senses. Hell, she could probably shapeshift into a dark drifter. The eerie creature of darkness Sunny and Slayer had fought in the Shadow Realm, and be just as at home in the embrace of true darkness as Saint was. Well, that was before Saint raised her shield of nothing to negate Slayer's powers. Sunny was not sure who would win that fight, but he was certainly curious to see. I won't be seeing it today, though. After all, he was too busy to procure another citadel. And even if he did not know how the battle of two supreme shadows would end, he knew that it would definitely reduce the nameless temple to rubble. Some other time, then. Chapter 2571, Silent Forge. The barren landscape of the eastern quadrant shifted subtly as Sunny approached the coastal regions. Signs of civilization began to emerge: distant smoke plumes, worn paths cutting through the wasteland, the occasional glint of metal in the distance. He was nearing human territory now, which meant Nightmare needed to proceed with greater caution. Sunny extended his shadow sense across the terrain like invisible tendrils, mapping every settlement, outpost, and patrol route within miles. They moved carefully around these obstacles. Discovery would be catastrophic. After all, the world believed the Lord of Shadows to be dead, and it was best to keep it that way. He exhaled slowly, a sound that carried both weariness and satisfaction. The anticipated clash between Saint and Slayer remained unresolved. While this brought a twinge of disappointment, Sunny found himself oddly at peace with the delay. Swaying gently with Nightmare's rhythmic gait, he allowed himself a quiet moment of reflection. How far I've come, he mused. His power had grown beyond all expectations. Supreme rank was his, and with it came command over 4 supreme shadows: Saint, Slayer, Serpent, and Fiend. Nightmare would likely ascend to higher ranks soon, and even Mimic had achieved transcendent status. The Shadow Legion itself had flourished during their time in the burned forest, now boasting sacred tier shades among its ranks. Such overwhelming power. It was the kind of strength typically reserved for divine beings, not mortals. There was no point in false modesty. He possessed enough raw force to level entire worlds. If that didn't qualify as godlike, what possibly could? But that's missing the point entirely, he murmured to himself. Destruction alone didn't create divinity. Any fool could tear down what others had built. True godhood lay in creation, the miraculous ability to bring new worlds into existence. And despite all his power, Sunny couldn't create worlds. He could, however, craft extraordinary things. His fingers brushed against his chest as memories of the Dark City's forge flooded back. Those grueling weeks spent creating his first shadow-bound memory had nearly broken him. The process had been so taxing that he still hadn't fully recovered, yet the results filled him with quiet pride. Worth every moment of suffering, he whispered. The achievement would have been impossible without Mindweave's assistance. The ruined cathedral's great hall lay shrouded in unnatural quiet. After a full year of constant hammering from the King of Swords, Shade, the silence felt almost oppressive. The Shadow Legion had withdrawn into Sunny's soul during his unconscious recovery from Mindweave's integration, leaving the sacred space eerily vacant. Sunny barely noticed the stillness, his attention consumed by the intricate model suspended above him, a vast spellweave that stretched from floor to ceiling, its complexity staggering to behold. Nearly complete now, he said, studying the shadowwork patterns. This weave represented years of dedicated effort. The initial concepts had formed shortly after he'd forged the blessing, evolving and refining over countless iterations. Most of the foundational work had been completed before his recent collapse, but Mindweave had provided the key to resolving the final theoretical conflicts. Of course, this shadowy model remained purely hypothetical. Theory and practice were often cruelly different. Still, Sunny sensed this was as ready as he'd ever be. Waiting for perfect conditions was a luxury he couldn't afford. Shadowbound memories operated on entirely different principles than ordinary ones. Their weaves needed to be dynamic, capable of growth and adaptation. This required patterns that balanced rigid structure with organic flexibility, a paradox he'd learned to navigate while creating the blessing. Watching the spell improve upon his original design had given him the confidence to attempt his own shadowbound creation. Time to begin. The approaching dreamspawn threat and the remaining Weaver's lineage fragments created an urgency he couldn't ignore. The intricate shadow tapestry dissolved at his command, flowing back into darkness. 3 figures emerged from the shadows moments later, moving toward the forge with purposeful strides. His own incarnations, naturally. One remained in the burned forest while 2 worked alongside Nephi's south of the Hollow Mountains. 4 pairs of hands would have to suffice. Even the Dark Lord of the Forgotten Shore had abandoned his throne for this endeavor, leaving Eiko to manage the Shadow clan's affairs alone. The Shadow Forge's great anvil stood empty, the King of Swords, Shade, waiting silently behind it. Each incarnation placed their collected materials on the weathered surface with reverent care. The final component landed with a clear metallic chime that shattered the cathedral's silence. Sunny examined the gathered ingredients. Shadows preserved in eternal frost from the winter beast's death. A polished ivory fragment, bone from the colossal soul serpent whose remains he discovered in the Shadow Realm and later used against Slayer. A spool of Nether's diamond thread, recovered from the Ebony Tower's depths. Strands of midnight silk, woven by the puppeteer's own hands. And finally, 7 iron rings. Not merely rings, but links from an ancient chain, the very bonds the sun god had used to imprison hope, which Sunny had claimed in the Ivory Tower's gateway hall. One crucial ingredient remained: his own blood. Sunny looked toward Anvil's shadow and managed a weary smile. I hope you're ready for this. This work would demand everything from both of them. Soon, flames roared to life in the forge, and the ancient rhythm of hammer on anvil echoed through the cathedral once more. The creation of a shadowbound charm had begun. Chapter 2572, Shadowbound. Crafting a shadowbound memory for himself was both more difficult and easier than forging the blessing. It was more difficult because, this time, Sunny was not going to get assistance from the spell. That was because he was not a carrier of the spell, and therefore did not enjoy the benefits of bearing its curse. However, he was also crafting a memory for himself as opposed to someone else, and so, there was no need to invent complicated tricks to accomplish the desired result. While crafting the blessing, Sunny had to split the forging process between the real world and Nef's dream, but this time, he could simply enter his soul sea and create the weave of his memory there. Plus, he had the benefit of having already accomplished a similar feat once. One of his incarnations worked at the forge with the shadow of Anvil, while 3 more sat down, crossed their legs, and closed their eyes. It glanced as if they were meditating, but of course, they were busy in his soul sea instead. Out of there, in the silent expanse of his lightless soul, they wove a vast and unfathomable pattern out of strings of shadow essence. His 7 tenebrous shadow cores burned above them like dark suns, bathing the tranquil expanse of still water in the lack of radiance. Sunny had discovered something curious while preparing for the forging of this memory. It was that there was a limit to how many relics could be bound to a person's soul. For most humans, it was just one. Most humans only possessed one soul, after all, and it could not accommodate the anchor of more than one weave. For people like Nephi's and Sunny, though, the limit was more generous. Perhaps because they were not technically people. So, Sunny had the rare privilege of binding both the jade mantle and the memory he was going to forge today to himself. That said, he was not sure if his soul would be able to contain a third. So, he had to pour himself into creating this one fully. In the ruined cathedral of the Dark City, he crafted the charm from the links of the chain with which Hope had been bound. This time, there was little forging and smelting involved. Even if Sunny wanted to, he was not confident in his ability to melt the 7 iron rings. Simply removing them from the chain had been a daunting effort already, having taken all of his power and cunning to succeed. But luckily, he did not need to alter the form of the rings or melt them to create an alloy. He was not forging a weapon, after all, he was crafting a charm. So, most of the process involved grounding the fragment of the bone of the primordial soul serpent and frozen shadows into fine dust, mixing it with his blood, and then coating the links of the chain with it. I am sorry. I don't think you'll be satisfied with our craftsmanship today." The shadow of the King of Swords did not respond, of course, assisting him silently. As they coated the iron links with the mixture of frozen shadows, bone, and his blood, Sunny poured his will into the cold metal, willing it to absorb his intent and the essence of death contained in the black liquid. The real forging was happening somewhere where no one could see. His will was the hammer, and the world was the anvil. Each clash was far more destructive than any physical attack could ever be, sending ripples through the fabric of existence. Within the dark expanse of his soul sea, a grand weave was taking form around the 7 dark suns. Now that Sunny possessed flesh weave, the strings of essence could not cut his fingers anymore. So, each of his incarnations was faster and more efficient in creating the intricate patterns. His mind had become vast and seemingly boundless, capable of containing the whole design of the weave and all its infinite complexity. And yet, Sunny still felt strained, beads of sweat rolling down his many faces. Work, work. The design that he had only envisioned was now becoming a reality. He hoped that it would hold, but knew that it could collapse instead. Already, several junctions had come undone under the titanic weight of the great weave, and he had to change the pattern on the spot. The mind weave assisted with that, as well, helping him think faster and envision more possible solutions. However, the problems he faced could not be solved simply by thinking fast. He needed creativity, knowledge, and insight more than volume, and those were not affected by mind weave. Still, he had not failed to solve an emerging problem yet. Time passed slowly, and as it did, he only felt more burdened. He felt tired. Torrents of shadow essence flowed from his domain into his soul, and then from his soul into the weave. The clash between his will and the cold metal of the metal links, as well as the world itself, continued without ever abating. The weave encompassing the dark heavens of his soul sea continued to grow and expand, soon filling everything above him. An hour passed, then a day. Then a few more days. On the 7th day, a small earthquake shook the forgotten shore. Standing in the throne room of the dark castle with a report in hand, Aiko swayed and stomped her leg on the floor. "Hey, settle down. What are you, suffering from indigestion?" But the tremors continued, only growing more violent. Frowning, she drifted into the air and flew to the window. Looking down upon the dark city, Aiko realized that it was not Mimic's fault. The entire city was quaking. Her gaze turned to the ruined cathedral. On a dark square, the members of the Shadow Clan who had been training there were struggling to stay upright. June swayed with the rest of them, then glanced at their taciturn instructor with a tense expression. Oddly enough, Saint seemed completely calm, keeping her balance easily as if rooted in the ground. She was looking in the direction of a tall, magnificent, ruined building that was towering above the surrounding streets in the distance. In the vast silence of the ruined cathedral, the shadow of the King of Swords took a step back and tilted its head, looking at the 7 black rings laying side by side on the radiant anvil. On the other side of it, Sunny smiled tiredly and wiped his sweat with a trembling hand. It's done. He had succeeded. The runes shimmered in the air in front of him. They read memory, curse. Chapter 2573, The Curse. The tremors stopped, and the vast hall of the ruined cathedral turned silent once again. The anvil, which had become incandescent during the crafting of the curse, was emanating a red glow and waves of sweltering heat. Dust particles danced in the dim light, glistening like sparks of essence. 7 iron rings lay on the glowing anvil. Their dull gray surface had turned entirely black now, and apart from silk thread and diamond string coiled tightly around segments of each one, they had no adornments. The black rings were not connected either. Not yet, at least. Sunny let out a long sigh. All 4 of his incarnations did, rather, exhaling at the same time. The sound of their breath was like the last whisper of forge bellows. The 3 incarnations that were seated on the floor opened their eyes and rose. The 4th one took a step forward and summoned the jade mantle. As dark, fearsome armor encased Sunny in an intricate carapace, he extended the clawed fingers of his gauntlet forward and picked up one of the rings. It lay on his palm, taking most of its surface, glistening bleakly in the red glow of the forge. He considered it for a long while, then brought it to the center of his breastplate. The ring touched the smooth, stone-like surface of the black armor, and was then absorbed by it, coming to rest in front of where Sunny's heart and beast core were. The curse was accepted and absorbed by the jade mantle, taking its place in the socket of the underworld armament. As Sunny looked into the distance, studying the runes, his other incarnations each took one of the black rings and fused them into their armor. The remaining 3 would reach their intended master soon, too. In the end, each of the 7 incarnations of the Lord of Shadows would wield one of them. The curse was different from the blessing, and from the jade mantle as well. Sunny had designed it with his transcendent ability in mind. It was a compound relic that functioned very similarly to how he himself lived. Each of the 7 rings was independently powerful, but their potency was progressively enhanced when 2 or more were fused together. Therefore, the curse reached its ultimate power and took a step beyond it when all 7 versions of Sunny became one, just as he did. That was how he had limited it, weaving a conditional flaw into the design of this powerful memory. That way, the level of power it could reach when proper conditions were met was far greater than it would have been otherwise, making the curse far more potent than it was supposed to be. Bind the relic? Sunny hesitated for a moment. Being able to bind a memory to one's soul was a wondrous boon, but there was a reverse side to it as well. A relic bound to a soul was no different from a part of that soul, just as integral as the rest of it. Therefore, if the relic was destroyed, the soul would be hurt, maybe even irreparably damaged. The soul was just as bound to the relic as the relic was bound to the soul, so one had to be careful when making that choice. The benefits offered by the relic had to be worth the additional vulnerability it created. It was for a good reason that myths and legends were full of stories about powerful beings who put too much of themselves into a potent artifact, only for that artifact to become their doom. Sunny remained motionless for a while, then took a deep breath and activated the shadow-bound relic enchantment, fusing the curse into his soul. What was the point of having doubts now? He would not have created it if he did not believe in himself and his craftsmanship. He wasn't foolishly seeking to empower himself by relying on a potent relic, either, rather, he sought to express his own power better with its help. The difference between the two was subtle, but it made all the difference. Soon, the handy bracelet spoke into his ear once more. Your memory has been destroyed. You have received an attribute. Smiling faintly, Sunny summoned his runes. Come to think of it, he had not given them any attention for a long while. The shimmering runes read, name, Sunless, true name, rank, Supreme, class, Titan. Shadow cores, 7/7. Shadow fragments, 7,000/7,000. Memories, Silver Bell, Extraordinary Rock, Endless Spring, Weaver's Mask, Shadow Lantern, Shadow Chair, Overpriced Saddle, Weaver's Needle, Nebulous Mantle, Handy Bracelet, Quintessence Pearl, Definitely Not Me. Echoes, Shadows, Jade Saint, Soul Serpent, Nightmare, Shadow Fiend, Marvelous Mimic, Shadow Slayer. Attributes, Lord of Shadows, Flame of Divinity, Blood Weave, Bone Weave, Flesh Weave, Soul Weave, Mind Weave, Jade Shell, Fateless, Curse. Concentrating on the last attribute, Sunny read its runes. Attribute Curse. Attribute Description. Damnation? Sunny stared at the description for some time, then coughed in embarrassment. To be honest, he had spent an unreasonable amount of time trying to come up with something profound and poetic to write there. The nightmare spell had given quite a poignant description to the blessing. After all, Sunny did not want to be outdone. He had considered profound sayings uttered by gods and demons, some of the most meaningful moments of his life, and even researched poignant quotes of famous authors from before the dark times. But everything he had managed to come up with sounded either hollow or too on the nose. In the end, frustrated and utterly exhausted, but still failing to decide on a description, he could not stop himself from exclaiming, "Damnation," in a fit of anger. And after throwing his hands up in the air, he simply went and put that as the description. After all, that was a curse as well, albeit of a different kind. Let's hope no one ever sees these runes. Shaking his head in shame, Sunny moved his gaze lower. There, the runes listed the enchantments of his new attribute. Just like the blessing, the curse possessed 7 enchantments. They were Bound, Dark Embrace, Absence of Light, Mercy of Shadow, Shadow Flamel, Weakening Curse, and Chain. Chapter 2574. Shadowbound, Sunny regarded the runes for a while, thinking, no matter how he looked at it, he had done well. If you don't praise yourself, who will? Sunny scoffed and turned away from the glowing anvil, walking outside to enjoy the cool air of the dark city. Forging the curse had been difficult. The true hardship, however, was in imagining what the shadowbound memory needed to be. Sunny had always known one thing, at least, that he wanted it to be a charm. The underworld armament, enchantment of the jade mantle, which enhanced the effect of any charm slotted into the soulbound armor, had gone unused for too long. That had always gnawed at him a little. At the same time, Sunny knew that he did not want to rely on external power too much, or better yet at all. That was a path that could offer him great benefits at the moment, but would lead him to a dead end in the long run. His goal was to become a god, after all, and gods did not seek power in potent tools. They were the power. So, any charm he would forge had to help him use his own aspect more effectively, as opposed to gifting him new powers. Ideally, it had to close any blind spots his own aspect had as well, but therein lay the problem. In a way, Sunny's greatest power was his versatility. He could do a little bit of everything, and do it well, so his powers did not have any glaring blind spots. Which was not to say that there weren't any, of course. For example, he lacked a truly effective tool to deal with large groups of weaker enemies. naviSgate could incinerate a vast swarm of lesser nightmare creatures with one annihilating explosion, but Sunny would have to kill them all by hand. In the best case, he would send the Shadow Legion into battle instead. There were other instances like that, too. So, the set of enchantments he had designed for the curse was meant to make up for his few minor deficiencies, as well as make his strengths even more pronounced. The bound enchantment was self-explanatory. It was the core enchantment of every soulbound or shadowbound memory, allowing it to grow alongside its master. Both the Jade Mantle and the Blessing possessed the same one, as well. Things got more interesting when it came to the other 6 enchantment, though. The curse had 2 states, a passive one and an active one. It could be summoned independently, but ideally, the curse would only become active when Sunny summoned the Jade Mantle, and therefore always be augmented by the underworld armament as a result. The Dark Embrace, enchantment, was the only one that functioned when the curse was in its passive state. It was a nurturing enchantment that enhanced the power of the dark flames of his soul by drawing on his spirit essence. As a result, the flames repaired the damaged shades and wounded shadows faster, allowing them to return to battle sooner. It also gave him the ability to soothe the pain of living beings by touching them. Shadow God was also the god of solace, after all, as well as death. So, Sunny had designed a pattern that he called the Painkiller, and wove it into the broader weave of the Dark Embrace. If he was honest with himself, though, that part of the enchantment had taken him a great amount of time and effort to complete, more time and effort, perhaps, than what the Dark Embrace was mainly supposed to accomplish, even. His reason was simple to discern, of course. There was a particular person whose pain Sunny wanted to soothe, even if she had never asked for it and would never seek relief from that burden herself. naviSgate might have learned to endure the torment of her Flaw, but Sunny was not willing to watch her endure it. So he hoped that she would find some measure of solace, at least in his embrace. The other 5 enchantments of the curse could only be used in its active state. The absence of light was the most straightforward. It was an altered version of the enchantment he had designed in Ariel's game to create the Evening Star, a charm memory that now belonged to Saint. The Evening Star augmented Saint when she was surrounded by darkness. The darker her surroundings were, the greater augmentation she received. The absence of light had a similar function, but the condition set for it was not connected to how dark it was around Sunny, but rather to how deep the shadows around him were. The difference was subtle, but impactful. Shadows were created by the absence of light, after all, and were often darker, deeper, and most stark when a powerful source of light was nearby. So, the absence of light would not grant Sunny any power in true darkness. However, it would empower him when surrounded by mundane darkness or stark shadows and radiant light instead. Mercy of Shadow was the key enchantment of the curse. It was straightforward in its function, as well, but while that function granted Sunny a powerful boon in and of itself, its true purpose was to work in tandem with two other enchantments of the Shadowbound charm. The Mercy of Shadow enhanced the death quality of his will. It made Sunny more deadly through no other means than lethality itself. In that regard, it was similar to the Slaying Blade ability of Serpent. However, while the result was the same, the cause was different. Serpent was able to suppress and partially ignore the will of powerful beings that were cut by its blade. The Mercy of Shadow, however, enhanced Sunny's own will to kill. The true beauty of it all was the chilling synergy between the two. With the enemy's will bypassed and Sunny's own death will made more tyrannical, the gap between the two grew that much wider. So, the combination of the Slaying Blade and Mercy of Shadow truly made him an incarnation of death. Death incarnate. That was not the only synergy Sunny had in mind while designing the curse, though. The Shadow Flame enchantment was an elegant one. It drew inspiration from Neph's soul flame, but not in an obvious way. Sunny and Nephi's were similar in the sense that they could augment themselves or their weapons with their dormant ability. However, the mechanism of their augmentations differed in one subtle but important way. Sunny possessed 7 shadows, while Nephi's possessed a single reservoir of soul flame. Therefore, the augmentation Sunny could grant was divided into 7 parts, while Neph's could be divided freely in any proportion. She could pour all of her flame into making herself stronger, keep 1/3 of it for herself, and pour everything else into her weapon. Or even divide it into 1,000,000 weaker boons, sharing it with 1,000,000 people bound to her domain. Sunny could not do that, but with the Shadow Flamel, he could, and that would allow him to empower not only himself, but also his Shadow Legion. Of course, dividing the augmentation of his 7 shadows between 1,000,000 shades would not make each individual shade that much stronger. A few thousand elites, though, that could make all the difference. That was especially true because the gap between ranks grew exponentially. So while 1,000 transcendent shades would not benefit much from receiving 1,000th of Sunny's augmentation, 1,000 awakened shades would benefit tremendously. Sunny had high hopes for the Shadow Flame. It had another use, as well, one tied closely to the next enchantment of the curse. The Weakening Curse was what had given the Shadowbound charm its name. Its function was quite simple, which was not to say that designing its elegant weave had been simple. In fact, that single enchantment had taken all of Sunny's ingenuity to create, but the result was worth it. The Weakening Curse reversed the effect of his dormant ability. Instead of wrapping his shadows around himself, his memories, his shadows, or his shades to augment them, it allowed him to wrap them around his enemies to sap their power away. Chapter 2575, The Chain. The Weakening Curse empowered Sunny to defy the very constraints of his supposed capabilities. His latent dormant ability, shadow manipulation, was what allowed the invaluable shadows under his command to bolster him, extending their influence not only over himself, but also to objects in his possession and entities under his domain's sway. In like manner, whenever the enfeebling hex was engaged, those gripped by the frigid clutches of his shadows would find their strength diminishing. Naturally, this effect accumulated over time. Just as Sunny's power magnified with each shadow that reinforced him, his rival's vigor waned further with every additional shadow entwining them. There were battle scenarios where sapping the opponent's power proved more advantageous than fortifying one's own. Choosing which path to pursue demanded careful judgment and prudence, too, since embracing a dangerous foe with his shadows was rarely a risk-free tactic. Even setting aside the hazards of marking a lethal adversary with the enfeebling hex, the practical value of this curse appeared situational at best, and perhaps dubious at worst, particularly when weighed against Sunny's innate powers. Yet, the enfeebling hex concealed 2 reasons it was far more terrifying than it seemed. The first was the underworld armament. The second lay in its harmony with the Shadow Ember and the Shadow's Mercy. Together, Shadow Ember, Shadow's Mercy, and the enfeebling hex. Each enchantment held its own merits, but their true strength was unlocked when combined. Shadow Ember enabled Sunny to disperse the empowerment of his shadows over vast numbers. This meant the enfeebling hex could similarly afflict countless victims. Who was to say he had to curse only 7 foes or a single fearsome enemy 7 times over? Paired with Shadow Ember, the enfeebling hex granted him the power to drain the strength of thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions should he so desire. But that was far from the end. Sunny and his shadows were intertwined, each a vessel of his will. All beings augmented or diminished by them remained linked to him, forging conduits through which he could channel his death will. And, of course, this death will was itself magnified by Shadow's mercy. All these, the boost from Shadow Ember, the sinister drain of the enfeebling hex, and the merciless execution of Shadow's mercil, were further amplified by the presence of the underworld armament. In essence, if Sunny chose to share his shadows, enhancements with 1,000 specters, their boon would surpass even his own. If he weakened 1,000 nightmare entities, the total power they lost outstripped what he would have gained. His death will also rose astronomically. So potent was it that his mere killing intent could slay lesser-ranked creatures outright, recalling the faint, distant echo of Nether's fatal will that once nearly took Sunny's life in the Great River's storm. Nephi's could obliterate a horde of nightmare creatures with one mighty blast. Yet with the chilling synergy between Shadow Ember, the enfeebling hex, and Shadow's mercy, Sunny no longer needed such displays. Simply willing their demise was enough, and their soulless forms would collapse lifelessly. Granted, Nephi's annihilations still wielded greater sheer destruction. But now, Sunny could put on a performance nearly as impressive, a solution he devised to compensate for the glaring weaknesses in his otherwise remarkably versatile aspect. Quite fitting, for one who names himself the Sovereign of Death, wouldn't you say? Gazing out across the looming darkness of the ancient city sprawling before him, Sunny let a faint smile cross his lips. For reasons he couldn't pinpoint, he felt momentarily divine. The feats enabled by the hex weren't necessarily grander than his usual powers, just different. Yet the ability to slay with naught but a glance and a wish felt like a power far beyond mortal ken. It was a grace belonging solely to those who straddled the line between godhood and humanity. Of course, Sunny might already have wielded something akin to that, albeit in a limited fashion. It was more a lack of opportunity and desire to unleash his death will fully upon mere mortals, as well as a scarcity of encounters with lower-ranked nightmare creatures that had kept him from using it. Sunny exhaled deeply, only ever seemed to battle the outrageously strong. Granted, he himself was no exception to that rule. At last, there remained the curse's final enchantment, the chain. Both a practical tool and an ultimate weapon, the chain was what made the curse a complex memory, and now an attribute, allowing its 7 links to empower one another when united. Passively, the chain steadily amplified the curse's potency as Sunny enhanced himself through his shadows. Yet it could only reach its full awakening when all 7 of his incarnations merged into one, and all 7 links assembled as a single chain. When active, the chain generated a powerful resonance between its individual links, making their combined strength far surpass the mere sum of each part, granting every enchantment within the curse a terrible surge of power. The chain also possessed a secondary power in this awakened state. It could be summoned to physically bind a target, be it object or foe. Here, the chain embodied the essence of permanence. This made it equally viable for offense or defense. It could trap a formidable enemy in place. Alternatively, it could bind Sunny himself, anchoring a snapshot of his being to the fabric of reality. No matter how his body was ravaged afterward, as long as the chain remained active, it would return to its prior form. The same applied to his soul, mind, and spirit. So, if he needed to use shadow dance and risked losing himself in the process, in theory, the chain could tether him back. It served as a lifeline, binding Sunny to himself at least until he reclaimed his true name. That was his hope, yet, as with all concepts delving into higher planes and abstract forces, the exact outcomes were unpredictable. The enchantment's mysteries even eluded its own creator. Still, Sunny held a peculiar fondness for the chain. His existence had grown increasingly tenuous and ephemeral ever since all traces of him were erased from reality. No longer tethered by fate, and with the fragile threads of human connection frayed to near nothing, he was no longer anchored to the world. So the chain stood as his anchor instead, a tool by which he could secure himself firmly within existence, no longer a fleeting illusion at the mercy of anything as trivial as the wind. Releasing a quiet breath, Sunny smiled and withdrew the jade mantle, drawing the curse back into the depths of his soul. After years of planning and painstaking crafting of this brilliant weave, he had finally forged his own shadow-bound relic. He had created the curse. Humming a simple tune, Sunny set forth toward the dark castle. All things considered, I'd say it turned out quite well. Now, all he craved was rest. Chapter 2576, Rat Problem. Sunny did get some rest after crafting the curse, most of his incarnations did at least. A few more remained busy with other endeavors, handling tasks that never seemed to stop. Sunny had to admit, for a dead man, he was quite busy. One of his incarnations was setting up a base of operations in Ravenheart, for example. Another was developing spells meant to guard the citadels of humanity with Cassie. And lastly, just a day or two before Mordred rose to the throne of supremacy, one of Sunny's incarnations led the Shadow Legion into a decisive battle against the Black Millipede tribe. Out there, far north of the Dark City, the great tangle of the burned forest sprawled beneath the ashen sky. The charred mass of fallen trees was frothing and seething as it expelled a constant flood of something that looked like a black liquid from afar. It was not a liquid at all, though. Instead, the black flood consisted of countless chitinous bodies that crawled from underneath the broken trees like an unceasing torrent. Now that the battle moved close to the nests of the Black Millipede tribe, its 6 remaining queens threw everything they had into resisting the sinister invader, fighting for each meter of land with chilling cunning and ferociousness. Today, however, like every day for the last few weeks, the lethal flood of appalling millipedes had met its match. That was because a different plague had been spreading across the vast expanse of the charred tangle, hidden from view in its depths. The burned forest was suffering from a rat infestation. At first, there had been a single rat. The shadow of a rat, even. However, that one rat was no mere rat, it was the king of all rats, no less, in all its sacred glory. The Rat King had spread like a plague in the weeks after Sunny first summoned him to the burned forest, consuming the black millipedes slain by the Shadow Legion and gnawing on the blackened forest itself when there were none to devour. Once the number of rats grew enough, the sacred shade became capable of tearing them apart all by itself, which only increased the rate of its growth. By now, the flood of the grotesque millipedes was almost dwarfed by the seething ocean of rat bodies scurrying along the charred branches and broken tree trunks of the great tangle. It was as if 2 vile tidal waves collided in the middle of the burned forest, unleashing an awful cacophony of bestial screeches and visiting an unimaginable level of violence upon the world. An incalculable number of rats were torn apart by sharp mandibles, crushed by slithering chitinous bodies, and dissolved in powerful acid. At the same time, countless millipedes were shredded with tiny teeth, buried under a mass of vermin, and devoured from the inside. Sunny grimaced as he observed the battle from the towering remains of a burned tree, playing with a single rat that kept trying to bite his fingers off. What a distasteful sight. There was a dark smile playing on his lips. The Rat King was growing, which was good news, even if the strain of sustaining its existence was draining his reserves of essence more and more. Shades of his own rank or those who were weaker than Sunny provided him with more spirit essence than what was required to summon them, but sacred shades were different. Calling them forth from the dark expanse of his soul sea was strenuous both for his will and his essence, so he could only manage summoning one. But the Rat King was worth it here, in the burned forest, where it had an almost endless amount of relatively weaker enemies to feed on, not only because the number of rats constantly grew, but because it meant killing 2 birds with 1 stone. When the Rat King devoured black millipedes, its power increased. At the same time, the shades of the devoured millipedes joined the Shadow Legion, making it stronger as well. That was why the conquest of the southern outskirts of the burned forest was going even faster than Sunny had anticipated, despite the weeks of his absence. The millipede queens would not have allowed him to get this close to their nests if they were not struggling. Still, he had not won a battle yet. Each time the Shadow Legion advanced, it suffered a crushing defeat and had to retreat. Then, Sunny was forced to wait days until his shades were mended while escaping the pursuit of the great tyrants of the Black Millipede tribe, who had long understood that there was only one way to destroy the silent invaders. It was to kill and devour their lord. If only these poor creatures knew that there were 6 others just like him where he came from, their struggle was hopeless. The Shadow Legion rose from the darkness over and over again, no matter how numerous times it was destroyed and wiped out. Worse still, it returned stronger and more numerous every time. After all, the millipedes who had fallen in each of the battles or had been consumed by the Rat King joined the ranks of the Silent Shadows. By now, the Ember Queen, the shade of the great tyrant of the Black Millipede tribe, ruled more members of their appalling kind than any one of her 6 remaining sisters did. Sunny inhaled deeply as he watched the tide of rats slowly drowning in the ocean of millipedes. The Rat King was struggling, it seemed. Far in the distance, the elusive forms of the 6 millipede queens were hidden behind the seething mass of their harrowing children. It's time! He looked around, suddenly missing the company of his other incarnation. Now that Sunny was alone, there was nobody for him to talk to, even. Of course, talking to his other incarnations was no different from talking to himself, so he could just do that. He sighed. Godspeed. With that, Sunny turned into a shadow. His shadow grew, enveloping the world. And then, a tenebrous army rose from it. Chapter 2577, Encroaching Shadows. The Black Millipede tribe might have surrendered a lot of ground to Sunny and his Shadow Legion, but it was still numerous and fearsome. Beyond fearsome, in fact, for almost anyone except him. There was an endless sea of corrupted nightmare creatures, 6 great tyrants, and a deadly retinue of their powerful champions, great devils and enormous demons alike, their glossy black chitin decorated with vivid and eerie patterns. There were monsters, as well, some of them dozens of meters long. This harrowing force was enough to wash over Earth and consume every human populating its dying expanse. The Black Millipede tribe was far more terrible than the entirety of the nightmare creatures unleashed upon the world by the chain of nightmares in and of itself, except for the final few gate guardians, perhaps. But even then, the Millipede queens had numbers on their side. Sunny was facing the monstrous tribe alone. It was no coincidence that the Shadow Legion had suffered countless bitter defeats, and that even his own shadow shell had been destroyed by these sinister abominations more than a few times. However, it did not matter. Sooner or later, the Black Millipede tribe was going to become a part of the Shadow Legion, and their long string of victories would ultimately conclude with a final defeat. Sunny was just not sure that it would happen today. While the Rat King clashed with the great swarm of monstrous millipedes, the Legion of Death rose from Sunny's shadow. Saint appeared first, riding atop Nightmare. She regarded the scene of unimaginable violence with cold indifference, then raised her tenebrous sword and hit it twice against the rim of her shield. As if to answer, a sea of shadows rose from the darkness and surged forward. Then, Shadow Legion split into 2 wings as it advanced. The left wing was commanded by Saint, who led the original shades into battle. Behind her were the shade of Daron, the Serpent King, and his daughter Wind, Flower, the Snow Wolves of Ariel's game, the Usuras of Condemnation, and other the supreme shades earned by Sunny in Godgrave. The shades of 7 song saints, he had slain twin shadows of Solvane, the powerful shades of those abominations he had killed in Antarctica, and others. Most of them were armed and armored by the dark weapons forged by the shadow of the King of Swords. The towering figure of blackened steel and infernal flame that was Fiend followed Saint into battle, as well. Serpent was also with her, flowing across the charred tangle like a river of onyx scales. The right wing of the Shadow Legion was a flood of black chitin, composed of numerous millipede shades. It was controlled by the Ember Queen, her ephemeral form hidden behind the seething mass of her monstrous soldiers. Slayer rode on the carapace of the elusive Supreme, Tyrant, surrounded by wisps of ghostly fog. The Shadow Legion spread into a wide formation, moving past the dreadful slaughterhouse of the clash between the Rat King and the vast swarm of the monstrous millipedes. The 6 great tyrants moved their reserve forces, as well sending the elites and champions of their grotesque kind to contend against the advancing shadows. Otherwise, the great army of their abominable tribe would be pincered and eventually surrounded. Suffering terrible losses and losing the ability to retreat if need be, Nightmare rushed forward, covering hundreds of meters with each leap. The aura of dread surrounding him made the slithering millipedes cower, and Saint raised her sword, ready to reap their lives. Before she could, however, the burned forest was suddenly drowned in blinding light. Sunny felt the shadows shift and retreat, washed away by the beautiful radiance. Then, the roar of a devastating explosion rolled across the charred tangle, and a powerful shockwave sent clouds of ash flying into the sky. Directing his attention to the right flank of the battlefield, Sunny saw countless millipedes dissolving into a cold silver light. "You have slain A. You have slain A. You have slain A." Standing atop the beautiful chiton of the Ember Queen, Slayer lowered her bow and regarded the devastation she had unleashed with dark malice. Moments before, she had poured her pure soul into the head of her arrow and let it fly. It was as if a falling star streaked across the ashen sky and landed in the carnage, obliterating both millipedes and the scurrying rats alike in the explosion of essence. So the first kill of the battle was hers. Saint turned her head, as if looking at the murderous shadow across the vast distance of the battlefield. Slayer gave her a glance as well, then calmly reached for another arrow. A moment later, Saint and Nightmare were among the millipedes. Her black blade lashed out, severing several monstrous abominations in half, while his hooves trampled a few more. The 2 armies collided, causing the entire world to quake. Fiend let out a bellowing roar, plunging into the mass of millipedes like a giant made of sharp steel and flame. Despite his enormous size, many of the elder abominations dwarfed him. Their impregnable chitin parted under his claws, though, and plumes of smoke rose from the cracks in their carapaces, hinting that the grotesque horrors were beings burned from the inside. Serpent clashed with a colossal great devil, coiling around its long body and constricting it until the black carapace cracked, and a great flood of fetid blood was expelled from its maw. The shadow wolves descended upon the monstrous millipedes with the wild ferocity of primal predators. King Daron led the shadows of the human saints into a deadly assault. The frigid winds, raised by the shade of the winter beast, howling as they froze, and stiffened the bodies of the frenzied nightmare creatures. The battle entered a dreadful state of utter mayhem, with annihilating forces being unleashed by both armies to grind the other army to dust. Observing the carnage from a distance, Sunny remained calm. It seems to be going well. Chapter 2578, Tipping the Scales. The right wing of the Shadow Legion, composed of slain millipedes, was more numerous than the left wing by now. However, while the millipede shades possessed great numbers and a startling amount of raw power, they had fewer exalted champions among their ranks. So, the situation at the opposite flanks of the battlefield was about even. Saint and Slayer seemed to be competing to see which one of them could slay more foes, though. As far as Sunny could tell, the results were far from conclusive. But both of them were terrors to behold. They are both doing well, too. Saint had assumed her true size, towering at 10 meters of height and wielding a similarly great blade. She was surrounded by a flowing whirlpool of true darkness, so Sunny could only occasionally catch glimpses of her. The shades under her command seemed to be fighting with a greater cohesion than the millipede shades under the Ember Queen's control, and she kept the frontline stable by dashing here and there atop Nightmare, steadily pushing against the profane flood of monstrous abominations. Nightmare had changed in size to fit her new height, as well, becoming just as daunting to behold. In truth, that was no surprise. The tenebrous steed had been doing just that while carrying Saint all along, albeit on a more modest scale. He was a shadow creature, after all, and shadows were inherently shapeless. So, Sunny had a feeling that Nightmare took the shape of a horse by choice, not because it was inherently his form. Because of that, his size was merely a formality. Come to think of it. Observing the battle, Sunny allowed a minuscule fraction of his vast mind to get distracted for a moment. He knew that Slayer was a shadow creature born from the shadow of a mortal woman who had cast it once, a long time ago. What kind of creature had cast Nightmare then? Sunny did not know, but in all his life, he had never met another creature wielding power over dreams. So, the original source of Nightmare must have been a singular existence. It had to be, to have cast such a shadow. Focus. Sunny told himself to focus. But really, he was not sure that there was a need. He was capable of concentrating on numerous things now, and there was no lack of attention he was paying to the raging battle. In fact, he was utterly devoted to experiencing and perceiving it in as much detail as he could. This was no ordinary battle. After all, this was the first major battle he fought after acquiring Mind Weave. Therefore, Sunny was experimenting and testing himself, trying to see how far he could stretch the limits of his mind. At the moment, he was commanding thousands of shades at the same time. There was a certain gap between the speed with which he issued commands and the time it took the shades to comprehend and execute them, so he was slowly moving toward finding a flawless cadence. But generally, the combat effectiveness of the Shadow Legion had increased tremendously. It was not a disorganized mob of individual shades anymore. Instead, his silent soldiers fought like an actual army. A new and inexperienced army, perhaps, but a cohesive military force nonetheless. It was especially true because Sunny had two intermediaries helping him control the shades. Saint and the Ember Queen both served as conduits of his will and the generals of the Shadow Legion, lightening his burden and making his army respond better to his attempts to command it. There was still room for improvement, though. Saint is not quite there, yet. The taciturn Shadow was a truly fearsome presence on the battlefield, both because of her supreme rank and the Evening Star, which was being empowered by her own underworld armament. The black millipedes seemed to melt under her blade, and several of their champions had already been slain by the graceful Jade Knight. But although she possessed the War Master attribute now, she lacked the means of effectively communicating her authority to her soldiers that would probably follow when she became a tyrant. The Ember Queen, meanwhile, could only command members of her monstrous tribe, which, needless to say, was a severe limitation. Think I have an idea of how to solve that problem. That would have to wait until the next time, though. For now, the Shadow Legion was performing well enough, it was even better than Sunny had expected. In the past, the millipede shades would be obliterated in a matter of minutes, and the rest of the Legion would soon follow. But this time, his silent soldiers were holding ground, giving the enemy as much hell as they were receiving. Even with the Rat King being slowly overwhelmed, the outcome of the battle seemed to be hanging in fragile balance, which was a far cry from the numerous defeats Sunny had suffered. The difference is impossible to miss. Now, he only needed to give the Shadow Legion a little push to break the balance in its favor. Stepping through the shadows, Sunny appeared in the very middle of carnage, next to Nightmare and Saint. He wrapped himself around the taciturn Shadow, took a mental breath, and activated the curse. The absence of light activated first, albeit it did not grant him much power due to the true darkness unleashed by Saint, but that was all right. Sunny did not need personal strength at the moment. The Shadow Flame activated next, allowing him to transfer a measure of his enhancement to any number of beings. Then came the weakening curse, branding the shadows of surrounding millipedes and draining off their strength. A moment later, the mercy of Shadow poisoned their spirits with his death will. And finally, the underworld armament of the Jade Shell empowered the curse, making each of its effects more pronounced. A vast swathe of the black millipede swarm reeled. Countless abominations suddenly seemed slower, weaker, and less tireless than before. Many of those who had already been severely wounded simply fell to the ground, lifeless, the profane flames of their souls snuffed out by his killing intent. Of course, there were simply too many millipedes crawling across the charred surface of the Great Tangle for the curse to put a dent into their astonishing collective power. But it was just enough to break the stalemate and tip the scales of battle into the Shadow Legion's favor. And once Sunny gained that foothold, he could not be stopped. Chapter 2579, long time coming, sometimes, great things had small beginnings. The dark ocean of hungry rats infesting the burned forest had begun from a single beast, for example. Sunny himself, the Lord of Shadows, had been an orphan in the outskirts of NOSC once. A devastating rockfall could be caused by a single rolling pebble. Similarly, the curse did not immediately vanquish the Black Millipede tribe. In fact, its effect was not that significant when compared to the collective might of their profane kind. There were simply too many of them, and even the awesome power of a supreme titan was not sufficient to quell the monstrous swarm. However, if used at the right time and in the right place, it was enough to make a difference. Saint and the elites who followed her were facing the most fearsome champions of the Black Millipede tribe and the horde of lesser abominations who followed them. The mercy of Shadow poisoned the souls of the nightmare creatures with the death will. Those of them who were weak and already wounded simply fell lifeless to the ground, creating gaps in the flood of abominations. Those who were too powerful to succumb to the killing intent of the Sovereign of Death still felt the cold grasp of his lethal authority, losing some of their vitality. Then, they were branded by the weakening curse and lost some of their power as well. Both enchantments, as well as the shadow flame, that allowed them to spread across the swarm of abominations, were naturally empowered by the underworld armament as well. That was enough for Saint and her elites to push their advantage and bring several dreadful great nightmare creatures down in quick succession. Once the pillars of the Millipede swarm's offensive in that section of the battlefield fell, an entire swath of the abominable flood collapsed under the eerily silent advance of the Shadow Legion. The louder the monstrous millipedes screeched and growled, the quieter the merciless shades seemed to become. The abominations died all the same, and the more of them died, the more shades there were to continue the slaughter. That small victory swiftly snowballed into a complete collapse of the Black Millipede swarm. The breach in their slithering mass allowed Saint to cut deep into the vast sea of abominations and attack other powerful champions from the flanks while her soldiers pushed the advance from the front. Before too long, these great nightmare creatures fell like dominoes as well. And soon after they fell, the entire western flank of the Millipede swarm fell apart. The left wing of the Shadow Legion advanced, slaughtering countless abominations and threatening to encircle those of them who were battling the Rat King from the west. If the center of the Millipede swarm fell, its eastern third would find itself being attacked by Slayer and the Ember Queen from the south, while Saint and her forces descended upon them from the west. It would be utter devastation for the Black Millipede tribe. More importantly than that, Saint could choose to bypass the remaining two-thirds of the great swarm entirely and instead push north, where the Millipede queens and their dreadful bodyguards were hiding behind the endless ranks of their revolting army. In the very heart of the slaughter, the corpses of the slain Millipedes had formed a tall hill. With the battle still raging around it, Nightmare tore his way to the top of that hill and froze there for a few moments, blood dripping from his fangs as his eyes burned with terrifying crimson flames. Saint sat in his saddle, regarding the scene of unimaginable carnage with cold indifference. She studied the mayhem around them and then cast her tenebrous gaze into the distance, where the elusive forms of the Millipede queens were hidden behind the sea of abominations. Her gaze seemed to carry the promise of death in it. Somewhere else on the battlefield, Fiend took a deep breath and then leaned forward while opening all four of his arms wide. A great torrent of roaring flames exploded from his infernal maw, incinerating hundreds of lesser millipedes and melting their black chitin into sludge. Not too far from him, Serpent had assumed the form of the Ember Queen, sowing confusion in the ranks of the millipedes. The elusive form of the great abomination was immediately besieged by countless foes, but escaped their claws and mandibles by hiding in the fleeting moment between the present and the future. A great demon fell, brought down by the twin shadows of Solvane. Someplace else, King Daron and the shadows of Song Saints were surrounded by a vast field of shattered black chitin. The shadow wolves and the Usuras of Condemnation were rampaging in the reeling swarm. On the other side of the battlefield, Slayer had leapt into the mass of monstrous millipedes and assumed the form of the wolf. Her jaws snapped, tearing the throat of a gargantuan great devil open, and then a chilling howl rolled across the battlefield, drowning out its deafening clamor for a few haunting moments. What will they do? Seeing the world through Saint's eyes, Sunny regarded the distant forms of the 6 great tyrants. The millipede queens seemed to linger for a while, observing the horrifying carnage in front of them. Their monstrous children were dying in scores every moment, and the losses were only continuing to mount. Finally, a strange ripple spread through the abominable swarm. Acting as one, the countless millipedes dove into the cracks between the blackened branches of the fallen trees, receding into the depths of the tangle like a frothing sea of black chitin. The black millipede tribe was retreating. Ah! Sunny extricated himself from Saint and stepped onto the surface of the morbid hill of slain abominations, watching the swarm recede with an arrogant expression. He closed his eyes for a few moments and then inhaled deeply. Finally. After more than a year of war, the black millipedes had suffered their first defeat. And after suffering defeat for more than a year, he finally achieved the first victory. The first, but not at all the last. Chapter 2580, Inevitable Defeat. It had taken Sunny more than a year to defeat the black millipede tribe on the battlefield for the first time. But after that first victory, it only took him a week to bring their vile kind close to extinction. Such was the sinister nature of the Shadow Legion. It grew stronger every time it was defeated, and it grew even more after a decisive victory. A great number of monstrous millipedes, including some of their most powerful champions, had fallen in that last battle. And all of them fought under his banner now. Even if shades of the supreme and higher ranks did not possess the will, and were therefore not as powerful as the beings who had cast them, it was still an obstacle that the wounded black millipede tribe could not overcome anymore. After all, the very reason they lost the battle was that the Shadow Legion had grown to a point where they could not defeat it. Perhaps, if the millipede queen had committed to an all-out offensive and entered the battle themselves, they could have still reversed the result. But even then, it would have only postponed the inevitable. Maybe there were creatures deeper in the burned forest who could permanently erase shades from existence or possessed unholy powers to counter the Shadow Legion in some kind of way. But the black millipedes simply did not possess such tools, so they were doomed. Sunny spent a few days after the battle recovering the soul shards from the corpses of the millipedes, finally, and waiting for the destroyed shades to be mended in the lightless flames of his soul. The dark embrace enchantment of the curse accelerated the process, allowing his army to be restored faster, so he did not have to wait as long as usual. In the meantime, Slayer was secretly tracking the retreating swarm to its nests. She moved unseen, using her keen senses and transcendent ability to stalk the retreating swarm from a distance. And that was how the millipede queens themselves revealed the location of their nests to Sunny, painting targets on the map. Once the Shadow Legion recovered most of its strength, he led his army north, wrapped around Saint and riding Nightmare at the head of a vast river of rats. In truth, Sunny was glad to leave the battlefield behind, albeit it made recovering the soul shards much easier. Watching the Rat King feast on the dead millipedes for days on end was quite a revolting sight. The black millipede tribe tried to defend its territory fiercely despite the hopelessness of their struggle. The millipede queens attempted to battle the Shadow Legion a few more times, but every clash ended in their decisive defeat, each one more obliterating than the last. When frontal battles proved to be impossible to win, they switched to different tactics, staging fierce ambushes and embroiling Sunny and his shades in countless small-time skirmishes. That strategy proved to be more troublesome, but still failed to stop his advance. In all honesty, Sunny had to give the millipede queens some credit. He had rarely met nightmare creatures capable of such a high level of control over themselves. Nightmare creatures rarely retreated, let alone implemented complex strategies, even if there was no chance of surviving their demented attacks. But even that could not help the black millipede tribe. The ambush had failed to stop the advance of the Shadow Legion, and constant skirmishes had failed to stop it, too. In the end, their resistance was entirely broken. The last major battle the millipede queens gave was when the Shadow Legion reached the first of their 7 nests. After being decimated there, the millipede swarm broke and fled, never to assemble again. Sunny burned the nest and sent his shades, as well as the Rat King, on an all-out hunt. Over the next few days, Countless millipedes were pursued and slaughtered in the depths of the charred tangle. Sunny himself, meanwhile, continued to pursue the millipede queens with the core force of elite shades. With the help of Slayer, he never lost their trail. 5 more nests were destroyed before he reached the final one. Sunny had expected the millipede queens to defend it to their last breath and was prepared to lay a deadly siege. However, in the end, he conquered the final nest and laid claim to his second citadel without any battle at all. He never got to kill the remaining great tyrants either. In the depths of the final nest, he found half-devoured carcasses of 5 of the 6 millipede queens. It seemed that, when facing extermination, they had sacrificed themselves to feed their very essence to the 7th one. That final queen then fled north with a small brood of young millipedes, abandoning her nest and escaping from Sunny into the depths of the burned forest. He did not know what would happen to her and her vile ilk. Far more terrifying beings inhabited the core of the burned forest, after all, and creatures like that rarely welcomed weaker abominations invading their territories. Perhaps the last millipede queen would be devoured by a powerful nightmare creature, becoming the end of the black millipede tribe. Perhaps she would be able to flee far north and establish herself on a new territory, then spread like a plague once more. In any case, with the escape of the last millipede queen, the war against the black millipede tribe was over. Having expanded the Shadow Legion greatly, Sunny had finally conquered the southern outskirts of the former Heart Realm. He had won. Victory sure tastes sweet. Riding Nightmare across the eastern quadrant, Sunny smiled. He had tasted defeat too many times in the burned forest, so this eventual triumph washed away the bitter taste from his mind. Of course, there was plenty of land left to conquer in the burned forest. Its outskirts in other cardinal directions, its heartland, the titanic stump of the World Tree. But that would come in time, no doubt. For now, he had other things to worry about. Cresting a low hill, Sunny stopped Nightmare and looked ahead, a complicated expression appearing on his face. I've made it. In front of him was the ocean. Chapter 2581, Night Garden. The feeling of bliss Sunny had felt while traversing the safety of the eastern quadrant evaporated as soon as he saw the ocean. The sun was setting, painting the vast expanse of undulating water into a million fiery shades. It was as if both the heavens and the ocean were aflame, enveloped by a beautiful crimson blaze, a sight no less breathtaking than the nightmarish vistas of the dream realm. This dying world had its own beauty to offer, as well, made only more poignant by its looming end. Beauty and danger often went hand in hand, though, and the oceans of Earth had long become home to unfathomable horrors. Sunny had braved the dark expanse of the Indian Ocean a few times, including all by himself soon after becoming a saint. He had survived back then, but the memories of the frenzied voyage never failed to make him shiver. Now, too, a cold chill ran down his spine. I wonder how bad the ocean really is. By all accounts, it could not be as terrifying as the death zones of the dream realm. Most of the nightmare creatures populating the infested waters could not be of a rank higher than corrupted, after all. Even if a few great ones did reside in the depths of the ocean, they would not pose a serious threat to Sunny. If not for the gnawing suppression of the war realm, he could have cleansed the entire ocean of nightmare creatures, making sailing across it as safe as traversing the eastern quadrant had been. Of course, there was little point in doing so. All of Earth was going to become part of the dream realm soon. Before that happened, however, the dream realm seemed to have already invaded Earth in a way it was not supposed to. Out there, in the distance, something that had never been meant to grace the verdant reaches of Earth was resting on the waves, bathed in the crimson light of the setting sun. So this is the Night Garden. Sunny looked at the wandering great citadel that had ostensibly become the headquarters of the government, his face full of wonder. The gargantuan ship was truly titanic, spanning more than a kilometer from port to starboard and a dozen times that from bow to stern. Its ancient hull was made of wood but had no seams, resembling a hollowed-out branch of an unfathomably large tree. Its hull rose from the waves like a dark wall, the immense silhouette of the massive vessel appearing too enormous to exist on Earth. Sunny had thought that the alloy behemoths which had carried the first evacuation army to Antarctica were unreasonably giant, but the night garden made them look like toy ships. Despite that, it did not seem heavy and hulking like those colossal batful ships did. Instead, the night garden seemed graceful in its elegant immensity, the flowing lines of its hull emanating a feeling of dark harmony. It rested easily on the water, resembling an ancient city rising from the waves. The ship was indeed like a city in and of itself, with dozens of decks, stunning palaces, and tall pagodas built on its surface, as well as hidden from view on its vast holds. It had wild groves, rushing streams, and deep lakes. Masts that were as tall as mountains rose into the blazing sky like trees, their beams spreading far and wide like branches. With the arrival of settlers in the wake of the Godgrave War, the palaces of Night Garden became homes to countless people. Its groves became cultivated fruit gardens, and its meadows became fertile fields. People strolled along bustling promenades, children played on lake shores, and countless colorful lanterns illuminated the great ship, making it glow like a jewel against the backdrop of encroaching night. The Night Garden was not as populous as Bastion or Ravenheart, but it was still home to millions of people now. Most of them were government workers and warriors, or their dependents, with some refugees mixed in. The wandering citadel of the Demon of Repose was vast, but it was not vast compared to cities like NOSC. However, unlike ordinary cities, the Night Garden was layered, with many decks stacked on top of each other. That was how all these people managed to settle on it, making the great citadel their home. Safely hidden in the shadows, Sunny enjoyed the dreamlike view of the Titanic ship for a long while. It was a bit funny, but in all these years, this was the first time he saw the Night Garden. He had seen its likeness as a picture, or on the screen, of course, but never with his own two eyes. The great vessel looked much more striking in real life, emanating a mystical feeling. It was almost as if the Night Garden possessed its own presence. It was not what Sunny saw that affected him the most, though, it was what he sensed. How strange. His shadow sense washed over the Titanic ship, trying to penetrate its hull. Just like in the Jade Palace and the Great Castle, it failed. His senses were dampened by the ancient wood, making it impossible to perceive what was happening in the great vessel's cavernous holds. The demons had liked their privacy, it seemed. Sunny did sense the shadow cast by the Night Garden on the water, though, and that shadow was not like the shadows that inanimate objects cast. Instead, it was more akin to the shadow of a living thing, and so, Sunny had no choice but to assume that the Night Garden was alive, perhaps not in the way that Sunny was alive. Well, he was a bad example, really, but alive nonetheless. In any case, the task of finding Jet among the millions of people had become difficult because of the Titanic ship interfering with his shadow sense. It was only when the sun drowned in the ocean and the night embraced the world that Sunny finally felt a familiar shadow. He smiled faintly. Lime to knock on Reaper's door. Chapter 2582, Profound Perils of Spending Time with Strange Shadows. Stepping through the shadows, Sunny found himself at the summit of the tallest pagoda of the Great Citadel. The towering palace was actually built inside and around the main mast of the Night Garden, surrounding its lower part with a cascade of tiled roofs and graceful terraces. The terraces themselves were gardens, with emerald grass covering their expanse and ancient trees swaying in the cool breeze. The summit was like a grove, the leaves whispering as they moved above the surface of a quiet pond. This high, there was nothing but the masts of the Titanic vessels and the stars above it, so the water reflected the starlit sky, seeming like a fragment of it. Jet was sitting on the soft grass, leaning against the trunk of a tall tree as she gazed at the distant constellations. She seemed to have adjusted to her life aboard the Night Garden well. She appeared more at ease than usual, at least, enjoying the rare moment of silence in comfortable solitude. Her usual government uniform was gone, replaced by an armor memory that resembled a wetsuit crafted from the inky black skin of an unknown sea monster. The thing was similar to the memories that members of the House of Night usually wore into battle, and was far more practical than conventional armor when fighting in the depths. Of course, it also outlined her beautifully figure radiantly, but having gone through the Southern campaign side by side with Jet, Sunny had become somewhat immune to that sight. He did not make any noise, and yet she turned her head in his direction, her icy blue eyes almost glowing in the darkness of the warm night. "Ah, Lord Sunless, welcome to the night garden. I was told to expect you." There were lanterns hanging from the branches here and there. Walking into their light, Sunny glanced around curiously, noting the golden fruits growing between the leaves of the surrounding trees, and sat down as well. "Greetings, Saint Jet. Just call me Sunny, please. Otherwise, I'll feel awkward." He leaned against a tree, looking at the stars reflecting on the surface of the calm pond. Jet chuckled. "Well, all right then." She remained silent for a few moments and then sighed. "I wanted to ask if you are younger than me, but then realized that the question is meaningless. After all, we are poised to live for hundreds of years. Thousands, possibly, or even indefinitely. So, what difference do a few years make?" A lazy smile appeared on her lips. "It's a bit unfair, though, even if we do survive until we are hundreds of years old. I will still be the oldest one forever. How disheartening." Sunny scoffed. "I don't know. I have felt like I am too old for all this crap since I was 16. So, I enjoy being older than other people. After all, I worked really hard to reach that age. My age is something that I earned, not something that just happened to me." And Jet had worked harder than most to earn hers, much, much harder because of her flaw. He smiled and added in a neutral tone, "Oh, but I am still younger. By about 10 years. She gave him a resentful glare. "Ouch." With that, Jet looked at him curiously. She lingered for a long while and then asked, "So, is it my turn to go on a dangerous journey and learn a profound lesson about myself, the world, and life from you?" Sunny coughed. "W what?" She grinned. "That is what happened with Kai and Effie, is it not? They told me about their misadventures. You received rave reviews, though, so don't worry." Sunny slowly shook his head. "That, in a way, I guess. I am hoping to avoid the dangerous part this time, however. Not everything has to be deadly and utterly terrifying, right?" It did not, but if Sunny was honest with himself, he had to admit that his chances of avoiding deadly and harrowing perils were quite low this time around, as well. He hesitated for a couple of moments, and then shrugged. "As for some kind of profound lesson, I am not sure that there is anything I can teach you. You strike me as a person who knows exactly who you are, what you want, and how to go about achieving it. So, if anything, I should be the one learning from you. It had always been that way." Sunny had begun his journey as Jet's junior, became her equal after a while, and even managed to overtake her eventually. But throughout all these years, he had never once stopped thinking about her as a respected senior. Her experience and pragmatic wisdom had always guided him on his thorny path, was one of the main reasons he was still alive, really. So what would Sunny even teach Jet? The true essence of supremacy? He studied her for a while, then said in a distant tone, "The essence of supremacy is a defiant resolve to see the world bend to your will. However, there is no need to teach you about that. After all, your very existence is an act of defiance against the world. Every day you continue to live is a testament to your will." Jet smiled. "Continue to live, huh?" Then she leaned back and let out a quiet laugh. "You and I are quite a pair, aren't we?" Sunny raised an eyebrow. "I guess we are." She looked at him with a grin. "I mean, I am somewhat of a zombie and you are technically a ghost. Isn't that amusing?" Sunny stared at her for a few moments with an unreadable expression. Eventually, he let out a cough. "I was thinking more in the line of me being the sovereign of death while you are the soul reaper, but yes, your description is certainly amusing." Jet nodded in satisfaction. "So, Sunny, what exactly are we going to do?" He lingered for a while and then responded in a subdued tone, "That is something I am going to find out soon." Before that, however, the night garden had to return to the dream realm. Chapter 2583, Living Ship. At dawn, Sunny was sitting on the shadow chair and watching the sun rise with a crystal glass of wine in his hand. It was quite difficult to get intoxicated as a supreme, unless he wanted to, so the wine was nothing more than a symbolic gesture that Jet had insisted on. They had to celebrate the Skinwalker's demise, after all. Soul Reaper herself was reclining in a lounge chair of her own, with the striking vista of the night garden stretching below them. She looked at the lilac radiance of dawn and sighed. "Life sure is odd sometimes. Sunny smiled faintly. How would we know? We're dead. Jet laughed. Fair. She remained silent for a while, then said with a hint of amusement in her laid-back tone, but really, yesterday, I was at war with a great terror. Today, the terror is gone and the war is over. Mind you, I am not complaining. Who would complain about peace? Anyone would agree, though, that it was all quite sudden. Sunny shrugged. No need to worry. There's plenty of great terrors left to go around. He took a sip of wine, then looked at Jet with curiosity. So, what are you going to do next? And I don't mean it philosophically, rather. What exactly is going to happen in the next few days? Jet did not consider his question for more than a moment. It's all a big mess. Nobody has really decided what to do with the Eastern Quadrant yet, but honestly, that is of little consequence for us. The Night Garden was supposed to escort a naval convoy across the ocean. That has not changed. It will be our last voyage in the waking world for a long while, though, because the ship's reserves of essence are running low. We were meant to return to the dream realm after delivering the refugees to the Northern Quadrant, and that has not changed either. She lingered for a moment and then added neutrally, so, we will return to the storm sea after about a week. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Reserves of essence? And how, exactly, does the Night Garden replenish itself in the dream realm? Jet smiled, looking at the magnificent landscape of the Titanic ship with a hint of affection. There are two main ways. She pointed up. Have you not wondered why this ship has such tall masts but no sails? The masts of the Night Garden were terrifyingly tall, extending many kilometers into the sky. The main mast, especially, was tall like a mountain. Each horizontal beam attached to them was long and wide enough to serve as a street, but there was no human dwelling there despite the limited space on the decks of the massive vessel. There were no sails, either. Sunny shrugged. The question did cross my mind. He was not ignorant of how the Night Garden functioned, of course. However, hearing it from the woman who had ruled the Great Citadel for more than a year was more valuable than theoretical knowledge or listening to hearsay. Jet exhaled slowly. The masts serve as lightning rods. They attract lightning, and the ship absorbs its power. So, to help it replenish its reserves, all we need to do is brave a storm, one of the mystical storms of the storm sea, best of all. Those are nothing short of apocalyptic in their scope and scale, but the Night Garden can barrel through one without much trouble. This ship is truly unyielding. She yawned. The second way is to feed it nightmare creatures. The more, the better. Sunny remained silent for a while, staring at her with an unreadable expression. And how, exactly, does it eat those nightmare creatures? Jet smiled. Well, it doesn't actually chew and devour them. The Night Garden might resemble a living thing, but it does not have a maw. Instead, the nightmare creatures get absorbed into the hull and then digested by it, I guess. Her smile seemed a little ironic. The ship can absorb some essence that way, but the primary purpose of that particular method seems to be resource collection to allow the hull to repair itself. That is what the remaining members of the House of Night think, at least. Jet looked at Sunny and said in an even tone, "Oh, and it is not nightmare creatures that the hull of the Night Garden will absorb. In truth, it does not differentiate between living beings. Anything will do. So don't go around crawling on the outer hull." Not that I thought that you would. She smiled slightly and looked away. In a way, it makes sense. The masts of the Night Garden are like branches and leaves, absorbing celestial energy, while its hull is like roots, absorbing minerals and the like from the earth. Or the ocean, to be precise. In any case, the ship needs to replenish itself from time to time, and the storm sea is the perfect place for that to happen. Sunny remained silent for a while, and then asked in a tone that betrayed a hint of grim apprehension, "And what happens if the Night Garden is not fed on time?" Jet chuckled. "In short, nothing really." She looked at the last vestiges of darkness hiding on the western horizon. The Night Garden was starved and largely dormant when the Nightwalker first discovered and claimed it. However, it was not dead, and neither was it starving. Although lightning and nightmare creatures are its main sources of sustenance, they aren't the only ones. The ship can also absorb starlight, ambient spirit essence, seaweed and coral, the energy of the wind, the force of the waves, anything and everything, really. Its capacity to repair and refuel itself is almost inexhaustible. Jet grinned, which is quite fitting, considering that it was created by the demon of repose. She was the demon of rest and rejuvenation, after all, so her ship was able to endlessly repair and restore itself, it seems. Looking at Sunny, Jet then raised an eyebrow. That demon, she does not sound as terrifying as the rest of her siblings, does she? I mean, what's so scary about rest and restoration? Sunny gave her a long, somber look. That just sounds like the demon of repose will end up being the most harrowing of them all, doesn't it? Jet met his gaze, then pursed her lips and looked away. I do hate to admit it, but you make a good point. Chapter 25, 84 Demon's Arc. Once the sun rose, Sunny hid himself in Jet's shadow as she went about preparing the night garden for departure from the eastern quadrant. The demonic ship's stay here had ended up on an unexpected note, but people seemed to be elated to know that the war against the Skinwalker was over. They were beyond themselves, really. Humanity had suffered a long streak of debilitating losses here in the waking world over the past few decades, each one bringing it one step closer to complete annihilation: the devastation of America, the fall of Antarctica. People expected Australia to follow them in becoming a lost cause as well, but now it was unexpectedly saved. That astonishing reversal did not merely impact the eastern quadrant, but also gave people a hope that the downward spiral of Earth as a whole could come to an end. Of course, they knew by now that their homeworld was not going to exist for much longer, but that future was too distant and too daunting to truly fathom. So today, they were celebrating. Nobody really knew how the Skinwalker had fallen, because the authorities of the human domain had not issued a statement yet. Rumors and theories were of course abound, one more fantastical than the next. Sunny was curious to see how the public's reaction would change once everyone learned the truth of Mordred's ascension to the throne of supremacy. Would they be happy, still? Or wary? Would they fear another civil war? Mordred's reputation was not the greatest, after all, due to what he had done to the House of Night. Many of the remaining members of the former Great Clan were here, on the Night Garden, and had become the pillars of the local community. They were not going to be happy to learn that the executioner of their clan was a supreme now, and people who held them in great esteem would not be happy either. In any case, the truth was not going to come until a few days later. By then, the Night Garden would be in the middle of the ocean, sailing across its perilous expanse to the distant shores of the northern quadrant. Sunny was quite curious about the seafaring Great Citadel. He was familiar with the chain breaker quite well, and wanted to know if the Night Garden operated in a similar fashion. As it turned out, although there were some outward similarities, there was little in common between the two enchanted ships. The chain breaker was a creation of exquisite, but ultimately mundane runic sorcery. It used the sole essence of the sacred tree that grew around its mast to empower the runic array, which kept the ship in the air and propelled it across the sky. The helmsmen connected to the array by entering the runic circle and infusing it with their own essence, then steered the vessel with 2 steering oars. There were some mystical qualities to the chain breaker and the materials used to craft it, but Sunny could at least understand the principles of everything that went into making the graceful vessel fly. He could not fathom how the Night Garden moved at all, though. There was a helmsman's runic circle as well, which was far more elaborate than the one on the chain breaker, but it was not connected to a runic array. In fact, there was no array to speak of anywhere on the ship. There were no sails either, and obviously, the ancient ship was too heavy and gargantuan to be pushed forward by rowing. There was no discernible reason for it to move at all. And yet, it did move. As long as the master of the Night Garden willed it, the Titanic ship would sail forward as if carried by invisible winds. It could reach truly frightening speed as well. And Sunny suspected that they had not discovered its full potential yet, either. After all, the Night Garden had not been created to be steered by a mere saint. It gave a supreme the power to open gates between 2 spaces in the same realm, for example, so what would it have been capable of when the demon of repose herself controlled it? Where would it have been able to travel? How far would it have been able to go? The Night Garden contained its own isolated ecosystem. It could travel freely, absorb all kinds of energies to maintain itself, and provide its passengers with everything they needed to live. As Sunny thought about it, an eerie thought crossed his mind. The thought that perhaps one day, long after all of existence was consumed by corruption, the titanic ship of the Demon of Repose would still continue to sail, drifting across the boundless, dark expanse of the void. Lamb not sure if that image is hopeful or ominous. More importantly, since the night garden was a living thing, could that thing get corrupted itself? What would happen to the passengers if it did? How scary. The bridge of the Titanic ship was in the same great pagoda where Jet's private quarters and spacious room garden were located, just a few floors below the spot where they had enjoyed wine while watching the sun rise. It was a vast room with elegant arched windows that stretched from floor to ceiling, and due to the pagoda's great height, one had a perfect view of most of the ship and its surroundings from here. An elaborate runic circle was etched into the floor, igniting with ethereal light for a few moments when Jet stepped inside. The main mast of the ship was behind them, blocking the view in that direction, but as she had explained to Sunny on the way down, the person connected to the elaborate runic circle shared a kind of awareness with the ship, so she could sense what was happening behind the night garden as well while steering it. Sunny did not know what exactly he had expected from the bridge of the Great Citadel, but he imagined it as something out of a space exploration drama. A great hall with an imposing chair meant for the captain and various stations for the crew placed around it. However, there was no chair. There were no stations either, which made sense in hindsight. After all, the Demon of Repose would not have needed the assistance of subordinates to steer her own ship. There were some people on the bridge at the moment, though, because Jet was not quite a demon. Giving them a short greeting, she stood in the center of the runic circle and smiled. "Shall we depart, ladies and gentlemen?" Sunny sensed the great ship moving beneath him. Chapter 2585. Moving feast, it seemed strangely wrong for something as immense as the night garden to move. And yet, it did slowly at first, and then faster and faster, the Titanic ship began to glide across the undulating waves. The oceanic waves themselves seemed impossibly small as they broke against its living hull, merging into a flat aquamarine plain while stretching toward the distant horizon. It was as if an entire island suddenly decided to move on, complete with a city full of millions of people. The groves were moving, the meadows were moving, and the lakes were moving as well. Sunny knew that there was nothing odd about it logically, and yet his mind was failing to reconcile the inconceivable scale of it all with what was happening. This world. It truly knows how to make one feel small, does it not? And that was coming from someone who could tum into a 100-meter-tall colossus whenever he wished. A loud cheer reached the runic hall from the upper decks of the night garden, where people had poured onto the promenades along the edges of the Titanic ship to watch it depart from the eastern quadrant. The atmosphere, despite the perilous journey that awaited them, felt bright and festive. For some of them, this was just another journey. For some, those who had boarded the Great Citadel in the eastern quadrant as refugees, it was the first voyage. Their continent was liberated from the clutches of the Skinwalker now, but their cities and homes were already gone, so the newcomers were eager to experience the seas and build a new home for themselves on the night garden. Sunny had only spent one morning on the Titanic ship, but he could already tell that life here was one of starkly opposing extremes. The Great Citadel itself was idyllic and beautiful beyond belief, while the storms assaulting its impregnable hull and the nightmare creatures besetting it were furious and chillingly horrifying. Somehow, though, the dread of the dark and tumultuous seas only made the vibrant beauty of the night garden more comforting. Plus, it belonged to Soul Reaper Jet. She had come far from the days when people who knew of her mostly awakened treated her with distaste and aversion due to the ruthless cruelty of her murderous ways. Now, there was no person in the world who did not know the Soul Reaper, and her reputation, while not as loud as that of the other great champions of humanity, was stellar. People treated her with the respect and esteem reserved only for those who had earned it. Jet had always been a professional, and her profession was serving humanity. She had a spotless track record of being good at her job, as well, so being under Soul Reaper's wing meant being safe. That was why refugees were happy to settle on the night garden and become a part of the community here. What is this feeling? Hiding in Jet's shadow and watching her steer the Titanic citadel while giving her subordinates commands, Sunny felt his heart swell a little. He felt like a proud parent. Proud child? Proud student or a comrade, perhaps. In any case, Sunny had to get down to business. He was reasonably sure that the sixth fragment of Weaver's lineage was hidden somewhere on the night garden, or at least somewhere where the night garden could help him reach. At the moment, Sunny was being suppressed by the war realm, so he could not search too actively. But that did not mean that he could not do anything. As the night garden slowly moved along the coast of Australia, Sunny extended his shadow sense in all directions, or at least tried to. The hull of the ancient vessel was interfering with his perception, so he could not cast a wide net. He could still explore the ancient vessel bit by bit, though, finding paths where the living wood did not block his senses. The night garden had countless decks and cavernous holds, with bustling activity of a thriving city. It was also full of strange and wondrous things, so finding one well-hidden anomaly here was going to be much harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Sunny could sense the entirety of a haystack in a split second, find the needle, and count each individual strand of hay on top of that. Actually, he already had a needle, Weaver's needle, so he would not need to do something so senseless to begin with. However, finding the fragment of Weaver's lineage was going to take a lot of effort and meticulous work. Sadly, an annoying distraction kept invading his senses when he tried to focus. At first, there was the sound of wings. Then, there was the sound of small talons click-clacking on the wooden floor. Then, someone aimed a persistent stare at him. "It's all right. Lamb hidden in Jet's shadow. No one can see me." But then, someone jumped onto the shadow, walked this way and that across its surface, and even pecked at it with a sharp beak a few times. Letting out a quiet sigh, Sunny focused on his immediate surroundings. A black bird was standing on top of him, looking down with unreadable round eyes. Its inky feathers glistened in the morning light. Crow pecked Jet's shadow one more time, then spread its wings and cawed loudly. "Sunny, Sunny." Sunny gritted his teeth, metaphorically speaking, and produced a quiet whisper. "Get off me, stupid bird, go away." Crow stared at him some more, then waved its wings a couple of times. Bird, Sunny sighed. "Yes, you are a bird. I don't even know how you notice me, but please, stop blowing my cover and go annoy Jet instead." Crow tilted its head, then hopped up and down the shadow a few times and flew up to perch on Jet's shoulder. Giving Sunny a smug look from his perch, it then cawed again. "Bird, Jet." Sunny suppressed a groan. Something was telling him that concentrating on the search was not going to be easy. Chapter 2586, Crow's Nest? Let me tell you, Crow. Those demons all had a thing for unnecessarily huge structures. Why are all their citadels so stupidly huge? No, really, what were they compensating for? Sitting in the crow's nest of the main mast of the night garden, many kilometers above the surface of the ocean, Sunny looked at the horizon with a bitter expression. Actually, no one was insane enough to get this high, especially because the masts of the Titanic ship were designed to attract lightning, so he could enjoy some privacy here. Which he did after spending a long time fruitlessly searching the endless expanse of the gargantuan ship for traces of Weaver. Crow tilted its head and gave him a contemplative look, then opened its beak. Crow, Sunny sighed. Exactly, you make a good point. And what about their own size? Don't they have the decency to stick to one size at least? Slayer did not seem that much shorter than Weaver in the vision. So why the hell was Weaver's reflection 100 meters tall? What is that about, huh? The tiny bird stared at him with its glistening black eyes. Short, Sunny scowled. Who are you calling short, you soot-covered rook? Let me tell you, I can be as tall as T want. I am just choosing to be this size. 100 meters is nothing. Crow gave him a pitying look and cawed, as if proving the point. Soot. Sunny scoffed and looked away. The coast of Australia, which used to be visible beyond the starboard of the night garden, was now almost behind them. And on the water below, a naval convoy of dozens of immense battleships was slowly moving into formation behind the great citadel's wide bow. Well, the batful ships had seemed immense when Sunny first saw them. all the way at the start of the chain of nightmares. Now, hiding in the shadow cast by the hull of the night garden, the alloy behemoths looked like a flock of clumsy ducklings following the mama duck. Sunny saw a few familiar figures as well. On one side of the convoy, a giant killer whale briefly breached the surface of the water, then dove into the depths again. On the other side, a colossal sea serpent cut the waves with the spikes of its long dorsal fin while accelerating to catch up with the Titanic ship. Soon enough, the serpent disappeared, and a man climbed the series of rope ladders to the deck of the night garden, careful not to touch the surface of the hull. By the time Neve reached the deck, Jet was already waiting for him, having descended from the runic hall as a torrent of flowing mist. Someone else was waiting for the Saint of Night there, as well a teenage girl with hair that glistened with an indigo sheen in the warm sunlight. Dad, sensing the movement of their shadows, Sunny scratched the back of his head. Who's the girl? His eyes widened. Wait, is that Neve's daughter? What? When did she become a teenager? I could have sworn that she was 5 just a few years ago. He looked at Crow Crow and coughed in embarrassment. Well, I suppose that is how aging works. Wait, how old is Neve? Raising a hand, he started counting on his fingers. When his fingers proved insufficient, he summoned a few shadow hands and continued counting on them. Goodness gracious, what a fossil. It was good that Jet could not hear him, because according to his calculations, they were the same age. Sunny gave Crow Crow a suspicious look. You are not going to rat me out, are you? Crow Crow flapped its wings. Rat, rat. Whatever that was supposed to mean. Neve, who had been absent from the night garden to guard the refugee ships, gave his daughter a hug and patted her on the head. Then, he turned to Jet. Everyone is accounted for, so we are ready to depart as soon as the details of the defensive formation are decided. The diviners have not sensed any powerful abominations moving along our chosen route, either. I have the report with the exact numbers with me, so should we discuss it now? Oh, there is also a small issue with supplies. His daughter crossed her arms and pouted. Dad. Neve fell silent for a moment. Or we can discuss it in an hour, Sunny sighed. Alas, I don't have a cute daughter to help me slack off. Yet, anyway, back to work. Crow Crow let out a caw of affirmation. Closing his eyes, Sunny concentrated on exploring the night garden with his shadow sense. The little bird, meanwhile, grew bored with his company and went on a patrol across the highest horizontal beam of the main mast, waddling along its edge with an exceedingly serious look. Soon enough, the night garden began to move again, heading north. The battleships fell into formation behind it, and before too long, the coast of Australia disappeared from view. There was nothing but open water around them. The first time Sunny had crossed the ocean, it had been a nerve-wracking affair. The battleship felt like an alloy coffin, and he could not help but feel wary, knowing the only thing that separated him from the watery depths was a few layers of mundane metal. The naval convoy had been attacked by nightmare creatures many times, as well, once even coming closer to losing several ships. Now, Sunny felt much safer, so safe, in fact, that he did not see a reason to worry at all. Not only was he a sovereign, but he was also sailing on the night garden. The Titanic ship was not exactly invincible, but there was nothing in the Indian Ocean that could seriously harm it, let alone sink it. The storm sea, on the other hand. Let's hope that I find what I am looking for before we return to the dream realm. Despite Sunny's hopes, however, he did not. No matter how meticulously he explored the night garden, there was no trace of anything left behind by Weaver. His blood did not react at all, and even his intuition remained silent. It was as if there was no clue anywhere on the ship at all. With each day that passed without producing a result, Sunny's mood turned more somber. Eventually, he had to admit something that he had been avoiding all along. I think I will have to use that thing to locate Weaver's traces. Just thinking about it made him shiver. Chapter 2587, Forces of Nature. In the end, they reached the northern quadrant without much trouble. The voyage took less time and was much less eventful than any of the previous times Sunny had crossed the ocean. Most nightmare creatures seemed to be wary of the night garden and kept their distance, while those who did not were absorbed by the living hull of the Titanic ship. It was quite a chilling sight. The living wood was like quicksand, refusing to let go of anyone who touched its weathered surface. The abominations who recklessly tried to assault or scale it would get their limbs caught in its impenetrable bulwark, and then slowly pulled into the hull of the night garden, never to be seen again. They struggled desperately as the living wood absorbed them, but to no avail. A few managed to escape by rupturing and tearing off their trapped limbs, but most only became caught more thoroughly because of their frantic struggles. Whatever scratches they managed to leave on the surface of the Titanic ship soon vanished without a trace, with all evidence of its existence gone. So, the horrors of the depths had a good reason to be wary of the night garden. Or maybe they were wary of Sonny himself, sensing the vast darkness hiding in his shadow. In any case, there were not as many attacks on the convoy as Sonny had anticipated, which was not to say there was no danger at all. The battleships following the night garden were still vulnerable, and there was also the threat of aerial attacks. The Great Citadel did not only carry millions of mundane people, though it also carried countless awakened warriors, most of them seasoned veterans of the evacuation army. Jet and the Saints of the House of Night were there to keep the situation under control, as well, so every assault on the convoy was repelled with relative ease. Some of the confrontations with the doomed nightmare creatures were more memorable than others, though. I'll be damned. Shifting his focus away from the search for the traces of Weaver, Sonny looked ahead with a somber expression. Out there, in front of the night garden, the ocean had turned entirely black. The stain of oily black water stretched in all directions, far and wide, darkening the distant horizon. Tall waves crashed into the bow of the gargantuan ship violently, reaching toward it like the blackened fingers of an unknown monster. It was the black water, a mysterious and malevolent phenomenon that haunted both the storm sea and the oceans of Earth. Nobody knew what the currents of the black water were, really. Some considered it to be a kind of nightmare creature. Some thought it to be the remains of an ancient terror who had been torn into thousands of pieces. Some even believed that it was the blood of an unholy titan spilled by the gods at the dawn of time. Regardless of what it was, however, seeing the water turn black often meant death for those who entrusted their lives to the sea. But not this time. Sonny could vaguely sense something about the night garden change when it entered the black waters, as if coming awake. Then, the Titanic ship crushed the violent waves and continued sailing forward, cutting the ominous darkness with its bow. Some time later, the ocean cleared. What? It was not that the convoy had crossed the area tainted by the black water and escaped into clear waters. Rather, the oily darkness infecting the waves simply vanished. The night garden had absorbed the black water, just like it would any other nightmare creature or source of sustenance. Forgetting about his search for a few moments, Sonny stared at the pure aquamarine expanse of the ocean with an incredulous expression. I never thought I'd see the day when that thing perishes. Never once. His first encounter with the black water had transpired on the way to Antarctica, just before the chain of nightmares consumed the southern quadrant. Back then, it seemed utterly indestructible. In an entirely different category than the things that could be destroyed, even, like a force of nature. But now, the night garden had torn apart and absorbed that force of nature, erasing it from the surface of the world. Come to think of it, forces of nature are not what they used to be. People naturally treated natural disasters as the epitome of inescapable calamity and unfathomable power. But Sonny was a being who could weather any mundane storm, remain standing during the most devastating earthquake, and topple erupting volcanoes now. He was indifferent to floods and couldn't care less about droughts, let alone something as trivial as wildfires. He himself could cause a calamity much more terrifying than anything nature could muster. So it should have come as no surprise that the night garden absorbed the black water, this current of the black water at least. Somewhere in the storm sea, there were 1,000 more. I still have a score to settle with the dark sea, too. Eventually, the naval convoy led by the wandering Great Citadel reached the coast of the northern quadrant. The Titanic ship spent several days near a port fortress, watching over the refugees disembarking from the battleships and loaded up on supplies. Considering how impossibly tall the hull of the night garden was, it took quite a lot of effort, and several complicated systems of lifts and pulleys to raise the cargo containers all the way up to the deck. Once all of that was done, the radiant rift of the Dream Gate opened in front of the giant ship, calling it back home, into the nebulous expanse of the storm sea. Sunny, who was at his limit, felt glad to escape the unwelcoming pressure of the waking world and return to the dream realm. Strangely enough, it felt as if the night garden was relieved to abandon the barren expanse of the war realm as well. Pushed by invisible winds, the gargantuan ship sailed into the white inferno of the Dream Gate and disappeared from the undulating surface of the ocean, leaving Earth behind. Chapter 25, 88. Twilight Sea. Sunny was anticipating witnessing the endless expanse of the storm sea. He had been to more lethal corners of the dream realm than most people, maybe even than any person. But he had only ever been to the misty coast south of Bastion, never venturing into the nebulous waters themselves. Apart from the idle curiosity of a retired explorer, Sunny also felt a subtle connection to the storm sea. These were the remains of the world that Daron the Serpent King had ruled once, after all. The shadows of Daron and Windflower now rested in his soul, while the Twilight Sea they had failed to save had been consumed by the dream realm. Earth would soon share the same fate, so Sunny felt a kind of curiosity that was both poignant and morbid when thinking about the storm sea. Regardless of what he had expected, though, his first impression of the nebulous ocean was a complete disappointment. That was because Sunny could not see anything at all. Everything around the night garden was shrouded in thick mist, plunging the world into a beautiful but ominous twilight. Even when he climbed to the peak of the tallest mast of the massive ship, he still failed to catch a glimpse of the sky. The night garden ceased all movement after passing through the Dream Gate, which had already vanished and left it alone in the boundless expanse of the misty sea. There's nothing much to do. We can't sail until the mist passes. Well, technically, nothing is stopping us. It is just too dangerous. While the night garden settled to wait for the weather to improve, Jet retreated to her quarters to rest. Sunny emerged from her shadow, deciding to take a break too. His search had not produced any results, so continuing in the same manner seemed meaningless. He had to gather courage before proceeding to the next plan, though. What kind of dangers are we talking about? Jet gave him an amused look, the kind I have no words to describe and no desire to imagine. She crossed her legs, looking at the ceiling with a laid-back expression. Don't worry, though. The night garden had been drifting in these waters for thousands of years before being claimed by us humans, and for half a century since. Nothing managed to take it down in all that time. Sunny smiled faintly. Who says that I am worried? Among the long list of my worries, the horrors of the storm sea are all the way near the bottom. He found himself a chair and sat down. Jet chuckled. How's anonymity treating you, by the way? It must be hard for a lofty supreme to keep hiding in the shadows, unable to let his existence be known to anyone instead of basking in the glory. She had contacted Nephis through Cassie to coordinate the opening of the Dream Gate. But really, Sunny could have sent the night garden to the dream realm himself. Only he couldn't, because his existence was supposed to be a secret. The second sovereign, there was the king of nothing now, too. The whole world was abuzz with the news of a new sovereign supposedly appearing out of nowhere and taking out the skinwalker. That only made Sunny's situation seem more unfair. He smiled. It's treating me fine. Actually, I'm used to it. After all, I've been hiding the fact of my existence from long before becoming supreme. As for the fame and glory I supposedly deserve, they were never something I chased. In fact, I spent most of my life avoiding them like a plague. To limited success. Jet remained silent for a while, then said in a contemplative tone, Yeah, I never thought I'd be where I am today either. I am the only saint who comes from the outskirts, you know? The first and the last. There's not much left of the outskirts by now. Most people have already left for the dream realm. She chuckled quietly. Who knew that I'd outlive the outskirts? Well, outlive might be too strong a word. Anyway, just thinking about this stuff makes me feel old. The world was changing quickly around them. So swiftly, in fact, that sometimes it was difficult to recognize it when taking a glance. Sunny did not say anything at first, looking at her silently. Then, he smiled. Who says you're the only one? I'm from the outskirts, too. The first Supreme to have come from the outskirts, but hopefully not the last. Jet looked at him in surprise. You are from the outskirts? She studied him for a while, then let out a sigh. Damn, and you're younger than me, too. No, now I simply must conquer the fourth nightmare. Otherwise, it will be embarrassing. Sunny grinned and leaned back. Jet kept staring at him, a smile slowly finding its way onto her lips. I'm glad, though. I guess we outskirt rats have done well for ourselves, after all. Oh, it also explains why there's no record of you in any government database. I think I drove several intelligence executives into an early retirement while trying to uncover the identity of the Lord of Shadows. I owe them an apology, I guess. Sunny let out a short laugh. Then, his expression slowly turned somber. Speaking of that, I need to gather some intelligence as well. Jet raised an eyebrow. I get it that your search is not going well. Sunny shook his head slowly. No, and since we are pressed for time, I think I am going to have to do something drastic. He hesitated for a few moments, then gave her a dark look. So, I need you to watch over me for a bit. Oh, and if it looks like I am unraveling, knock me out. Jet's blue eyes widened a little. What? How am I supposed to knock out a Supreme, one who has 7 bodies no less? Sunny grinned. Well, you are Soul Reaper, Jet. I am sure you'll figure something out. With that, he summoned a memory. The familiar cool weight of Weaver's mask settled onto his face a few seconds later. It was time to do something that he had been scared of doing for a long, long while. To look upon the world and see it the same way Weaver had. Chapter 2589, Unraveled, a long time ago, the vile thieving bird stole one of Weaver's eyes. And to replace it, Weaver wove a new enchantment into their fearsome mask. Where is my eye? When the enchantment was activated, the great tapestry of fate revealed itself to the person wearing the mask. Either the original one or one of the 2 memories of it Weaver had bestowed upon the high priests of the nightmare spell. The original mask was long gone, having perished with the demon of fate. But at least one of the memory pair remained, and had been found by Sunny in the stone cell under the ruined cathedral of the Dark City. Which meant that he could glimpse the vast infinity of fate, as well. The problem was that mortals were not meant to behold it. The oracles of the nameless realm from which the 9 hailed from lost their sight as a result of catching a glimpse of the great tapestry. But really, they got off easy. The first time Sunny had activated Where is my eye? He almost perished on the spot. The only reason he survived was that the unfathomable enchantment of the divine memory exhausted his puny awakened essence in a heartbeat and fell into slumber once again. Still, that single heartbeat was seared into Sunny's mind, having scarred him more than any other torment he had ever suffered. In his personal ranking of the most painful experiences of his life, using Where is my eye? Was still proudly occupying the top position. It was way worse than being beheaded, having his soul tom apart, and enduring the transformations caused by assimilating Weaver's lineage. Sunny had barely survived beholding the vastness of fate as an awakened, and nothing changed when he was ascended either. In Antarctica, he had used Where is my eye? To kill the terror of Low 49, Dusk, Sibyl of the Fallen Grace. The eerie corrupted terror had not quite perished after witnessing the great tapestry of fate, but she was stunned long enough for Sunny to finish the job. He was a supreme titan now, and possessed mind weave on top of that. So, Sunny had a reason to believe that he would be able to survive activating Where is my eye? This time. However, he was also sure that it was not going to be pleasant. It was not going to be pleasant at all. Not only that, but attempting to behold fate was also a path of no return for him. After all, his essence was nearly inexhaustible now, so, even if things went wrong, he would not be saved from whatever price he had to pay by running out of it. That was why Sunny had been postponing this particular experiment for so long. He took a deep breath, gathering his courage. The memory of the harrowing agony of trying to fathom fate, having no choice but to try to encompass its boundless infinity with his mortal mind, made him shiver. What exactly are you trying to do? Jet's laid-back smile was gone, replaced by a cold focus. Sunny lingered for a short while, then said evenly, "Nothing too serious." With that, he gritted his teeth and activated Where is my eye? Although many years had passed since the time he witnessed the strings of fate for the first time, he still remembered the sight perfectly. In fact, he could not forget it even if he wanted to. As if every thread and knot of the great tapestry was branded onto his mind. Even now, he could imagine it vividly, the endless, stunning eternity of twisting threads. Those threads transfixed everything in existence, connecting every living being and every object, every thought and every concept, every dream and every nightmare, stretching infinitely into every direction, as well as into the past, the present, and the future. The terrifying enchantment of Weaver's mask not only allowed him to see the tapestry of fate, though, but also forced the understanding of it onto him. The knowledge of everything, everywhere, all at once. No wonder he had almost died because of it. The pain back then had been indescribable. Blood had streamed out of his nose, eyes, and mouth, and a silent scream had died on his lips. Even when he tried to escape into the shadows, the suffering did not subside, however. That probably prevented his eyes from turning into smoldering embers and his head from exploding. This time, it was almost manageable. Not quite, but almost. A terrible pain descended upon Sonny, making him feel like his mind was brilliant with searing heat, boiling, and on the verge of erupting like a fuming volcano. He could not help but shudder and let out a tortured groan, wanting to close his eyes, but unable to move. To look away from the wondrous, harrowing sight in front of him, above him, all around him. What? His pupils widened, igniting with a golden glow. Sonny was stunned, because the great tapestry of fate did not look like the beautiful and awesome image from his memories at all. Instead, it was torn and ravaged, the infinity of its splendor having been mangled and mutilated, thrown into disarray. The strings of fate were all cut and tangled, swaying aimlessly on ghostly winds. It was complete and utter, ineffable chaos. Some of the great tapestry, the past, remained as it had been, untouched by the carnage. However, the present was utterly in shambles, and the future, did not exist anymore. How? How can this be? The shock Sonny experienced was so profound that he even forgot about the awful pain consuming him. How could fate, the most immutable thing in existence, have changed? How could there be no future? He drew in a shaky breath, searching for the cause of all this chaos, the single knot on the tapestry of fate that had caused all this devastation. However, don't really have to guess, do too? Because the cause was pretty obvious. It was him. It was Sonny, his desire to be free of the chains that bound him, and the act of defiance against fate that he and Cassie had perpetrated. Chapter 2590. Havoc. Sonny had been fated, and Cassie had been able to know the future. Sonny had wanted to be free, and Cassie had wanted to change fate. So she gave him a choice, and by making that choice, Sonny became a weapon against fate. He became fateless. However, even knowing all that, Sonny had never expected that their act of defiance would be so effective. Gods, we were mere masters back then. How could two masters have damaged the great tapestry of fate so thoroughly? After all, neither the gods nor the demons had managed to escape their fate. How? Sonny reeled, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. But then, slowly, a hint of understanding formed in his rattled mind. Maybe it was precisely because Sonny had been a mere ascended that he managed to achieve something that the gods and the demons, even Weaver, had failed to achieve. He exhaled slowly, regarding the breathtaking sight of broken strings of fate. Countless unlikely things had to have happened for him to be cut from their great tapestry. Some of it had been arranged by Weaver, some had resulted from Cassie's meticulous manipulation, and some had been the result of his own efforts. The vile, thieving bird, an inconceivable being whom both the gods and the creatures of the void had hated, but were unable to eradicate, played its part, as well. There were several steps one needed to take to vandalize the great tapestry of fate. First, someone had to be torn from its fabric, becoming fateless. That alone was already almost impossible to achieve, but not entirely impossible. The vile, thieving bird could steal someone's fate, after all, and if it could, then Weaver, the demon of fate, could have probably managed something similar, as well. Second, the being vanquished from fate had to be someone significant enough for their absence to affect the entire vast tapestry. They had to be someone whose actions echoed across all of existence, reaching its every distant comer, and whose fate was therefore innately intertwined with the fates of everyone and everything. Lastly, that being had to be weak enough for their fate to be taken away from them. And there lay the paradox. A weak being would not be significant enough for the absence to disrupt all of fate, and the fate of a powerful being could not be stolen. So, destroying fate was impossible, or rather, it had been impossible before. Sunny was not powerful enough to affect all of existence. While he had done quite well for himself by modem standards, climbing to the throne of supremacy, the great figures of ancient times easily dwarfed him. Compared to the gods and the demons, he was not even an ant. He was like a speck of dust, for now at least. Sunny had not been significant enough, however, he had been fated. The strings of fate, a staggering amount of them, had been wrapped around him tightly. His life had been a nexus on the tapestry of fate, and once that nexus was cut, many others would have come undone. However, that by itself would not have been enough either. After all, he knew that there had been other fated individuals before him, like the Nine. His personal influence, while widespread, was not that great. But influence was a relative thing. If Sunny had lived during the end of the Golden Age and the horrors of the Doom War, with all the giants moving in the darkness around him, his influence on the world would have been limited. What change could Sunny have effected when the gods and the demons were there, deciding the fate of existence according to their whims? 1,000 of his actions, or lack thereof, would not have accounted for 1,000th of a single feat performed by any of the great deities. But all of them were gone now. The gods were dead, and the demons had fallen. In the vacuum left by their passing, at the end of times, with only a single human realm left standing in the sea of corruption. Sunny, as one of the few supremes of the Age of Nightmare spell, and poised to become a spirit, had a profound influence. There was simply no one greater than him, and therefore, his actions echoed across all of existence. The impact of his choices was universal. Sunny was both significant enough to affect everything now that there was no one more powerful, and weak enough for his fate to be stolen. So what would happen if someone like him was suddenly torn from the fabric of fate? The great tapestry of fate would unravel. Since the choices Sunny made influenced everything, it would unravel utterly and completely, losing the support of a nexus. An anchor, perhaps. The strings of fate would come undone, causing every other string that touched them to lose purchase too. The chain reaction would result in a cascade failure, causing unimaginable damage and havoc. He was a single variable that broke the system, introducing chaos to a predetermined flow of events. Faced with the inconceivable chaos of unraveling fate, Sunny completely forgot the reason he had activated Where Is My Eye? To begin with. There's more to it as well, isn't there? The future was uncertain and insubstantial, brimming with an infinite number of possibilities, both hopeful and dreadful, more sorrowful and vile than anything he could ever imagine. No wonder the oracles and diviners had lost their ability to predict it. The damage had already been done, and fate had already come undone. Now, even if Sunny regained his own, the consequences of his absence would remain. Once torn, the great tapestry could not be mended. How's that? For significance. Sunny and Cassie had managed to do something that no one had accomplished before. They had changed fate, or at least created the possibility of fate having been changed in the end. That did not seem like something that two mortals could have done, without help. Weaver, was that a part of their plan as well? Faced with the infinity of the tom strings of fate, Sunny could not help but suspect that the demon of fate had a hand in their unraveling. Sunny and Cassie had achieved something both harrowing and incredible, but even if their effort was uniquely astonishing in all of history, that did not mean that theirs was the only contribution. What they accomplished was only possible because of what those before them had achieved. Still, Sunny groaned, slowly coming undone under the pressure of beholding fate himself. None of it would mean anything unless they actually managed to create a benign future, now that any future had become a possibility. And for that, he had to concentrate on the task at hand. Focus. Chapter 25, 91 Touching Fate. It was hard to concentrate when facing literally Everything, ever, all at once, Tom and in a state of utter havoc. And yet, Sunny tried. He had already achieved something astonishing by enduring the terrible visage of fate without being reduced to a mindless husk. But now, he needed to do something even more unimaginable. He had to actually fathom fate in its endless complexity. Of course, that was impossible. Even augmented by Mindweave, Sunny was not at all capable of doing something like that. No one was, really. Even Weaver, the demon of fate, could not grasp all of its strings, although they seemed to have gotten pretty close to it. Sunny had to do the opposite. Instead of trying to comprehend all of fate, he had to learn how to limit himself to only perceiving a small fraction of it. That, at least, was something he could potentially manage. In a sense, what Sunny was trying to achieve was the opposite of what he had been trying to do all these years. Ever since becoming a sleeper, Sunny had been teaching himself how to expand the scope of his mind. First to perceive the world from 2 points of view at the same time, then from 7, and finally from thousands of them. Ironically enough, now that he had finally achieved the latter thanks to Mindweave, he had to narrow the scope of his mind instead. So, that was what Sunny endeavored to do. It wasn't easy, especially because he had to contend against the crushing pressure and the stunning torment of beholding the great tapestry of fate. In that state, simply forming cohesive thoughts was a challenge, let alone guiding them in a desired direction. However, Sunny was actually helped by the fact that he had just returned from the waking world. After enduring its suppression for an extended period of time, he felt at ease and liberated in the dreadful expanse of the dream realm. The relief he felt equalized the pressure he was subjected to, somewhat, and the task of resisting the latter felt familiar. All this effort, just to bury my head in the sand like an ostrich, whatever the hell an ostrich was. Slowly, gradually, Sunny felt himself growing blind to the vastness of fate. The daunting visage of the great tapestry was still there, all around him, but it was as if Sunny had developed tunnel vision. The confines of his perception were broad at first, then grew narrow. Eventually, he managed to limit the scope of his vision to only those strings of fate that pierced the night garden. But even that was too much. So he focused and made himself blind to more of them. To the fates of millions of mundane people aboard the Titanic ship, of the awakened warriors, of the nightmare creatures whose fates ended when they touched the living bulwark of the giant ship's hull. Anything and everything that had become a part of the night garden recently. Only then did Sunny manage to let out a relieved sigh. There were still numerous strings of fate around him, most of them tangled and torn, but at least their number was not inconceivable anymore. More than that, Sunny felt like he gained a measure of control over the "Where is my eye?" enchantment. Before, it had both shown him the strings of fate and forced the knowledge of them upon him. But now he could perceive them without knowing them, could behold a fraction of the great tapestry of fate without drowning in it. It was as if an invisible wall was standing between him and the overwhelming knowledge. Or rather, a door. One that he could, most likely, open at will. He just had to find a way to do it. Sunny remained motionless for a while, thinking. There were countless strings of fate around him, piercing all of existence and stretching into infinity. Some of them were dim, while some seemed to shine like rays of incandescent starlight. He was searching for a particular glow, though. He was searching for the string of fate made out of pure golden light, like the one that had led him to the Ebony Tower and Weaver's severed arm all those years ago. Soon enough, he found it. It wasn't very difficult, because the radiant golden string was right in front of him. There were others like it, as well. After all, the golden hue must have signified a connection to divine beings, and the night garden was a mythical vessel. But he felt especially drawn to this one. Now, I just need to follow that string to the hidden spot where Weaver had left their lineage. But he couldn't. That was because the golden string did not seem to lead anywhere in particular. Instead of stretching to a certain area on the colossal ship, it simply pieced its hull, as if connected to the night garden itself. Sunny frowned behind Weaver's mask. What is that supposed to mean? He hesitated for a while and then did something he had never considered doing before. Following an impulse, he reached forward and grasped the string of fate in his hand. To Sunny's relief, his fingers did not tumble to ash, and neither were they severed. Most amazingly of all, they did not simply pass through the thread of golden light. They grasped it tightly, as if touching a physical object. He could feel the very fabric of fate under his fingertips, which tingled slightly. It was only then that Sunny finally understood the nature of the changes that consuming Weaver's lineage had caused to his mind, body, and soul. He used to think that the odd quirks of the Weaves were meant to make him adept at Weaver's unique sorcery. Blood Weave had given him the ability to see the strings of essence Bone Weave had allowed him to touch them. Flesh Weave had made it so he was not cut by them. Mind Weave had allowed him to fathom the endless intricacies of spell weaves. However, at that moment, he realized that it was all no more than a side effect, that it was merely a prelude. The true purpose of these alterations was this: it was the ability to interact with the strings of fate. Damnation. As Sunny's fingertips slid across the surface of the golden thread, he shuddered. Because, through touch, he saw a glimpse of the fate contained within it. Suddenly, his mind went elsewhere. Chapter 2592, Hunger of Life. Sunny saw a vast wasteland resting under a blue sky. At its heart, a young sapling struggled as it fought against the crushing pressure of soil, dreaming of light. Soon, it broke free of its dark, nurturing cradle and bathed in the radiance, absorbing the warmth of the sun and being caressed by the winds. Eventually, the young sapling grew into a mighty tree, towering above the surrounding desert. Its roots spread far and wide, reaching deep into the earth. Its branches stretched toward the clouds, swaying as they wished to touch them. The tree bore wondrous fruit, and attracted by their scent, creatures came from far away to taste them, gods and spirits, beasts and titans. And humans, too, dressed in furs and carrying tools made of flint, to satiate their hunger and fill the emptiness in their hearts. Time passed and the wasteland was no more. Instead, a great forest covered its desolate expanse, full of vibrancy and life. Countless beings populated its verdant depths, living at peace with each other. There was no hunger and no strife, no discord or violence among those who dwelled in the garden of bliss, only harmony. The tree had grown tremendously tall. Its roots dug deep into the earth, reaching the soothing darkness of the shadow realm. Its branches stretched high into the sky, basking in the light of heaven. The entire forest was born of it and was part of it. The roots of all trees there were intertwined, forming a single great being. And all was fine. Until the cold winds came. Slowly, gradually, an eerie coldness encroached upon the forest from the west. First came the cold, then came the snow, and once the snow began falling, it never stopped. Soon, great mounds of it obscured everything in sight, the sky became hidden, and a relentless blizzard raged across the world, encasing everything in ice. The leaves of the verdant trees froze and shattered, their bark blackened and cracked, and golden fruits did not grow on their branches anymore. The dwellers of the forest endured for as long as they could, but eventually, pursued by the relentless cold and hunger, they fled their homes and burrows, hoping to find salvation from the cold in distant lands, abandoning the blissful garden. Eventually, the forest became frozen and empty. The great tree at its heart was still alive, encased in ice, but powerless to break it. All it could do was dream of light, of warmth, of being young and strong once more. That was when a beautiful demon appeared, her eyes as blue as the warm summer sky. The vicious cold was banished by her will. The icy carapace that encased the world melted. The long age of snow and hunger the eerie cold had caused came to an end, and soon, new saplings rose from the nurturing soil, brimming with green leaves, dreams of sunlight and life. Having been given the gift of repose by the beautiful demon, the forest was restored and reborn. The great tree was rejuvenated. Since then, winter came every year, but it was followed by spring every year as well. Life continued. That was the vision Sunny saw. But he saw a different vision at the same time as well. At first, it was largely the same, but then its essence subtly changed. The great forest still sprawled under the warm sky. Countless beings still dwelled in its verdant depths, and they still knew no hunger or strife, only peace. But there was no harmony in that peace. Instead, there was only stagnation and horror. The numerous trees grew uncontrollably. cannibalizing each other's roots and killing their siblings in a desperate competition for a spot under the sun. The ground was covered in myriad layers of dead branches, brown leaves, and fallen fruit, all of that endless mass rotting in the sweltering heat of the eternal forest. The beasts and the humans who knew neither hunger nor strife propagated endlessly. But their minds grew weaker and more feeble with each generation. With no need to fight for anything, they had no need to strive and develop, and as a result, both their minds and their bodies gradually degraded. Eventually, their numbers grew so vast that even the boundless resources of the great forest could not sustain them anymore. So, in their endless hunger, they turned to endlessly devouring each other, their blood and bones becoming inexhaustible fertilizer for the growing trees. Their lives and deaths nourishing the roots of the great tree and satisfying its own boundless, frightening, insatiable hunger. Fueled by it, the great tree continued to grow and grow and grow. Grow endlessly and hunger endlessly forever. Until a stunning demon appeared, her eyes as blue as the cold winter ice. A vicious cold was summoned by her will. It encroached upon the primordial forest from the west, followed by a raging blizzard. Once the snow began falling, it did not stop until the whole world was covered in it, suffocating the forest and encasing the great tree in a prison of ice. With no warmth to find anywhere and no fruit to gather, the forest dwellers fled its barren expanse and scattered across the realms. The Garden of Hunger stood empty, devoid of life. Only the great tree remained, covered in ice and suffering from hunger. The stunning demon then climbed its branches and spoke to it. After a while, the snow melted and the ice melted as well. New saplings sprouted from the ground, and verdant life returned to the rejuvenated land. The forest grew anew. But ever since then, winter would always come, putting an end to summer. And thus, the world would get a chance to rest from its hunger, from the boundless hunger of life to grow and expand. Sunny swayed, failing to digest the jumbled mess of images that had assaulted his mind. He let out a pained groan, raising one hand to grasp his aching head. Then, he moved his fingers further along the threat of golden light. When he did, a new vision revealed itself to him. The vision of the great tree suffering from a dreadful curse. Chapter 25:93, Smallest Branch, Sunny, saw the vibrant forest once again, this time long after the demon of repose had created the cycle of seasons. The great tree, the avatar of Heart God, was different as well. Instead of hungering for exponential growth, it stood like a pillar that supported both heaven and earth, immutable and stable in its towering glory. The branches of the tree were like a world in and of itself, with human cities built on their weathered surface. The people did not wear furs or use flint weapons anymore, having mastered much more sophisticated tools and developed an elaborate culture, which hinted that he was not seeing the dawn of times anymore. This had to be the age of heroes, the era of mortal champions fighting against the corrupted creatures for dominance over the world. That struggle was happening somewhere far away, though, in the mortal realms. The void could not exert its influence in the heart realm, and therefore, there could be no corruption in the sacred forest, which was why it was so startling to see the world tree falling sick. A virulent rot spread through its trunk and its branches, turning vast blotches of the weathered bark dark. The golden sap had turned into torrents of abhorrent black pus, flowing from the rotting valleys and raining down on the distant ground. The golden fruits were devoured by gargantuan maggots, and human champions banded into armies to resist the horrors born of them. The eternal leaves withered and fell, carried away by the wind. No matter how fiercely the humans resisted, the vile rot continued to spread, slowly devouring more and more of the tree over the course of many generations. The great tree itself tried to battle its sickness, as well, but the insidious disease continued to consume it from within, gradually spreading toward its roots. The great tree was a pillar of existence, holding up the heavens and supporting the earth. And that pillar was slowly crumbling. Sunny was terrified by the visage of the dying vessel of a god. It seemed unthinkable that an avatar of Heart God could have come that close to dying, long before being burned and toppled during the Doom War. Gods were great and ineffable. After all, they were supposed to be all but invulnerable. if not for the absolute law of imperfection they themselves had created. But perhaps the avatars of the gods were less so. In any case, Sunny felt a dark sense of curiosity while watching the world tree rot. He was trying to understand what the sickness ravaging it was. The spreading rot looked like corruption, what he imagined corruption would look like if manifested as a physical force, but it was not. Instead, the vile disease was a living being. An unholy terror, a malevolent remnant of the age of chaos, or maybe an insidious curse uttered by a void creature whom the gods had slain. Not all of the chaos creatures had been sealed with the void, after all. Just like one of the gods ended up being trapped behind the seal, some of them had escaped it, the being whose death gave birth to the hollow mountains, for example, and whose blood became the source of true darkness. The gods had battled the remnant creatures of the void at the dawn of the Age of Gods, aided by the demons, and scars left behind by those primordial battles could still be found across the dream realm. The corrupted came later, but some of them grew just as powerful. Enough so, it seemed, that even an avatar of one of the gods could not resist this particular unholy terror. Without help, and help it did receive. Answering Heart God's call, the demon of repose returned to the sacred forest once again. Ariel, the demon of dread, had defeated an unholy titan in combat once. But his sister did not battle the curse consuming the world tree. Rather, she helped the great tree plunge into a state of endless rejuvenation, so that it could consume the disease devouring it instead. The world tree rotted and grew anew. Its leaves fell, and new ones sprouted from emerging buds. The dead bark crumbled into dust, then was replaced by fresh growth. The diseased branches broke and fell, causing the world to quake when they impacted the earth, but new branches appeared in their place. Over and over and over again, without end, rotting, dying, and being reborn again, until the disease was no more. The unholy terror had perished, and the world tree regained its vitality. The cities of humans who had made home in its branches, however, were decimated. Most of them were destroyed, and those that remained became overgrown by leaves and bark, with not a soul in sight. The arrival of the demon of repose was a boon for the great tree, but it was an indescribable disaster to those who had lived in the shade of its leaves. A calamity that could not be escaped, predicted, or reasoned with. There was a reason, after all, why demons were feared above all other deities of ancient Umes. Once the disease consuming the world tree was no more, the demon of repose left. However, it took payment for helping Heart God save their avatar. That payment was a young branch of the great tree, and from that branch, she fashioned a magnificent ship. A living ship that was more than a kilometer across from port to starboard and many times its width in length. One that was like a city in and of itself, with dozens of decks, beautiful palaces, tall pagodas built on its surface, and great mysteries hiding in its boundless holds. A ship with wild groves, rushing streams, and deep lakes. The demon of repose named her ship the Night Garden and made it her home. The world tree was long destroyed, and the demon of repose was dead. However, the Night Garden still remained the last living sapling of once great forest. Chapter 2594, Timely Intervention. Enthralled by the breathtaking visions of the ancient past, Sunny slid his fingers further down the thread of golden light. Now, he understood why he had seen the birth of the world tree and the spread of the Heart God's sacred forest first. It was because the Night Garden had been made from the branch of the great tree and was therefore a part of it, the last part of it even. So, its fate was part of the world tree's fate, or had been once at least. Marveling at that fact, Sunny opened himself to the truth of what events the Night Garden had experienced. It was difficult. Delving into the meaning of the string of fate was not like reading a book. A gargantuan torrent of information was pouring into Sunny's strained mind, and he could only absorb a few drops of that crushing flood here and there. He did not immediately see another detailed vision of the past, like the first two. Instead, what he saw were glimpses of various scenes, all jumbled and mixed together. The Night Garden sailing on a misty sea. The Night Garden battling a storm so ferocious that entire realms could have been washed away by it. The Night Garden moving across the great black void between the stars. and being moored on a titanic pier of a beautiful, awe-inspiring city built among the stars. That last glimpse seemed especially significant somehow. Even consumed by the strain of staring at fate, Sunny could not help but feel a hint of bewildered amusement. Is Night Garden a spaceship then? He spent a split second, which felt like an eternity, considering that fact. And then, wham! Sunny fell from the chair and slammed his head against the floor. Pulled away from his bewitched state, he belatedly retracted his hand and deactivated Where Is My Eye? The world. Felt strange. The world felt too small, claustrophobic, and two-dimensional. Time was most bizarre, somehow separated into three distinct states. The past, the present, and the future. The inexplicable division seemed nonsensical. Ouch! Laying on the floor, Sunny sensed the shadow of Jet move above him. He realized that she had struck him, overturning his chair and throwing him to the floor. Why did you hit me? Jet let out a bewildered laugh. Gods, have you seen yourself? Sunny did not, in fact, see himself. Actually, he could not see anything at all. What? Jet fell heavily on her sofa. For your information, there was smoke rising from beneath your mask. And the smell? She made a retching sound. Well, I guess that's one more accomplishment under my belt. Making a dead woman retch was no simple feat. Belatedly, Sunny realized that he was drenched in sweat and could smell burned flesh. Dismissing Weaver's mask, he raised an arm, touched his face tentatively, and winced. His mind was still reeling from beholding the great tapestry of fate, so he felt dazed. That was a misleading word to describe his peculiar state, but he could not find a better one. Sunny was so dazed, in fact, that he did not even register the physical pain he was experiencing. But the area around his eyes was definitely burned. His eyes were burned as well. Luckily, they were still there, just scorched and unable to see anything. Ah, it seems that I've gone blind. He sighed. How bothersome. With that, Sunny rose, brushed his clothes with a shaking hand, picked up his chair, and sat back down. Being blind was indeed a hassle, but he could function just fine with just shadow sense. More than that, his eyes had only received mild damage. It was only mild thanks to a timely whack from Jet, and with his regenerative abilities, he would be fine in a few days. Things could have been worse if he kept Where Is My Eye? Active for a bit longer, though. Wow, you look frightening. Jet shook her head. Sunny tilted his own a little, which almost caused him to lose balance and fall back to the floor. Frightening? She nodded. It's like you have embers in your eyes. You are mostly black with glowing orange cracks. What the hell did you do? Sunny remained silent for a while, then spoke in a subdued tone. Well, I guess it was a divination of sorts. In fact, being able to touch the strings of fate and catch glimpses of their meaning was eerily similar to Cassie's dormant ability. Sunny was willing to bet that if the great tapestry of fate was still intact, he would have been able to receive visions of the future as well. Huh, does that make me an oracle T00? He shivered. A very extreme shape of divination. I was trying to determine where the thing I am looking for is. Jet seemed to have raised an eyebrow. Sunny was not sure, since he could only feel the motions of her shadow, and shadow, sadly, did not have eyebrows. And did you? Sunny scratched the back of his head. Sort of, I saw a thread. But that thread did not lead me to any particular area of the ship. Instead, it just sort of disappeared into the ship, and if pointing to it as a whole. Or maybe inside of it. Jet hesitated for a while. You don't think that you'll have to be absorbed into the hull to find it, do yow? Sunny slowly shook his head. That was my first thought as well, but actually I have a different idea. He considered it again, then thought back to the visions he had seen. Yeah, it is worth trying. The night garden was a living thing, not in the same sense as humans or animals were, but still one nonetheless. It had been made from a branch of the world tree and enchanted by the demon of repose to endlessly rejuvenate and restore itself. It was alive, but neither conscious nor sentient. But if it was indeed alive, then did it dream of anything? And could Sunny see what the Titanic ship was dreaming of? Of course he could. After all, Sunny had a horse who could bring him into someone's dream. Chapter 2595 Hidden Giants. A storm raged outside. The sky was hidden behind a great dark veil of angry clouds. Hurricane winds were ravaging the world, and the boundless sea rose up against the tyranny of heaven. The undulating expanse of fierce waves stretched endlessly in all directions, each of them towering like a rolling mountain. The night garden sailed through the storm, indomitable and dauntless. Illuminated by the colorful glow of countless lanterns, it was the only island of warmth and light in the world of cold darkness. Apart from the branching bolts of lightning that descended from the roaring sky like silver arrows, that was, as if meant to punish the sea for its defiance. Instead of striking the sea, however, they were drawn to the masts of the night garden, making it seem as if the ancient vessel was surrounded by a radiant mantle of electric arcs as it battled the storm. Each colossal wave was like the wall of a great fortress, dwarfing the world with its imposing height. The bow of the Titanic ship, however, towered above them. It cut and crushed them like an unstoppable siege ram, moving forward at a steady pace. The violence of each impact was terrifying, the roaring thunderclaps were deafening, the flashes of lightning were blinding. Well, at least Sonny assumed they were. His eyes had not recovered yet, and he fled from the physical pain by abandoning his corporeal form to hide in Jet's shadow. She was in the runic hall of the main pagoda at the moment, deftly steering the ship in its voyage through the calamitous storm. The night garden had some defenses against the fury of the elements. There seemed to be an invisible barrier, protecting the main deck of the Titanic ship, making the winds less powerful as they assaulted it, and preventing the torrential rain from causing a flood, to the point that many people gathered outside, hiding beneath colorful oil paper umbrellas to enjoy the view of the storm. However, that did not mean that the night garden was invulnerable. It could still be damaged or even capsized unless controlled by a steady hand. The bow of the ship had to be aimed at the waves, and it had to maintain a sufficient speed. Myriad things had to be considered, as well, to keep the passengers safe. Jet seemed to be handling the task just fine, aided by several surviving elders of the House of Night who acted as her advisors. The night garden was basking in the fury of the storm, replenishing its reserves of essence. Sonny could not see the stunning battle between the Titanic ship and the cataclysmic storm, but he could still sense its profundity. To him, it was a storm of shadows. Vast and as deep as the sea, they flowed and roiled chaotically due to the unceasing barrage of lightning bolts and the passing of the Titanic ship. Observing the fury of the elements from the safety of Jet's shadow was strangely soothing. After a while, the noise of the storm receded into the background of his mind, and Sonny was left alone with his thoughts. He had a lot to think about. Nightmare was ready to take him into the dreams of the night garden, but Sonny did not want to venture into unknown territory before recovering his eyesight. So, until then, there was nothing for him to do except think. Beholding the great tapestry of fate had left a profound impression on him, even if it left him temporarily crippled. The damage to his eyes could have been worse, but it was not insignificant either. Sonny would remain weakened for a few days, and there were the invisible wounds to consider, too. Even now, his mental state was a bit strange. It was as if his mind had received a powerful shock and was still a little numb as a result. Who knew what would happen to it if he peered into the fate often and for prolonged periods of time? Come to think of it. Exploring the strings of fate was even more dangerous than Sonny thought. This time, he had seen the past of the night garden, which, unexpectedly, was intertwined with the past of the world tree, an avatar of heart god. He had seen the birth of the sacred forest and some of its long history, culminating in the creation of the Titanic ship by the demon of repose. But he could have just as easily stumbled onto visions of something that he was not meant to see. What would have happened to Sonny if he caught a glimpse of heart god battling the creatures of the void? What if he heard their profane names spoken aloud and was exposed to the forbidden knowledge of the void? Hidden in the shadows, Sonny trembled. The strings of fate stretched far into the past, to the very dawn of time, and even beyond it to the age of chaos. That bygone era was a terrifying place, though. It was a time when man-eating giants struggled in the darkness. And that darkness was the only mercy offered to mortal men. If it was stripped, and they beheld the hidden faces of the giants, the terror of the truth would drive them mad and haunt them till the end of days. So Sonny could not peer into the past recklessly. Goodness, I really am an oracle now. He let out a mental chuckle. Still, it was a gift he could not refuse. The future was destroyed, but the ability to learn the secrets of the past alone was too important a boon. After all, knowledge was the origin of power, and even if there was a price to be paid for acquiring it, Sunny was ready to pay it. Because eventually, he was bound to delve into the darkness and face the man-eating giants personally. The ability to interact with the strings of fate had to become one of the tools in his arsenal. He just had to treat them with utmost caution, never reaching out to touch them recklessly. The strings of fate. Sunny remembered the sensation of the golden thread under his fingertips. Back then, he had only slid his fingers along its length. But could he do something else too? Chapter 2596, Weight of Fate. Although it seemed too mystical to be true, Sunny knew that the answer to that question was a resounding yes. After all, Sun God had twisted the fates of the Chain Lords in on themselves to make Noctis, Solvane, Severax, and the rest immortal. Weaver, meanwhile, had woven the strings of fate to create the nightmare spell. So Sunny, the inheritor of Weaver's lineage, could weave the strings of fate as well. In theory. In practice, he had sensed something when touching the thread of golden light. It had felt like a physical object in his grasp, but it had also felt absolutely immovable. Not inherently so, but simply because it weighed as much as the world itself did. Moving that single string of fate, for him, was no different from an ant attempting to move a mountain with its feeble limbs. That is probably something only a divine being can do. Even then, not just any divine being. And among those great beings that could twist the strings of fate, none had been able to escape it, in the end, so the measure of their influence must have been limited. I feel like this is something I am not qualified to understand yet, let alone perform. In the future, though, the future did not exist anymore, so anything was possible. Satisfied with that conclusion, he thought back to the very fact that the great tapestry of fate was torn and savaged. It felt too peculiar to fathom, knowing that he was the person, or the weapon, at least, who had fundamentally altered one of the inherent pillars of existence. Among all of his accomplishments, that one stood out as the most distinguished by far. So much so that nothing else could even compare. Granted, the vile thieving bird deserved most of the credit, possibly followed by Weaver. Cassie and Sunny had done their part, and what they had done was nearly impossible. But it did not feel entirely, or even largely, like an achievement of their own. So, Sunny was not going to let it go to his head. Still, while the question of who had unraveled the tapestry of fate remained, the implications of its unraveling were apparent. The future, which had been determined all along, flowing toward a predestined end, even if the details of how the world arrived at that end could shift, was undecided and malleable now. Leaving the astonishing nature of that tectonic shift aside, it seemed like a positive change. But really, it was not necessarily so. After all, there were countless possible futures now. Some of them could be more beneficial than what had been fated to transpire, but some were undoubtedly far more horrible. There was simply no way to tell, since Sunny did not know what shape the original future had been meant to take, and there was no way to learn what final shape it would settle into anymore. For better or worse, they would only find out what the future held when it was upon them. They would only know if their intervention was a blessing or a bitter curse when there was no way to change it. The future was just uncertain and free, containing myriad possibilities. So, it was up to Sunny and his companions to make sure that the future that ended up being realized was more hopeful than dreadful. That heavy responsibility suited him fine, even if they failed in the end. And the world was consumed by the nightmare that the forgotten god was dreaming, he would at least know that they had strived for, and failed to achieve a better ending themselves. Not guided like puppets that performed a complicated play as their limbs were pulled by the strings of fate. The tapestry of fate may repair itself eventually, restoring a semblance of order. But it would never be the same. Letting out a mental sigh, Sunny turned his thoughts to the visions he had seen. Repose. It was a startling thing to learn, that the demon of repose was responsible for creating the very concept of changing seasons, and had either caused or ended an ice age that threatened to consume all of existence. Or perhaps both. It was also deeply fascinating to have witnessed the ancient past of the Heart Realm, especially considering that Sunny was currently waging a war for dominance over its charred remains. The burned forest had been the sacred forest once, and the unfathomably large stump at its center had been the world tree, the avatar of Heart God. Heart God, the god of souls, emotions, memory, growth, and hunger. That deity was the most nebulous and elusive of the 6 great gods, so Sunny had rarely stumbled upon traces of Heart God before. There was Ader of the Chain Lords and the desecrated grove, from where the sapling of the sacred tree empowering the chain breaker came. There was the tree to which Uris and Azarax had been nailed for thousands of years, and which had prevented them from forgetting themselves like the rest of the deathless prisoners of the Nightmare Desert. There was the burned forest. There was the Soul Devourer, as well, which, as Sunny suspected now, was a sacred tree that had grown in the wake of the Doom War and succumbed to corruption. It was interesting to note, however, that the World Tree had been similar to the Soul Devourer in numerous ways. It had attracted numerous beings with the sweet scent of its fruit, after all, and numerous of those beings remained in the Heart Realm forever, helping the great tree grow and its offspring form the sacred forest. Just like Sunny, Nephi's, and Cassie had almost remained on the Ashen Barrow to guard the Soul Devourer and help it spread its seeds forever. The vision Sunny saw possessed a strange duality to it, so he could not tell if the avatar of Heart God had been benevolent and nurturing or harrowing. Maybe it was both. The gods were beings born long before the concepts of good and evil, after all, and therefore existed outside of the confines of mundane morality. So, they were both and neither. The world tree and the sacred forest seemed to have found a state of balance eventually, though, after experiencing the long and frightening Ice Age. With the help of the demon of repose, only to burn in the end. Suddenly, Sunny remembered the descriptions of 2 memories he had received a long time ago, the memory of ice and the memory of fire. They had been charms that increased his resistance to cold and heat, respectively, which he lost after being banished from the nightmare spell. The description of the first had read, "Even when the sun returned, they shivered and remembered the never-ending winter," while the description of the latter hinted at a different calamity, and then there was nothing but flame. The descriptions were peculiar and fragmented, like 2 pieces of a larger whole. Sunny had even thought that if he could find the whole set of resistance charms, he would be able to learn the entire story. Now, he suspected that this story told the tale of the inhabitants of the sacred forest, the primordial humans and the creatures who had dwelled in the Heart Realm, and who probably built the barrows on the northern edges of the Forgotten Shore. The god of memory was gone, and these people were long gone as well. Now, the only thing that remembered them was the nightmare spell. How fitting. Chapter 2597 Inner Sea. A few days later, the storm subsided, revealing the starlit sky. The vast expanse of rolling water glistened with a silver radiance, reflecting the shimmering stars. Wisps of mist flowed above the water like clouds, making it seem as if the night garden was suspended between 2 nebulous heavens. Sunny was starting to feel better by then. Abandoning the peaceful embrace of Jet's shadow, he ventured to explore the ship, not because he expected to find something important, but simply out of curiosity. Avoiding the gazes of people living on the night garden, he moved stealthily here and there, eventually making his way to the lowest part of the living vessel. Quite ironic, there was a small sea hidden at the bottom of the night garden. Well, more of a lake, really. A vast reservoir spanned the entire length of the gigantic ship, filled with water. There was a shore of pristine white dunes, as well. Enchanted lanterns were scattered across the ceiling of the reservoir, shining upon the black water like stars. It was a perfect microcosm of the restless sea outside. Kneeling on the white sand, Sunny brought a handful of it to his face and licked it. A strange expression appeared on his face. Salt. Soft steps resounded from the darkness behind him, and Jet appeared on the silent shore, stretching as she raised a hand to hide a yawn. Each storm was a test of endurance for the captain of the night garden, so she had not had an opportunity to rest even for a minute until the storm subsided. Noticing his confused expression, she nodded. "Yes, it's salt." Jet walked over to the water and splashed some on her face. New small cap N letter 1D0F letter 1D20 letter 1D07 small cap L letter 1D04 hapters are published on small cap N OVEL small cap IRE. N letter 1D07T, the hull of the night garden absorbs salt water from the sea, purifies it, and then desalinates it. Once all contaminants are absorbed, the fresh water and the salt are stored separately in this reservoir. Where did you think people aboard the ship got water from? Sonny scratched his head. I haven't really thought about it. That's quite convenient. Jet nodded. If not for that function, sustaining a large population here would have been a logistical nightmare. As it stands, though, we are almost self-sufficient. We even supply salt to other cities in the dream realm, so everyone on the coast is happy to see the night garden appear on the horizon. Salt was the lifeblood of civilization, after all. Sonny glanced around with a thoughtful expression. Does it happen automatically, or do you control the water intake from the runic hall? Jet shrugged. The night garden handles it on its own. But I imagine I could take direct control and do it manually if I wanted to. That is how it works with most of its other functions. Why? Sonny looked up, studied the distant ceiling for a while, and then shook his head. Nothing, really. It's just that this reservoir is far from being filled to the brim, so I was thinking that it looks like a ballast tank. Jet studied him for a few seconds. Like in a submarine? He nodded. Exactly. I am willing to bet that if you increased water intake and flooded this reservoir, the night garden would be able to dive into the depths. That is how it works, right? It only has to become heavier than the water it displaces to achieve negative buoyancy. Sonny paused for a moment, then added, I am also willing to bet that the same barrier that protects the main deck from the wind and the rain can hold the water at bay, creating a bubble of breathable air around the ship. Oh. I don't have proof for any of that, of course, but it feels like something the night garden would be able to do. Jet gave him a suspicious look. Why are you thinking about sinking my ship, though? Sonny chuckled. No reason, I'm just bored and curious. Jet sighed. Well, you might be right. Honestly, I feel like we haven't discovered everything that the night garden can do yet, by far, or at least what it could do. It might not look like it from the outside, but this ship is actually heavily damaged and in a state of disrepair. It has been from the very day the Nightwalker conquered it, after thousands of years of neglect. And none of us is powerful enough or knows enough to fix it. She glanced at the vast expanse of dark water. The rest can't tell, but as its captain, I feel it every time I step into the runic circle. How tired and worn down countless of its parts are. Jet lingered for a moment, then smiled. In any case, I am not planning to send the night garden into the depths. I spent several months as a sea nomad in my third nightmare, you know. Living on the back of an aquatic monster, with no land anywhere in sight. In my experience, all things that come from the depths tend to try to eat you, so thanks, but no thanks. Sonny gave her a funny look. Hey, I think we have the same experience. Actually, I hate water. The only thing worse than water is deep water, I'd say. Jet raised an eyebrow. Then what are you doing in the middle of the storm sea? Sonny smiled. Well, it's because my greed tramples my fear, every damn time. Turning away from the dark expanse of fresh water, Sonny looked at Jet. His vision had improved enough to actually discern her features, which was a good sign. So, he figured that there was no sense in postponing what he wanted to do anymore. Anyway, I am going to explore what the night garden is dreaming about. Care to join me? Jet remained silent for a while, then shrugged. It's my ship. Of course, I am going to join you. Sonny nodded. Let's go then. As he said that, Nightmare silently rose from the shadows and stared at Jet with his frightening crimson eyes. She stared back, wisps of mist drifting around her. Sonny, your horse is looking at me funny. Fastening the overpriced saddle, he smiled. He's just happy to see you, right, Nightmare? Nightmare snorted, revealing his steel wolf-like fangs for a moment. Jet cleared her throat. Yeah, I don't think this is it. Jumping into the saddle, Sonny looked down at her and offered her his hand. Climb up. Don't worry, he doesn't bite. I mean, he does, but only when he wants to kill someone. So, relax. Giving him a dark look, Jet took his hand and climbed to sit behind him. Why do you have a transcendent terror as a horse, even? Sonny grinned. Well, if you must know, it's because I endured myriad excruciating deaths in a maze of nightmares, broke free through sheer stubbornness, and then killed him viciously. So this terror is my horse now. Hold on tight. As Jet wrapped her arms around his waist, Sunny sent Nightmare forward and commanded him to use the Dreamwalker attribute. The next moment, they disappeared from the shore of the Dark Lake. Chapter 25, 98 Dreams of the Night Garden. In the Night Garden's dream, it was a tree. A towering tree that stood upon the surface of a calm sea, bathing in starlight and caressed by warm winds. Millions of leaves rustled on its branches peacefully, echoing the distant murmur of the gentle waves. Far away, storm clouds were gathering with the promise of a cleansing rain. Nightmare appeared on a wide branch of the titanic tree, surrounded by shadows. Sunny glanced around and remained silent for a while. An odd expression appeared on his face. Well, that is odd. Jet, who seemed quite uncomfortable atop a horse, let go of his waist and jumped down. Touching the weathered bark of the enormous branch briefly, she looked up and asked in an incredulous tone, "What? Traveling to the dream of an ancient living ship?" Sunny shook his head. "No. That's perfectly normal." He paused for a few moments, casting his shadow sense far and wide, then sighed. "It's just that when I follow Nightmare into someone's dream, it is usually, a nightmare." Relaxing a little, Sunny dismounted and patted his tenebrous steed on the shoulder. "Full of horrors, peril, and nightmarish things, it's very rarely that I encounter a dream that is so peaceful." The dream of the night garden was indeed tranquil. Considering what the ancient vessel had lived through and witnessed, Sunny was fully prepared to face unimaginable horrors, hideous depth dwellers, devastating calamities, and perhaps even an angry god or two. But instead, there was nothing but a stunning night sky and a calm sea. No horrors were hiding beneath the waves, and nothing too monstrous to describe was watching them from above with alien eyes. He hesitated for a little while, studying the towering tree they were standing upon. It was far taller than the Soul Devourer had been in its last moments, but nowhere near as colossal as the World Tree. If he had to compare it to anything, it would be the giant tree growing at the center of Ariel's game. Still, it was interesting to see that the night garden saw itself as a tree, at least in its dreams. A thriving tree at that. There were some parts of it that seemed diseased, with gray bark and rotting branches. But largely, the night garden seemed to be full of vibrancy and life. The branches were brimming with young buds, ready to sprout new leaves and flowers. Here and there, succulent fruits could be seen, bathing in the starlight. Jet glanced around as well, her gaze eventually landing on the largest and most delicious-looking fruit, which hung not too far away from them. It had a bluish sheen to it, emanating a cold air and surrounded by ethereal wisps of smoke. Her expression changed subtly. Sunny hesitated for a few moments. "You are not planning on eating it, are you? These are not real fruit, they are simply a dream, so they won't satiate you." As much as Sunny wanted to believe that eating a mystical dream fruit would grant him some kind of power, he knew that it was wishful thinking. This was a mundane dream after all, even if a mystical being was dreaming it, not a nightmare created by the spell. So even if he had received the soul weave by eating a fruit in a nightmare, eating one in this dream would not benefit him in any way. And since the night garden was dreaming peacefully, there was nothing here for Nightmare, the shadow, to battle and subjugate here, either. There seemed to be nothing for him to earn in the dream of the night garden. Jet remained silent for a while, then slowly shook her head. "No, it's just that." She hesitated for a bit, then pointed to the stunning fruit. "I think that's me." Sunny blinked a couple of times. "Pardon? The source of th small cap is content is small cap n ov lf small cap ire. Small cap n et." Jet nodded. "Yes, I think that this fruit is meant to represent me." Sunny's expression only grew more incredulous. Is she comparing herself to a beautiful, succulent fruit? What is happening? Jet scoffed. "I don't know what you're thinking about, but please stop. Instead, think about what the night garden sees itself as." She raised her hand, gesturing to the branches of the great tree that surrounded them. "For us, it is a mysterious vessel that shelters us and which we control. But as far as the night garden seems to be concerned, it is a tree. What does that make us, its passengers, then?" She smiled faintly. I believe it thinks about us as parts of itself, which it must protect and nurture. Well, I suppose the night garden can't actually think. So, saying that it feels that way about us would probably be more correct. Jet pointed to the rustling leaves. Each leaf represents a person living on the night garden. While some of us, those who are of higher ranks, are represented by the flowers and the fruit. Sunny glanced around, bewilderment apparent on his face, then looked at the biggest, most beautiful, and most delicious-looking fruit. So, what you're saying is that the night garden likes you the most? Jet coughed, then offered him a nonchalant shrug. Naturally, because I'm the captain. Or perhaps it was simply because the night garden had a soft spot for her. Sunny would not be surprised if it did. Soul Reaper was quite a likable person, after all. He could attest to that fact himself. He remained silent for a while, contemplating. If Jet was correct, and the Titanic ship considered its passengers as leaves, flowers, and fruit that grew on its branches and had to be nurtured, then it must have been terribly lonely for all these years, including the short span of years when only the members of the House of Night populated its spacious decks and cavernous holds. Not to mention the time when the only being aboard it was Mordred. The dreams of the night garden must have been far more wistful back then. It's nice that the ship is content now, I guess. In any case, that information was of no help to him as far as searching for the traces left behind by Weaver was concerned. Unless, of course, suddenly feeling paranoid, Sunny gulped, "Hey, Jet. You don't think that we'll find a giant, rotten fruit infested by repulsive maggots somewhere in here? And that would be how we learn that some dreadful, detestable horror has been hiding aboard the night garden the whole time." Jet gave him a long look. Then she turned away with a deadpan expression. "You know, Sunny, you should really learn to keep some thoughts to yourself. I don't know if we'll find such a fruit, but if we do," she smiled darkly, "I will definitely be blaming you." Chapter 2599. The Flaw in Our Stars, for better or for worse, they did not find such a harrowing fruit on the branches of the night garden. It was fortunate, of course, that there were no terrible abominations hiding aboard the ancient ship, but Sunny found himself facing a dilemma. The problem was that they did not find anything of note at all while exploring the wondrous dream. It was just quiet and tranquil. The rustling of leaves, the distant murmur of the waves, the gentle wind, and the falling rays of silver starlight. That was all there was to the dream of the night garden, which slumbered peacefully as its great mass sailed the tumultuous waters of the storm sea. Perhaps it was only to be expected, considering that the being dreaming that dream was not exactly sentient, let alone sapient. At least someone is dreaming peacefully, Sunny sighed. The tree was immense, but it was not vast enough for a sovereign and a saint to miss something important. Standing on one of the lower branches, Sunny glanced at the calm surface of the distant sea below. The roots of the night garden must have extended far down. Was he going to have to dive into the depths, after all? As Sunny was considering his options with a sullen face, the leaves rustled, and Jet landed softly on the weathered bark beside him. As she did, he observed something curious. The leaves, as well as the smaller branches of the night garden, seemed to bend slightly toward her, as if drawn to her tantalizing figure. If that was not the night garden playing favorites and giving its captain special treatment, then Sunny did not know what was. He might have been sulking a little, because there did not seem to be a fruit anywhere here representing him. Sunny knew for a fact that he was quite delicious. Why else would countless creatures have tried to eat him? What a silly ship. Jet straightened and gave him a neutral look. "Well, did you find anything?" Sunny coughed, embarrassed by his thoughts, and slowly shook his head. "Not really. I am starting to doubt my initial assumption. What about you? Have you discovered something?" They had split up after the initial sweep. Sunny went to explore the lower branches of the night garden while Jet climbed to the top. Nightmare followed her in the shadows, just in case something did happen and she needed help. But nothing had happened in the end. Jet hesitated for a few moments. "I am not sure." "Maybe," Sunny raised an eyebrow. "How do you mean?" She considered something, then gestured up. "Follow me, it will be easier to show you." He did with a shrug. Together they climbed the great tree. Of course, the night garden was too tall, standing higher than the most towering mountain on Earth, to be scaled like an ordinary tree, or even an ordinary mountain. But Sunny and Jet were not ordinary people either. They leapt from one branch to another, covering hundreds of meters of vertical distance with each leap and only pausing for a brief moment before taking the next one. The great branches streaked past them, and the leaves rustled from their passing, disturbed by the turbulent currents of wind. Although not the most practical, this way of ascending the immense height of the night garden was the simplest. Well, and it was also a bit exhilarating. Look at me, having fun in a giant ship's dream. Sunny smiled slightly, thinking that he understood why Nightmare enjoyed galloping at terrible speed so much. Some time later, they finally reached the top of the huge tree. Its vast trunk was thinner there, and the canopy was not as thick, revealing the clear picture of the gorgeous night sky. Sunny suddenly felt wary, looking around with a tense expression. He almost expected to see an enormous nest and find a murderous egg laying on the bed of spiderwebs inside. But luckily, the vile thieving bird did not seem to have visited the dreams of the night garden in the past. Sunny lingered for a few moments. What exactly am I looking at? Jet pointed up once again. The sky. He frowned, then followed her finger to the dark vista of the night sky. There was no light pollution in the dream of the night garden to make stars seem feeble and pale, and since Sunny and Jet were quite high, they looked huge. The breathtaking tapestry of silver stars stretched above the great tree, countless of them connected by long trails of cosmic fog. Altogether, the stars and the shimmering nebulae looked like a painting drawn by the hand of a genius artist, their vast expanse suffused with darkness, light, and mystery in equal measure. Sunny's eyes glistened. "Wait," Jet shrugged. "They don't look like any of the stars I have seen, and how should I put it? There's something peculiar about them. It is as if there is a pattern hidden in the constellations, although if there is, I don't know what kind." Sunny lingered for a while, the stars reflecting in his onyx eyes, and then smiled faintly. "That's all right, I know what the pattern is." She looked at him in surprise. "You do?" Sunny nodded. "Yes, it's a weave." Indeed, there was an image of a mysterious spellweave, hidden in the stars of the night garden's dream. No one except for Sunny would have discerned the subtle order in the seemingly chaotic scattering of constellations and the trails of radiant fog blooming around them. And even then, it would have taken him a great amount of time to decipher the pattern without mind weave. But Sunny was quite an accomplished weaver by now, and he did possess mind weave. So, he recognized the anchors of the celestial spellweave almost immediately after that. Tracing all its twists and turns was not that hard. The spellweave was vast and intricately complicated, endlessly elegant in its design and daunting. It felt like something the spell would weave, but was even more refined. Despite its complexity and scale, however, it was simple easily within the boundaries of what Sunny could replicate. Jet raised an eyebrow. A weave? Reluctantly looking away from the radiant pattern hidden in the depths of the dark sky, Sunny remained silent for a moment and then nodded. Rather, it is an image of a weave. Spellweaves are what make the memories and the echoes work. They are a form of long-lost sorcery that a select few practiced once in the ancient past. That sorcery originates from Weaver, the demon of fate. And Weaver did not create it to be used by the masses. So, unlike runic sorcery and shaping, not just anyone can master even its basics. Jet gave him a dubious look. "So, what's the use of this hidden pattern?" Sunny smiled. "Well, as it happens, it's quite useful, because I just happen to be the only weaver in existence, and I haven't just mastered the basics. As far as weaver's sorcery goes, I am quite the master." Looking at the starlit sky once again, he said in a subdued tone, "What I am trying to say is that I can use this pattern as a blueprint to create some kind of spell." There was the question of whether he should, of course. Blindly giving shape to a mysterious spell hidden in the dreams of a living ship was not exactly a wise course of action. It smelled of recklessness, rather. But who was he kidding? Sunny had come to the night garden to find a clue leading to a fragment of Weaver's lineage, and now he found the blueprint of a spellweave conveniently hidden on the ship's dreams. One had to be a fool not to realize that this spell had been left here by Weaver to give his future heir a sign. Jet frowned. "And what will that spell do?" Sunny looked at her and grinned. "There is only one way to find out, is there?" In the end, it took Sunny a few days to complete the mysterious spell weave. He had secluded himself in Jet's garden and dedicated himself fully to weaving, meticulously recreating the vast intricacy of the pattern Weaver had hidden in the starlit sky. He used strings of shadow essence to shape the strings, and the soul shards of sea monsters, Jet and Nightmare, hunted for him to form the anchors of the complicated pattern. Since the weave needed a vessel to exist, at least as far as Sunny was concerned, he used a long branch from one of the sacred trees Jet had transplanted into her garden, which he fashioned into a staff. All of them were children of the tree growing on the chain breaker and quite young, but their wood was resilient and possessed mystical qualities needed to contain a powerful enchantment. When the weave was complete, Sunny and Jet looked at the simple wooden staff he was holding with complicated expressions. "This thing is not going to blow up my ship, is it?" Sunny hesitated for a moment. "What? No, of course not." As Jet let out a relieved sigh, he added, "At best, it will blow up a small part of your ship." Jet's icy blue eyes widened, but before she could say anything, Sunny poured his essence into the staff and activated its enchantment. In the next moment, the night garden did not explode. Countless stars in the night sky exploded instead. Oops. Chapter 2600 Star Map. Dozens of constellations shimmering on the vast velvet expanse of the night sky exploded. Some stars were extinguished, while some bloomed with shining auroras, as if experiencing a glorious moment of radiant brilliance as they collapsed in a splendid display of self-destruction. Or at least they seemed to be. Wait, that does not make any sense. The enchantment Sunny had activated was consuming a vast amount of his essence, but still, he was not powerful enough to extinguish countless stars. Even if he was, nothing would have changed in the night sky. The stars scattered across its dark expanse were unfathomably far away, after all. Their light took years to travel across the vast emptiness of space. At least that was how things worked in the waking world. Of course, it was theoretically possible that the spell left behind by Weaver had reached through time and destroyed these stars at various points in the distant past, so that the spectacle of their passing became visible all at once just now. But that seemed like too much effort, even for the treacherous demon of fate, especially since there seemed to be no obvious result, beneficial or otherwise, to the strange change in the night sky. It was pretty to look at, but beyond that, nothing seemed to be happening. Sunny. What the hell did you do? He lingered for a few moments, studying the strange pattern of the vanished and blazing stars, then cleared his throat. I am not entirely sure. I just activated the enchantment. Far below, on the decks of the night garden, people were gathering and gesturing at the sky, surprised by the beautiful sight. They seemed to be enjoying the unexpected spectacle quite a bit. Sunny looked at the wooden staff in his hand, feeling it consume his essence continuously. He would not have been able to sustain this mysterious enchantment for a long time as a saint, but now that he was a supreme, it was of no consequence. More essence poured into his soul, replenishing his reserves almost instantly. The enchantment does not seem to be perilous. At the same time, I have no idea what its purpose is. How mysterious. Jet sighed, then looked at the shimmering night sky with a thoughtful expression. She contemplated its dark depths for a while, then said in a hesitant tone, "Well, whatever its purpose is, it must be connected to the storm sea." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "In what way?" Jet looked at him with a neutral expression. "You don't know much about where we are, do you?" When Sunny responded, his tone was a little offended. "I know quite a lot, actually. It's just that most of my knowledge about the storm sea is theoretical, since I consciously tried to stay as far away from this place as possible. Nothing good ever happens when I am near large bodies of water. And since this one is the largest and most terrifying of them all, you can imagine my reluctance to get entangled with it." He gave her an indignant stare and thought back to what he knew about the storm sea. After a short pause, Sunny added, "Do you mean that it has to do with navigation?" Jet nodded. "Yes, the storm sea is not like any other place in the dream realm. It's quite treacherous as far as navigating its waters goes, and I don't mean because of the terrible abominations, the harrowing storms, and the thick mist that tends to obscure everything for days or even weeks on end." She sighed. Rather, space itself behaves strangely in the storm sea. Nothing ever stays in the same place for long here, and things tend to shift around in relation to each other. You might sail in a straight line for a week and end up in the same spot you began from. That is the best-case scenario. You might also plot a course to a safe harbor, but end up in previously unexplored waters that teem with all kinds of ghastly nightmare creatures and unimaginable horrors. That happens far more frequently. Jet looked at the starlit sky. That is why nightwalkers are so important. Sunny knew that the Nightwalkers, a title given to certain members of the House of Night in honor of its founder, were able to guide ships through the mists of the storm sea. In fact, they did the same for mundane ships in the Indian Ocean and were generally good at finding their way around. That was not surprising, considering that they had inherited the lineage of Storm God, who is also known as the goddess of the black skies, the goddess of depths, oceans, darkness, stars, travel, and guidance, and disaster. In any case, he knew that the ability to navigate the sea by stars was one of the inherent abilities of many members of the House of Night. The skies above the storm sea were not mundane. Either, they were as mystical and treacherous as the misty waters below, so not just anyone could observe them to plot a reliable course. And since the mysterious enchantment Weaver had left behind seemed to have changed the geography of the night sky. Do you think that this staff shows a path to somewhere? That was the most reasonable conclusion he could make. Weaver had left an image of a strange spellweave in the skies that the night garden dreamed about. Once realized, this spellweave altered the real sky, making it seem as if some stars had been extinguished, while some burned brighter. The stars were the only way to navigate the storm sea, and therefore, the beautiful spectacle above them could be a map of sorts. Sunny had no idea where that map led to, but he was pretty sure that the fragment of Weaver's lineage he was searching for would be there, in that mysterious place. Jet lingered for a while, then shrugged. Actually, I can navigate the storm sea as well, somewhat. That is one of the privileges granted to the captain of the night garden, but I am not very experienced in reading the stars yet, so I can't really tell if this enchantment shows a path to somewhere. She looked at him, then smiled slightly. However, I know a few people who can.